Check 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3.
Check 1 2. Check. Come on.
Check 1 2. Yeah, that's way hot. Let's go here. Check 1 2. Check. Check. Touchdown! Ooh, that's up there. That's your mind.
I'll try this one.
Is that good?
That's way hot.
This is me now. Get ready. No. It's not bad. I was redlining. It doesn't sound too bad on here.
Check. That one's kind of close. Check.
Is that okay?
That was us hearing.
Is that okay?
That's good.
I was redlining. It doesn't sound too bad.
Is this one where it needs to be? Yeah. Check.
That's you. Okay.
I'm just kind of chilling here filming the.
Pride in being your hometown bank. With branches located in Cashion, Dover, and Hennessy, CSB strives to reflect the small-town hospitality these communities are known for. Our friendly staff is here to serve you and provide one of the best banking experiences around, equipping our customers with the latest in banking technology combined with a personal, down-home relationship. Come into one of our local branches or visit us at www.mycsb.com. Community State Bank. Small-town banking, the way it should be. Member FDIC.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Woody, and I want to help you or a loved one navigate your way through understanding Medicare. It's hard getting questions answered when you don't know who to call or trust. I am local and appointed with all the insurance carriers in Oklahoma. You can trust me to help you apply for Medicare, make the right decisions based on your current financial and healthcare needs, and feel confident about your future. Act quickly. Annual enrollment period is October 15th to December 7th. Call Stephanie Woody, that's me, at 405-830-4966 to set up an appointment.
Our world is changing, but one thing is the same. We're here for you. In these uncertain times, take comfort in knowing that Modern Women of America is built for this. We are built to handle uncertainties, and we've weathered many in the past 137 years, including world wars, disease outbreaks, depressions, and recessions. You may have concerns about your financial plan, but you can also have peace of mind. You got this because you have us.
Kyle and Gina Van Druff have the answers to all your real estate and insurance needs. These guys will have you covered in a one-stop shopping experience. They are local agents, local supporters, and active in the Cashion community. They are also proud parents of past and present Cashion students. Kyle and Gina help their clients make the right choice. Don't wait till it's too late. Call 405-607-4300. Go Wildcats and number 88. Let's have a great year.
Walk it up. Get you some.
At Maples Nixon Diesel Horse, we've helped a lot of people, and our goal was to treat each and every person like a friend. And as a friend, we've got your back, always. We understand what you're going through. Being lawyers is what we do, but it's not all that we are. We care. We'll stand beside you throughout the entire legal process, not just as lawyers, but as your friends. We are Maples Nixon Diesel Horse, and we are here to help.
Founded by Jesse and Amy McCracken, Rural Pest Solutions is a Cashion-based, family-owned and operated company. Our focus is on providing the highest level of customer service while effectively treating many common invaders, including spiders, ants, roaches, mice, mosquitoes, fleas, ticks, and termites. Flexible scheduling and superior customer service are our top priority. Call us today to schedule your appointment. 405-283-6565.
Cashion FBC is a church seeking to grow in Christ and our love for the body of Christ. With ministries from children to youth to adults, we strive to present the gospel in an engaging and meaningful way. Sunday school meets at 9:45 a.m. and worship starts at 11 a.m. Children and youth meet on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. Please check our website at cashionfbc.org for more information, and we hope to see you this Sunday, located a half-mile east of Cashion.
Dr. Matt Dieselhorst at Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics can help you get game day ready. Dr. Dieselhorst works with athletes of all ages, taking a coordinated approach to accelerate return to play and maximize athletic performance. His work with pros in sports training, injury prevention, bracing, functional rehabilitation, and imaging works seamlessly with his medical and surgical expertise. Get started by going to Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics. Let Dr. Matt Dieselhorst get you back on the field, backing all Oklahoma athletes on the field and off.
Stream with Oklahoma's #1 high school streaming service, Squirtle.tv. Find out more at squirtle.com/stream.
Legacy Insurance and Financial Services is proud to be on Main Street in Cashion, Oklahoma, supporting our Wildcats while writing business throughout Oklahoma and surrounding states. Legacy agents who share over 40 years of experience will shop many carriers to fulfill all of your insurance and investment needs. We welcome face-to-face meetings, but if your needs require an online virtual relationship, we are versed at those too. Let the team of Chris Gibson, Chris Cochran, Aaron Phoenix, and Christina Branson at Legacy Insurance and Financial Services help you build your own legacy, one you will be proud to live and to leave.
Team up with Pioneer iVideo and start streaming the most popular TV shows and movies from your favorite devices today. Download the iVideo app and start watching anywhere in your home using Pioneer Internet. Each package includes free high-definition and cloud DVR features like video on demand, Restart TV, and Replay TV, just in case you forget to record a program. Visit gopioneer.com for more details and compatible devices. Some restrictions apply.
At Water Heater Man, we specialize in repairing and replacing all water heaters. We service the OKC Metro and surrounding towns with fast, reliable service. We keep our vans fully stocked with essential parts needed for basic repairs, and new tanks are always on the vans ready to go. We offer free estimates on all jobs with financing options available. We match manufacturer's warranty for all newly replaced water heaters. We'll get your water heater back up and running as fast as possible so you don't have to put your life on hold waiting for service. Give us a call today, 405-844-TANK. That's 405-844-8265. Go Wildcats! Cashion Shape Up Fitness is locally owned and operated with no contracts or sign-up fees. Our rates start at only $30 per month, and we have tanning available. Everything you need to work on your health and fitness. So contact Amber Lee to sign up today, 405-538-8248. And don't forget to check us out on Facebook, Cashion Shape Up Fitness.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your grave.
This is Grain and Grange Market, the coolest little boutique you've never heard of. Come see us.
Wiggins, Sewell, and Ogletree is dedicated to championing our clients through complicated and challenging litigations. We pride ourselves on a proven track record of success brought forth by fierce litigation skills. The lawyers and staff of our firm are dedicated to effective and personalized representation for every client who entrusts our service. Uncompromising integrity, unparalleled results. Call Wiggins, Sewell, and Ogletree, 405-232-1211. Absolute Pools, Lawns, and Landscape is not your ordinary pool builder. From traditional to exotic and anything in between, our staff offers paramount quality and service through the entire design and build process. We provide service to the entire OKC metro and surrounding towns. So relax, knowing our team is wholeheartedly committed to building a trusting and lasting relationship with you. Visit us on Facebook or give us a call today at 405-285-9729. Absolute Pools, Lawns, and Landscape.
Storm season is coming, people, and your first choice for roofing needs should be Rhino Roofing. Locally owned and operated, the Rhino specializes in all types of repair and replacement. Large scale, traditional, modern, unique roof lines, they can do it all. Protect your home and your family with the specialized services of Rhino Roofing. Visit our Facebook page today and make an appointment. Rhino Roofing is all the hype for any roof type.
Gateway Realty is a mother-daughter team that has a heart for small-town life. Both Anita and Kelly were born and raised in Cashion and are still raising their families here. Their family homesteaded in Cashion in 1908, and it's been home ever since. Anita and Kelly know this town, love this town, and would love to help make this your home too. For a friendly face and trustworthy knowledge, call these hometown girls at 405-641-7388. Go Wildcats! Christy Perry is a Cashion-based attorney providing clients in Oklahoma with trusted, experienced legal counsel regarding wills and trusts, bankruptcy, and other areas of law. Flexible scheduling is available to discuss your options, and your first consultation is free. If you need assistance regarding a legal matter, call your local Oklahoma licensed attorney, Christy Perry, at 918-373-0882.
Support your school's booster club and get your business in front of thousands of potential customers.
Talk about a win-win.
Advertising packages start on this streaming station for less than $10 a game. Call 405-726-0835 or email adam@squirtle.com right now for more information.
For 31 years and counting, Community State Bank has taken great pride in being your hometown bank. With branches located in Cashion, Dover, and Hennessy, CSB strives to reflect the small-town hospitality these communities are known for. Our friendly staff is here to serve you and provide one of the best banking experiences around, equipping our customers with the latest in banking technology combined with a personal, down-home relationship. Come into one of our local branches or visit us at www.mycsb.com. Community State Bank, small-town banking, the way it should be. Member FDIC.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Woody, and I want to help you or a loved one navigate your way through understanding Medicare. It's hard getting questions answered when you don't know who to call or trust. I am local and appointed with all the insurance carriers in Oklahoma. You can trust me to help you apply for Medicare, make the right decisions based on your current financial and healthcare needs, and feel confident about your future. Act quickly. Annual enrollment period is October 15th to December 7th. Call Stephanie Woody, that's me, at 405-830-4966 to set up an appointment.
All right, welcome to Cashion, Oklahoma, Friday Night Lights, Cashion Wildcats television production of the Cashion Wildcat Football 2021. I'm Neiman Abavi. Welcome. Joining me up here in the booth is my man Chris Gibson and Drew Baker, and we are pleased to bring you HOCO, Homecoming Friday night live from Maxon Field as the Cashion Wildcats at 3-1 will be taking on the 3-0 Watonga Eagles. We're going to have an abbreviated pregame most likely, but we definitely want to make sure and broadcast and bring you all the sights and sounds and the sparkles of homecoming and the homecoming court. They'll be starting here in about 4 minutes, or 3 or 4 minutes. We'll have our parade and procession and presentation of the homecoming. What would it be? The homecoming
Coronation.
Coronation and what is it called? No, what's the crew called? Like you guys know what I'm talking about, huh? Court, homecoming court. Thank you. It took a West Texas guy to let me know what that was. But we appreciate you guys joining us. We're going to have a fantastic pregame with the homecoming presentation. Obviously, Drew and Chris will break down the game, give you the lowdown in terms of what's happening in the locker room, as well as pregame predictions, etc. We'll, of course, have a great game, first game in district, as district play begins this week. Tonight, as Cashion takes on the 3-0. Actually, is it 4-0 Watonga? I think it is 4-0 Watonga Eagles, led by Coach Skylar Watson. And then, of course, we'll have a halftime show, and you guys will have a great special guest in Bailey Frazier. You won't want to miss that, as the senior will join us up here in the press box. Of course, Lessons with Lane with Drew and Lane, and, of course, postgame with Coach Shack. So with that, I think we've got a few minutes. I'm not sure if we want to go to commercial, Chris, or if you want to hang here. You tell me what you want to do. Go to commercial? All right, we'll go to commercial. Be right back on Cashion Wildcats TV.
Our world is changing, but one thing is the same. We're here for you. In these uncertain times, take comfort in knowing that modern women of America is built for this. We are built to handle uncertainties, and we've weathered many in the past 137 years, including world wars, disease outbreaks, depressions, and recessions. You may have concerns about your financial plan, but you can also have peace of mind. You got this, because you have us.
Kyle and Gina Van Druff have the answers to all your real estate and insurance needs. These guys will have you covered in a one-stop shopping experience. They are local agents, local supporters, and active in the Cashion community. They are also proud parents of past and present Cashion students. Kyle and Gina help their clients make the right choice. Don't wait till it's too late. Call 405-607-4300. Go Wildcats and number 88. Let's have a great year.
Walk it up, get you some.
At Maples Nixon Diesel Horse, we've helped a lot of people, and our goal was to treat each and every person like a friend. And as a friend, we've got your back always. We understand what you're going through. Being lawyers is what we do, but it's not all that we are. We care. We'll stand beside you throughout the entire legal process, not just as lawyers, but as your friends. We are Maples Nixon Diesel Horse, and we are here to help.
Founded by Jesse and Amy McCracken, Rural Pest Solutions is a Cashion-based, family-owned and operated company. Our focus is on providing the highest level of customer service while effectively treating many common invaders, including spiders and
Cashion for 5 years. Our activities while at Cashion have track, FCA, City Council, large piece of land, or and play our future plans past that are to marry a hot Christian guy, have a lot of kids, and live in the country. Or late night sleepovers and powder puff games. Lauren's lasting impression of Cashion High School, meeting my best friends that are like family, and making hilarious memories that I'll remember forever. I'll always be grateful for this small town that I'm proud to. Lauren's escort this evening is Mr. Ben Harmon. Ben is the son of Clayton and Leah Harmon. He has one brother, Matt. He's attended Cashion schools for 10 years. Ben's activities while at Cashion have included football and baseball. His future plans for education are to graduate college. Past that, Ben would buy some land and marry a smoke show. Ben's favorite high school or football memory is throwing mass to the land in the state football game. Being able to lifelong gentlemen, present Miss Lauren Lamb and Mr. Ben Harmon.
See, now I was just told to follow the coach because Mark's got that.
This evening is Ben Williams. two siblings, Kyle, for 6 years. While at Cashion High School, it included basketball for 1 year, for education, or to be, she is in cosmetology school right now, and plans on doing that once she graduates. Her future plans for life are to marry a hot guy, have 2 kids, and live on a lot of land. Her favorite high school or football memory is winning in Powder Puff, even though they had her played. Sydney's lasting impression of Cashion High School is making the best friends that support me in everything I do and all the memories we have made along the way. Sydney is escorted this evening by Mr. Joey Wilson. Joey's the son of Chad and Heather Wilson. Has 2 siblings, Brett and Peyton. He has attended Cashion for 10 years. Joey's activities during high school have included football and baseball. His future plans for education are to attend Oklahoma State University. His future plans past that are to marry a babe and below that. Joey's favorite high school football memory is throwing cheese down in practice every day. Joey's last impression of Cashion High School is making all my best friends here making unforgettable memories. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Sydney Owens and Mr. Joey Wilson. Our candidate this evening, Miss Bailey Frazier. Daughter of Callie and Josh Frazier, one sibling in Austin. She's attended 4 years. Has been in school at Cashion, including FCA for 4 years, cheer for 4 years, softball for 1 year, and peer mentor for 2 years.
That's my bad.
Her future educational plans are to attend Oklahoma State and major in pre-nursing.
As soon as they opened the door, he said go back.
Her plans for life past that, marry a hot cowboy and live on a bunch of land. Bailey's favorite high school or football memory, cheering at the state football game. And her lasting impression of Cashion High School, I will forever be thankful for the small town that has brought me the community to me is when I moved here freshman year. Billy is escorted this evening by Mr. Mason Manning. He's in Cashion for 5 years. His high school have included ball, powerlifting, basketball. His future plans for education, graduate from college. Mason's favorite high school memory championship. Freshman of Cashion High School, good Miss Zoe Flint. Zoe's the daughter of Flint. She had 1 son her activities while in FFA. Zoe's future plans for education are to attend Oklahoma State University. Past that, she plans on marrying a country guy and having 2 kids. Zoe's favorite high school or football memory, cheering at the Pahuska game and almost peeing her pants. Zoe's lasting impression of Cashion High School, making a bunch of new friends at Cashion and getting to be a part of a great community. Zoe's escort this evening is Mr. Nick Nabavi. Nick's the son of Nima and Elizabeth Nabavi. Siblings include Nathan, Ryan. Nick's attended Cashion for 9 years. His activities in high school while at Cashion: basketball, baseball, and FCA. Nick's future plans for college. Past that, or football, and we're going to his last impression of Cashion grow up and gentlemen, I present Miss Zoe Nick. Our final candidate this evening is Miss Avery. Avery is the daughter of Shannon and Brian Cotter, Preston Colson Jensen, and Natalie Cotter. She's attended Cashion for 4 years. During high school, her activities have included cheerleader for 3 years and involved in student council for 1 year. Her future educational plans are to attend Oklahoma State University, majoring in diagnostic medical sonography. Past that, she'd love to be an ultrasound tech and have a career in real estate, get married, and start a family by the age of 25. Avery's favorite high schooler football memory, cheering at the state football game. And her lasting impression of Cashion High School, making the best memories and friends in such a supportive community. Avery will be escorted this evening by Mr. Landon Lagasse. Landon is the son of Todd and Gayleen. His siblings include Logan, Lauren, Emily, Ashley, and Michelle. He has attended Cashion for his whole life. Landon's activities during high school have included football, basketball, and baseball. His future plans for education are to go to college and be an athlete first and a student second. His future plans past that are to get married to a beautiful short girl and go to Mars. Landon's favorite high school or football memory, catching a football against Pawhuska. Landon's lasting impression of Cashion High School, he will remember how great the community treated everyone and all of the lifelong memories made here. Ladies and gentlemen, I present Miss Avery Cotter and Mr. Landon Lagasse.
Gotta hustle, place.
Our flower girl this evening is Miss Natalie Cotter. Her parents are Brandon and Shannon Cotter. She is in Mrs. Bronall's class. Her favorite food is French fries. Her favorite color is teal. Favorite thing about going to school? Going to PE. Natalie's sports and hobbies include shopping, tumbling, swimming, cheerleading, basketball, and t-ball. When she grows up, she wants to be a mommy and a professional swimmer at the beach. A little extra about Natalie, she loves her animals. Her animal is her cat. Natalie is escorted this evening by our crown bearer, Mr. Huntley Hopgood. Huntley is the son of Jake and Amber Hopgood. He is also in Mrs. Bronall's class. His favorite food is pizza. His favorite color is blue. His favorite thing about school is math. Huntley's sports and hobbies include coach pitch, flag football, and motorcycle riding. When he grows up, Huntley wants to be on the SWAT team. And a little extra, his favorite football player and cheerleader is his sister, Abby. Ladies and gentlemen, I present Miss Natalie Cotter and Mr. Huntley Hopgood. All right, and now the time we've been waiting for. Our 2021 Cashion High School Football Homecoming King, Mr. Ben Harmon. And our 2021 Cashion High School Football Homecoming Queen, Miss Bailey Frazier. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your homecoming king and queen, Mr. Ben Harmon and Miss Bailey Frazier and the entire 2021 homecoming court.
Roaches, mice, mosquitoes, fleas, ticks, and termites. Flexible scheduling and superior customer service are our top priority. Call us today to schedule your appointment. 405-283-6565.
Cashion FBC is a church seeking to grow in Christ and our love for the body of Christ. With ministries from children to youth to adults, we strive to present the gospel in an engaging and meaningful way. Sunday school meets at 9:45 a.m. and worship starts at 11 a.m. Children and youth meet on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. Please check our website at cashionfbc.org for more information, and we hope to see you this Sunday, located a half-mile east of Cashion.
Welcome back. Friday Night Lights live from Cashion, Oklahoma. It's Cashion Wildcats TD Homer Television for the Cashion Wildcats, where we've just crowned a king and queen of homecoming, and we are ready to go as the Cashion Wildcats 3-1.
I was going to switch it to us, but why would you do that?
No,
right now.
Let's leave it here for a second. I was definitely
much better picture than us three ugly guys.
As we've just crowned our king and queen. There's Bailey Frazier in her court. Ben Harmon is the king. I think if we had a couple dollars on a bet line, I think we probably would have had a couple folks making a couple money on that one. But yeah, congratulations to Bailey. Obviously, it's an honor to be recognized and out there, and certainly always a fun day, and just a fantastic tradition here in the United States when we think about homecoming for football or basketball or even baseball as well. So, again, welcome to Maxon Field, beautiful Cashion, Oklahoma. In the press box is Neiman Abavi, Chris Gibson, and Drew Baker are going to be. We're going to be super pumped to bring you a district game number 1 for the Cashion Wildcats as they take on the Watonga Eagles, led by Skylar Watson, 4-0. The Cashion Wildcats coming off it was a thorough beating of Thomas, a very proud Thomas team last week, 46-0 on the road.
47, 47, wasn't it?
Was it 47?
47. Come on, man.
Okay, my bad. Yeah, my bad. Sitting there right in front of me on the screen. Yeah, 47-0. Cashion Wildcats doing it all which way loose. All of that was scored in the first half as the Cashion Wildcats put it in fifth gear, almost reversed a little bit there in the second half, running clock, and got out of there with minimal injuries and issues. Cashion racking up a total of 382 yards, 339 yards passing. It was the Ben Harmon show. Ben went 18 for 22 for 339, 6 touchdowns. His lead target was Mason Manning. Mason Manning, the senior, you probably saw him earlier there in his football gear at the middle of the field as one of our homecoming folks in the court. Manning, while not getting a touchdown, just had a ridiculous day, almost 200 yards catching. And that seems to be a theme for the Cashion Wildcats. You got a Lagasse and you got a Manning. One of those guys is going off for 200. It was a fantastic day. For the day as well, Landon Lagasse had 5 receptions for 77 yards, 3 touchdowns. Nick Nabavi, 5 rushes, 44 yards, a touchdown, a catch, a screen that went for a touchdown. And the junior, walking TFL, Jackson Vandruff, number 88, he's been a terror. Had 11 tackles, 6 tackles for losses. He accounted for minus 41 yards against the Thomas Terriers.
I think he probably had more yards than the other team. I'm right.
Well,
you know what I mean?
If we look, definitely passing wise, that total there for the Thomas folks, not so great on the rushing end.
He almost had as many yards in tackles for loss as they had for passing.
This is not a knock on Thomas. This is just a compliment of our man
Vandruff. Yeah, no doubt.
And big shout out to Daddy Kyle Vandruff, who runs the tent out there with the canopy that the kids run through with Maroney and Priest, and certainly appreciate him being one of our great sponsors here with Farmers Insurance. So it was a great day for the Cashion Wildcats. They moved to 3-1. Start district play again, taking on the Watonga Eagles. Skylar Watson 4-0. They had an amazing comeback win. I know
they
you guys
did.
were watching.
Yeah, last week they had an amazing comeback. For a lot of the game, they were down, and then their lead slowly, or the margin slowly kept getting smaller and smaller, and they finally came back and did it.
Yeah, amazing comeback. It was Minko's game to win, and it was Watonga who snatched the, I guess, victory from the claws of defeat.
Well, it was like, I think it was Minko was driving. They were up by about, I think, a touchdown or maybe
a touchdown
a point or something. They were up by a point, I think. And they were driving down, and they ran the ball up the middle. They were at about their 25-yard line, I think, and was just pushing the pile. And somehow, the pile had stopped. The ball came out. Watonga grabbed it, and they capitalized on a turnover and went down and scored and won the game. So I give it up to them for not giving up and coming back and really fighting to get that victory against Minko after being down so big.
Yeah.
Yeah, certainly a big game for them. It's a new coach, Skylar Watson, coming over from Texoma. Again, big wins over Minko, that 46-41. They beat an 0-3 Rush Springs 54-6. Beat an 0-3 Hobart 40-16, and they beat Thomas 20-9. So a couple of foes that Cashion has seen that they've played. From Drew, from your perspective, what did we learn from Coach Watson and the Watonga Eagles?
So, like you said, Coach Watson, this is his first year here from Texoma, and when I talked to him on the phone, what he was really known for at Texoma was a really powerful offense. He was able to work with their offense well, and obviously this being his first year, he was just trying to implement a program of success and pride. He said that Watonga historically has been a really prideful, really full of tradition town that's been historically pretty good, and so when he got the opportunity there, he said he felt blessed and was really happy to move to a competitive district that's got OCA and Canton in it also.
He was probably happy to get out of the panhandle.
Yeah, I would think so. But he just said that it's been a week-by-week deal. He's got a lot of seniors, Kamen Verchovic, Joe Jackson, DeAndre Dunn, who've been seniors on the team that have helped some of the younger kids buy in, because you always have that kind of struggle when you get new coaching staff with kids who've gone through some changes and not some success in the last couple of years. But so far they've had a lot of success this year, and every week he's just wanting to get better. He wants them to play focused. He said so far this season they've been hot and cold as far as what they've been able to do. So against Cashion, obviously their first district games, he wants consistency. And Coach Shackelford, when I was talking to him, their wide receivers and their skill kids as well as their quarterback are all really, really skilled and athletic.
Yeah.
So that's going to be something he's going to try and take advantage of.
Yeah, they stood out. You watched them in the pregame and the warm-up. They certainly stood out. And, I know we saw Texoma in the playoffs, and certainly they can bring the noise. So, from your perspective, Chris, anything to add in regards to Watonga and your breakdown?
I think, with this new coach that they have, it's just a different atmosphere. When you have a new coach come in, I think they've had that. The coach that was there before was there for a while, wasn't he?
Long time.
And so, you have a new guy come in, a young guy. He just brings that energy. It's just a cool feeling. I watched some of the Watonga broadcasts, and those guys that do the Squirtle stuff for them, they just, this is an awesome feeling. There's people in the stands, everybody's excited, and so there's another, a different feel around the Watonga team, and they only won, I think, maybe 2 games last year.
They've gone through a lot of administration changes too, as far as in the school.
So now that they're 4-0, they've got some momentum going. They had a big comeback win last week, so they're going to come to Cashion thinking, hey, this is our chance to show people that we are legit, we're real. Maybe one of the best offenses in the state is what some of the people had said.
Yep.
We'll see. We've got a really good defense here, so we'll see how that pans up against that. And I'm excited to see how they come out, and because they will not be afraid to change things up on the defensive side of the ball to try to stop us.
Coach Shackelford said they run a lot of sets, and Coach Watson's really comfortable with switching things up, running a lot of different formations, a lot of different offensive and defensive sets. So he said they're a really hard team to prepare for going into the week, with it also being homecoming, with all the pageantry that goes with that, all of the different sets that you have to prepare for that Watonga could run should they need to. He said that's just something that's hard to prepare for with them and Coach Watson.
No, I love it. And I know by watching film, a few guys stood out to me. Chris, from your perspective, who stood out for you?
Yeah, my players to watch today are number 8, Joe Jackson. He's a senior quarterback, linebacker. He's about 5'10", about 205.
He is a bowling ball.
He is you look at him, he's just a walking muscle.
Yeah.
It's what he looks like. He's just a kid that is a very good athlete. we saw him last year. He's a good, hard runner. He didn't get to throw the ball much against us last year. They had him more of as just a runner back there. But he had some good, tough runs. Then this year, they've let him really try to get on that outside, and he's had time to find receivers. And when he has time, he can chunk the ball, and he's got some good receivers that can run under it. And then on the defensive side of the ball, Joe Jackson, he plays a lot of minutes on that side too, and they have him listed as linebacker, but I've seen him line up as defensive end.
Safety.
I've seen him line up, linebacker and at safety. So it doesn't matter where that kid's on the field, he's going to be a difference maker, and they're going to move him around to where they think he needs to be. They just put him in positions to make plays is what they do.
Hey, before you move on to DeAndre Dunn, we have noticed you have called out a quarterback as a offensive weapon in these last few games, but you've also called them out as a defensive player.
That's Class A football right there.
That's Class A football, and certainly we've seen it take its toll. We've seen quarterbacks having to play corner and even linebacker, and those things take their toll when you're getting hit on the offensive side. It'll be interesting. Definitely in terms of keys to the game, I'd love to see that. Go ahead and hit me up with DeAndre Dunn. What's the story on number 2?
So number 2, DeAndre Dunn is my other player to watch. He's a senior wide receiver, defensive back, 5'11", 165 pounds. The kid's just an athlete. He's fast. He can get open. He finds open spots. He does a really good job for his quarterback going up and fighting for the football. There's a lot of film that I watched on him, and a lot of it, there's people there covering him, and he goes up and brings it down. We have some really good receivers that go up and get the ball, and that really helps a quarterback out, especially when they're throwing it way down the field, like Ben does and like Joe Jackson's going to do tonight. When you have a guy that can go up and make plays for you, that quarterback feels a lot more confident throwing the ball down the field. And DeAndre Dunn is one of those receivers that will go up top, bring the ball down, and make that quarterback look good. On the defensive side, they're going to match him up probably with our best receiver and see if he can't lock them down because he's just that good of an athlete. So look for both of those guys, Joe Jackson and DeAndre Dunn, on both sides of the ball. But like you said, we've been fortunate at Cashion the last few years. Our quarterback hasn't had to, hasn't had to play much defense. And when Matt was here, he got hurt on the defensive side of the ball.
Drew still has nightmares about that.
So those two players are the two that they have other ones. They have others that are very good athletes out there. DeAndre Dunn's not the only receiver that they have that Joe Jackson can target tonight. They got some really good athletes out there on the offensive side in those skill positions.
I love it. Drew, anything to add before we move on to the Cashion side of the ball?
Just one of the other players to look at that Coach Watson talked about. He hoped to have a good game. Kamen Verchorik, he plays running back and linebacker. They move him back and forth on the defense a lot. He said he was a kid with a lot of leadership that helped him on his transition when he came here. He kind of got the younger kids to buy in, come to work every day, workouts, have the mindset of they need to get better every game. So he's going to be one of those kids that kind of rallies the defense when he's on there, and is going to be a kid you want to look forward to on the offensive side of the ball just because of his work ethic and athleticism.
I love it. So it certainly, again, it stood out that, when a team can come back and win, it shows a lot of guts, right? Mental toughness. They put up a lot of points. I'm not sure, again, I believe the cumulative record may only be one win for all those teams that they've played. But, outside of, again, we played a couple of the same teams. So it'll be interesting to see kind of who's the real deal tonight. From a Cashion perspective, what's the lowdown from Coach Shack, Drew?
From Coach Shack, he said that Coach Watson at Texoma, he was known for preparing a really good offense. They can run multiple fronts. Like I said, they're kind of hard to prepare for. Watonga, they're going to throw the ball a lot. Their QBs, wide receivers are really athletic, like we also talked about. With all the homecoming stuff, Shack said it does make it a little bit hard to prepare for practice because you have the homecoming practices that you have to do in pre-games, and obviously the warm-ups cut short early because, of all the homecoming court stuff. But he said other than that, the kids remain pretty focused this week. The key players for Watonga, like we talked about, their quarterbacks and their wide receivers, they're athletic. They can play. They're really fast, and then they're really good offensively, and he wants to try to have a little more balance this week, but he hopes that defensively he can limit them, but so that offensively we can just maintain what we want to do and just stick to one thing and not have to change it up a whole lot.
Yeah, that's the thing that I definitely see is it's going to be Cashion's defense versus essentially Watonga's offense. So for keys for the Cats, I love it. It's the Legacy Insurance and Financial Services. I hung out with Chris during homecoming parade last night, caught some candy. I didn't steal any candy from any kids, but there was a couple that.
I was out there stealing it.
Yeah,
that's what I was doing.
A beautiful location there downtown Cashion.
Good stuff.
with Chris Cochran and Chris Gibson. They've renovated one of the historic buildings there. It's fantastic. There was free cookies and stuff. It was smelling good in there. It definitely did not smell like this press box. So it was nice in there. But again, our Legacy Insurance Financial Services keys for the Cats. Hit us up, Chris.
Yeah, so the keys for the Cats tonight on the offensive side of the ball, I watched some film of the Watonga defense, and I saw some teams just really running at will in some spots, and I don't know why they quit running the ball. I was like, if I was that team, I would have ran the ball almost every play until they stopped me. So I want to see if Shaq saw that too, see if he doesn't try to run the ball, and really establish that run game, which is going to open up the field for Ben. And then I say precision. Like I said, and Drew talked about, they have some pretty good athletes in skill positions, and they're going to be playing in that defensive backfield in that secondary. And so we want to see the precision that Ben has been showing these last few weeks in passing. Put it on the money. Let those receivers really get out and make some plays after they catch the ball. Defensively, QB pressure. We want to keep him contained. We talked about Joe Jackson and being a good runner. He can throw the ball. If you give him time, the receivers are good enough to find an open spot, and he's good enough to make a good throw to them. That's what I've seen on their film every single week. Is he's got to sit back there for 5-6 seconds and find somebody that's 30 yards down the field wide open, because you can't. It's hard to cover. It's hard to cover a really good receiver for 2 seconds,
right,
much less 5 or 6 seconds. So put pressure on the quarterback. Don't let him sit back there, and then keep him contained. Don't let him get on that outside and get big yardage. Kind of keep him in the middle, running back into those linebackers, and then nothing deep. If he has time, those receivers are good enough to find something, and they're good about just going deep and getting behind the deepest guy on your defense. And Joe Jackson's got a strong enough arm to drop it in. That's how they scored probably half their touchdowns this year, were just the receivers are good enough to get deep, let Joe Jackson throw it over the top and catch them for touchdowns. So our secondary, don't let anybody behind you. Stay deeper than that deepest man, and go intercept it when it goes up in the air.
I'd
So
love to see that.
those are my 4 keys to the game. I think if we do that, I think we come away with victory tonight.
I love it, and I definitely am. I'm definitely want to see that quarterback pressure with guys coming off the edge. Definitely looking forward to seeing how Watonga takes on a guy like number 88 Jackson Vandra. Looks like we got the band coming out for the national anthem, so looks like we'll hopefully get a camera available to get the wonderful band. Maybe make a quick phone call. Let's see if we can get that going. Until then, we'll hang tight. We'll leave it right here. Be right back on Cashion Wildcats TV. Hi, how are you?
Doing well, thanks.
Good to see you.
Dr. Matt Dieselhorst at Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics can help you get game day ready. Dr. Dieselhorst works with athletes of all ages, taking a coordinated approach to accelerate return to play and maximize athletic performance. His work with pros in sports training, injury prevention, bracing, functional rehabilitation, and imaging works seamlessly with his medical and surgical expertise. Get started by going to Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics. Let Dr. Matt Dieselhorst get you back on the field, backing all Oklahoma athletes on the field and off.
Stream with Oklahoma's #1 high school streaming service, Squirtle.tv. Find out more at Squirtle.com/stream.
Legacy Insurance.
She at first she had Vander's number, but then she was like, "That's like way too big," because it was like too down.
What's up? Go fill the man. On it. Thank God.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Cashion Public Schools would like to welcome you to Maxim Field as we open up play in District A3 this evening. with this tilt between the visiting Watonga Eagles and the Cashion Wildcats. Watonga carries a 4-0 record into tonight's game after a 46-41 win last week at Minco. Cashion enters tonight's game with a record of 3-1, including a 47-0 win last week at Thomas.
I can't see squat on the flag.
At this time, we would like you to please rise and join Cashion guest conductor Santiago Ramones, the Pride of Cashion Marching Band, and Special Pride of Cashion alumni as they play our national anthem. Please remain standing as they play our state song, Oklahoma, and your Cashion Wildcat fight song.
All right, God bless America. We say it every week. So lucky to live in the greatest country in the entire universe. God bless the USA. So, guys, thank you so much for staying with us here on Cashion Wildcats TV, Homer Television for the Cashion Wildcats. We've got kickoff coming up here in just about 8 minutes. We're going to go to a quick timeout as we show the cheerleaders. Hey, just a quick call out again. A lot of stuff happening. The softball team and the cheerleading team are doing great things. Coach Chambers and the softball team have basically qualified for regional with a play-in victory 2-game sweep of merit. Again, Coach Chambers and the squad are doing just an amazing job and looking forward to continuing that down in Ampo, I believe next week, next Thursday or Friday. We'll get you some information. Follow us on Twitter. And as you see there, the cheerleaders, coached by Coach Amber Hobgood and Casey Williams, are heading to state. They'll be competing against 6 other teams at Tulsa Union. I believe their routine is at 10:15. They get one chance. That's it.
One
chance to win state. So if there was Eminem song, if there was an Eminem song for that would be very par for the course or appropriate for our cheerleaders. They've done a fantastic job. Have continued to do great work all throughout the last few years, and we'll be rooting for them as they try to make that claim, stake that claim for their first competitive cheer state title here. I guess we can leave it here. We want to go to timeout. We'll be right back. What do you think, Chris?
Go to a quick timeout.
Oh,
we'll get the spot song in, then we'll go to timeout.
Why not? Let's leave it here. It's homecoming weekend or Friday. Hey, I've got my Sharpie out. So, Chris, while we got it, while we got the cheerleaders, this is Sharpie time. I know you got a prediction. And, again, we talk about this week after week. I know you're all bored. I know all the 6,000, 7,000 people watch us every week. I know you want to follow Chris Gibson. I know you're watching football, but if you got your betting line ready to drop it with your bookie somewhere else out there, and we don't condone gambling.
Never would.
Yeah, this is just for fun, for comedy.
Hot dog line.
Hot dog line, that's right. So, Chris, Sharpie's out. What's the score?
You know, I talked about their athleticism and their ability to maybe score a little bit. You know, I think they will, get on the board. Thomas never got on the board last week, so I think they will get on the board. But I think that's going to motivate Shaq to keep those starters in the game a little bit longer. And I think we will go ahead and pull away and win this game 53-19.
Woo!
53-19. You've been pretty par for the course the last couple of weeks on the scores.
I like it. It's Sharpied up. We're ready to go. Cashion Wildcats fired up. We've got captains coming out on the field. Cashion in their midnight look, all black. They got their maroon matte helmets. Little black striping, that black Cashion, black tops, black bottoms for homecoming. Have the the maroon numerals with the gold outline. Looking good on a Friday night. And on the opposite side, we've got the Watonga Eagles, led by Coach Skylar Watson, 4-0. White helmets, white tops, white bottoms. They've got black lettering and some red. I don't know if I guess you consider that a crimson, the crimson numbers. Led out to the field by the Cashion Wildcat captains. Looks like we've got Ben Harmon, Joey Wilson, Nick Navabi, Mason Manning. Landon Lagasse stays back. All seniors led by referee Peter Abernathy, umpire Butch Kraft, linesman Jeff Gose, line judge Chris Park, and back judge Dustin Hayes. And Chris, what do we always say about our officials?
The officials are the only reason we can get out here and play this game, because you got to have somebody to, keep the rules and enforce the rules. So we appreciate the heck out of these officials, and I always say it, if you think you can do better, I'm sure they are always looking for officials to come out and join them. And man, we sure appreciate these guys. We may complain about them a little bit,
it's
but we
television.
sure do. We sure do appreciate
personal. We're not
the
calling
fact
mama
that
ugly or something.
that's right. We do sure do appreciate the fact that they're out there giving their time and effort so that these boys can get out and play some football.
Captains for the Watonga Eagles are number 2, DeAndre Dunn, number 8, Joe Jackson, number 33, Cale Lorenz, number 44, Wyatt Steed, and number 69, Elijah Lumanek. All seniors. Looks like Cashion. No matter what, if we won it, we're going to take the ball. If we lost it, the other team's going to defer, and we're going to take it anyway.
You think they will? Maybe they'll take it.
So I don't know what happened here. Let's see. We're going to get some handshakes out there as referee Peter Abernathy calls it out, and I missed it, so I'm guessing we'll soon find out. Hey, who won the toss?
Here, we'll watch the replay right here.
Thank you. So my man Silky Smooth, Chad Tishner.
We won.
We did win the toss. We'll be receiving. Looks like based on the lineup, we'll be working from east to west. And it's a beautiful night here on a beautiful September Friday night lights here live from Maxon Field in Cashion, Oklahoma. I appreciate you guys joining us. I want to thank all of our fantastic sponsors. We got a new one, Chris.
We did.
A familiar
Mr. Maroney.
face, Peyton Maroney. Number 4, he caught some touchdown passes.
He was a former homecoming king.
I think he was a former homecoming king. Kid, Maroney family stacked with athletes. So Peyton's coming back. And we're proud to join him to the long list of advertisers and sponsors here on CWTV with Modern Woodsman Financial Services. And if you want to be a part of this, we'll be a part of the 200,000 people that watched us last year, and I think we've already had close to 40,000 thus far this football season. Visit CashionWildcats.tv. Go ahead and click on the link up top. It says advertise up top. You can reach out to us here locally. You can reach out to Adam Dieselhorst. Follow us on Facebook or Twitter. If you're here local, go find Coach Hardaway. He'll set you up and make sure that you're good to go. But we can't do this without our great sponsors providing this free of charge on the Squirtle TV platform. Big shout out to Adam Dieselhorst and Corey Rogers. We've got pay dirt tonight, don't we? So hopefully.
We're on the pay dirt.
We'll keep it clean, and we won't. There's a couple times they come to us. We're kind of complaining. We got to make sure and keep it right. Cashion Wildcats coming out of the field through the smoke in the tent. Making life right, looking good. Drew, did you ever have an all-black outfit like this, your uniform set?
Yeah, we did. Actually, there was a one year that Shaq banned us from having black uniforms. He said it's not part of our colors.
Really?
Yeah.
So what happened?
We were maroon, gold, and white, so we retired the black uniforms, and then he brought them back. They look too good to keep out.
All right, I'm going to add some scoreboard information here. I apologize. We'll just run it through. My apologies, guys, but. From a standpoint of, did you ever have a favorite combo, Drew?
My favorite combo was the maroon jerseys, gold pants, and maroon helmets. I really like those.
All right.
And they're
That's a tradition. I think Clayton Harmon would agree with you on that one.
Well, Chris, what do you think's going to happen the first play right out of the gate?
Oh, man. I really think he'll try to, like I said, establish some run game and see if we don't see a run right on going off the right side of the offense. Big run for Nick, very first play. If we don't run it back.
If we don't run it back. Watonga Eagles entering the field. We got, again, a beautiful night here. We will not have a time. We did have a time out in Thomas. I'm going to try to work on getting us a time view available. It's just hard with that setting sun hitting that scoreboard. It's hard to get us on our little laptop camera. But we'll go ahead and make sure that you guys know how much time's left in the game, etc. We're just not proficient enough to be running a clock for you guys here on the laptop. But again, a beautiful night. Again, Nima, Chris, and Drew here joining us at Maxon Field live on Cashion Wildcat TV. Full house. Congrats to Ben Harmon and Bailey Frazier, king and queen here on homecoming night. I don't know. Do they get a free Chick-fil-A? Anything? What are any perks? Drew, were you a homecoming?
I was
king?
in the homecoming court. Was not homecoming king.
So
Case Cochran took the champion that year.
Who did?
Case Cochran.
Okay.
Of course, we all knew
I
that.
I can see that. He probably handed out like Snicker bars or something.
He's QB.
So deep for the Cashion Wildcats, staring right into the sun. We've got is that Seth Gilbert right in the middle? We've got
Watonga had the choice, right? But I would have rather had my receivers, or the other team's receivers looking back in the sun to catch the ball. I don't mind having to look in the sun to throw the ball. So I'm happy with this side of the football field right now.
So deep, we've got Manning and Lagasse. The front line, we've got Jake Branson, Nabavi, as well as Cooper Frazee. Kicking off is number 69, Elijah Luminick. That's going to go right down the middle. Nick Nabavi with a two-hand catch up top. He's looking for his blockers. He'll cut back up middle, looking for a few more. Looks like he'll go down right around the 37-yard line. The Cashion Wildcats will be starting down first down and 10 here in the first quarter.
Yeah, and I said, let's see if we don't have a run coming straight out the gate. But I never put it past Shaq to try to not to, just open it up and throw it deep very first play just to say this is what we can do too. But I really think he's going to try to open up. As I say that, Nick Nabavi splits out. So.
Empty. So 5 wide, 2 up top, trips down below. Ben Harmon by himself in shotgun. Almost gets the draw. Got Jackson Vandruff in the slot here in between Gilbert and Mason Manning. Snap. Harmon looked to screen to Manning to that right side. Makes a move. First guy misses. He's got a gang tackle of Watonga Eagles, and that's basically no gain. So nice work there. Looked like by number 13 and 44 for the Watonga Eagles for defense. It'll be second down and 10.
Good read by Watonga's defense there. Obviously, if you've watched any film the last couple of weeks, Mason Manning, Logan Lagasse, and Nick Nabavi, key players on the offense, especially in the passing game with Mason and Logan. So it does not surprise me at all they read that as quickly as they did.
Yeah, and they got coming up right there last week. Mason had time to kind of dance around and make a guy miss and go for big yardage. This week, you want to see him just catch it and get up the field, get what they give you, and go to the next play.
Harmon in shotgun snap. That one will go to Nabavi right side. He's got a lane. He'll cut back in. Met in the middle by the linebacker, and that'll be a short gain, about 1 or 2. So great work there by the Watonga Eagles. Nabavi staying patient, but only getting a couple yards.
Yeah, there's that run that I was talking about, and I said watching film, some other teams had some success going at that right side like that, and that time they did a good job of getting off the blockers, not really letting Nick have anything to get rolling with.
So Cashion staring at 3rd and 8. 10:40 here, first quarter from the 41. Most likely 4 down territory. We'll see what Coach Harmon or
about
Coach
a
Shaq
10-yard
does.
stop to
Harmon back to pass, looking deep. He's got Lagasse on the hitch, and he's got a bounce for a first down. And just like that, Cashion Wildcats in Watonga territory.
Yeah, I mean, the kid was 10 yards off Landon. Landon does such a good job of just pushing down the field. Had the guy's shoulders turned, and then Landon just settled in right there past the sticks. And Ben is on the money with that throw the last few weeks, and big first down for the Wildcats.
Got a little stack option here on the short side. Harmon in shotgun. He'll look back. It is a screen of Manning, and that's going to be in the stands. Little extra juice there for the homecoming king. And I'll bring up second down and 10. That's a new look. I haven't seen that look on the short side.
Somebody had told me they were going to split Vandruff out with Gilbert and just let him try to get some blocking and really just almost like an extended run play out there with some bigger kids out there blocking. But now with Landon out there singled up, let's see if we don't have something hit on that side.
Eagles in a 4-2-5. Harmon back to pass. He's got Lagasse on the out. Makes it one. Oh, actually great tackle though by number 4. Open field tackle by Phoenix Whiteshirt, the sophomore, on Lagasse. And that's one of those situations where I think you were talking about earlier. Just put the pedal to the metal, Lagasse, get to the edge to see what happens. That brings up third down at about 7 from the 42.
Like you talked about in the pregame, 2 yards is one thing. You get Landon in 10 yards, it's a lot harder to manage.
So 10-0, it's like 9:58 here, running clock. Cashion in Watonga territory around the 42. Third down, another long for the Cashion Wildcats. Nabavi in a deep pistol. Harmon with the give to Nabavi left side, trying to get out there. There's one block, there's 2 blocks. He's got a lane to the 30, 25, 20. Stiff arm still on his feet. And eventually corralled and brought down right around the 13. That'll be a first down, Cashion Wildcats.
Yeah, good run right there. Had good blocking, plenty of room to get out there and really get downhill. And then Nick is just such a hard kid to bring down, and he threw one defender off and then was able to get that big yardage for the Wildcat first down.
1st and 10 for the Wildcats from the 13. 9:34 first quarter. Harmon, another gift in the body left side. He's met behind the line of scrimmage, and that'll be a tackle for loss for the Watonga Eagles. And I'll bring up second down and long.
Yeah, and give it up to Watonga. They're fired up. They're getting off some of those blocks and getting in that backfield and not really letting Nick get rolling other than that one big run. And they're coming up and making tackles on the edge when the ball is going out to the boys on the quick screens.
9:07 first quarter, first possession for the Wildcats. Again, Watonga in that 4-2-5. Harmon. Screen, hitch inside to Manning. He'll catch, cut back inside. And he'll be dropped back. He'll be a catch of about 5 or 6 yards. That'll make it about 3rd and long again for the Cashion Wildcats.
That was one of Coach Watson's keys to the game this week was no matter what, he thought it was going to be a 4-quarter game, and he wanted them to play like that. Lots of excitement, no taking plays off, just hustle around and fly to the ball.
37. There we go. That's more like it.
Certainly the dancing's not working for the Cashion Wildcats right now. So 3rd and 7 sounds familiar from the 11 now, though, for the Cashion Wildcats. 8:27 running clock. First quarter action, first possession. Trips left for the Wildcats. Tight end set, Vandruff on the right. Harmon in shotgun snap, looking to his left. He's going to go ahead and keep it, rolling out to his left. He's got a screen catch by Lagasse at the 5. Will that be enough for the first down? It'll be really close.
Yeah, that's going to be about a half a yard short, it looks like, where they got it marked on that far side over there. But good job by Ben. That initial, what he was going to go to in the corner was not open, and he did a good job just pulling it down, finding Landon Lagasse for the open catch, and put them right there where they could get that first down.
4th and 1, Nabavi inside, bowls through. He's definitely going to have enough for the first. Will it be enough for the touchdown? It'll be just short to the goal line. So good work there by Nabavi, dropping the pads and getting what he needs to for the first down. And a big 4th down conversion for the Cashion Wildcats will bring up first down and goal. Running clock, 7:42.
And they're going to go quick here. And listen, I wouldn't doubt they don't just give it to Nick again and just let him punch it in.
There you go, Nick in the middle. Bowls through, and that's a touchdown. Cashion Wildcats, Nick Nabavi. 1-yard dive, and the Cats are on the board, 6-0.
Yeah, good job there by the boys up front, just pushing through. You know, we had that 4th and 1. Give it to Nick, bowl it over, and then 1st and goal from the 1. Big touchdown right there for Nick Nabavi, just straight out of the gate. Really no hiccups all the way down the field. You know, there was a few tackles for loss, but, you know, those are going to happen. Other than that, it was just business as usual for the Cashion Wildcats, going straight down and scoring the first touchdown.
Bryson Hogan, the senior, out for the kick. Nabavi with a hold. Snap, hold, kick is up. Is it good? Yes, sir. Bryson Hogan, Mr. Freeze, adds another, and the Cashion Wildcats are up 7-0 here. First quarter action, 7:38. That was a 63-yard drive for the Cashion Wildcats, converted on 2.
Here's that touchdown. You see the big boy up front, Joey Wilson, just driving his guy into the end zone for the touchdown, the easy touchdown for Nick Nabavi.
Hey, and if you guys hear Chris and I and Drew talking over each other, we cannot hear a thing in this press box. So you're just going to have to contend with that. No disrespect to each of us here, but we appreciate you guys joining us. The Cashion Wildcats go up 7-0 here early, first quarter action. And then, Chris, just kind of what you and Drew kind of offered up. You know, a little run game, mix it up. Had 2 big completions to Mason Manning and to Lagasse. Lagasse had 2 big completions to convert on 3rd downs, and Cashion Wildcats worked it down all the way down the field.
Now I'm excited to see what our defense can do. You know, we haven't seen much of a test other than that very first game against Rejoice Christian. So I'm ready to see what these boys can do on the defensive side of the ball, see if they can come out and really show a little bit more than what they did against Rejoice Christian, against somebody that can actually do something.
And we didn't get a great look from Watonga Thomas last week as far as what they could do, because that was the game that got rained out and was cut short.
Okay, well then what the hell, Mark?
So out to kick will be senior Bryson Hogan. Cashion Wildcats mixing up that kickoff team a little bit. Deep for the Watonga Eagles is number 1, Chris Sanders, sophomore. Midline we've got, looks like number 2, DeAndre Gunn, as well as number 4, Phoenix Whiteshirt. Cashion in a bunch formation here on the kickoff. You never know, might roll with that onside. It is an onside down the middle. It'll be bobbled and caught right around the 48 with the Watonga Eagles. Nice work there by number 44, linebacker Wyatt Steed, the senior, gobbling up that ball. It'll be Watonga ball, 1st and 10.
Yeah, right there. If you're going to do that onside kick like that, you want to see it a little more of a hop to it, or, kick that sucker with some speed, let it bounce off that guy that doesn't have as good a hands. The big boys might not, but maybe maybe he does. Maybe he's got the good hands there. But
Cashion in their 4-2-5 look. Joe Jackson in shotgun. Bunch formation for them. Next to him will be 13, Kamen Verchorik. And we already have a flag here as the Watonga Eagles either have a legal motion or a illegal procedure. False start. So I'll mark it back 5. Bring up 1st down and 15.
And they're gonna air it out. They're gonna try to get the ball down the field and see what our defensive backs can do. Looks like we have Mason Manning back there at safety, which he hasn't had to play much defense the last few games. So looks like we're gonna have him back there kind of playing a little bit of center field and doing what I said in that keys to the game. Nothing deep.
Snap, Jackson back to pass. He's looking to the right, or to his left. Up top, DeAndre Dunn. Nice little snag there. Good ball, and that'll be a nice little gain there of about 10 yards. It'll bring up 2nd down and about 7.
Look at the reach that you saw there by DeAndre Dunn. Just no jump at all, just right over the head with that ball to bring it down.
Yeah, and that'll be the matchup. We've got, looks like we've got Evans out there at corner on Dunn, and Lagasse hooked up here on number 1, Chris Sanders. Again, we've got safeties. We've got Gilbert as well as Frazee in motion. Jackson the snap, option left. Coming down line, big hit by Nabavi. Actually, I'll apologize, Joey Wilson.
Joey Wilson, yeah. Right there, they tried to really seal that in, and Joey did a great job of just sloughing him off and getting out there and making a big hit where he couldn't get downhill.
So that'll bring up 3rd down and about 6 from the 48. 7-11 running clock here, 1st quarter. This is, I'm going to assume 2-down territory for Skylar Watson. I'm not sure if he's going to want to give up the ball, especially what they might get here on 3rd down.
I saw him punt a few times after they were on their side of the 40-yard line or so in. I saw him punt a few times, just trying to, I guess, pin people deep. But we'll see if it's a different story going against Cashion.
Jackson with the pass up top. It goes to Dunn. Blue ball's loose. Looks like Nabavi's got it. Let's see if they'll give it to him. If not, he'll be down.
No way.
Oh, goodness.
The kid was holding it like a loaf of bread, and Nick just came up there like he was hungry and said, "Give me the ball, son." And he had the ball before it went down. And DeAndre Dunn was even sitting there hitting the ground like, what was I thinking?
Yeah.
I was also thinking, what was he thinking? He'll just holding the ball right out there for it to take. You can't expect that not to happen if you're going to hold the ball, not protect it as much when you're going down there.
Nonetheless, it'll be a nice completion there for Jackson to Dunn, who's been his main target. 1st down and 10 from the Cashion 41. Jackson taking his time here. Looks like he's going to run a little motion set, get trips up top. We've got Verchorik next to him. It's a keeper, ball's loose. Jackson somehow is able to keep it and get a couple yards. And that'll bring up 2nd down and long for the very fortuitous Joe Jackson of Watonga Eagles.
Great recovery by Joe Jackson there. I mean, that was quite impressive, honestly.
Yeah, right there. When you got it and you're trying to run and make something happen and gather that ball up, he was lucky just to get it back in his hands. Right here, with it 2nd down and long, I want to see those guys up front. I want to put that pressure on that quarterback. Do not let him stand back there and find anybody open. And I want to see a big sack right here.
We've got Frazee hooked up on number 2, Dunn. Let's see if that's the matchup they look. Jackson back to pass, pressure up the middle. He's hit as he throws. Gilbert. Oh, goodness. Mason Manning coming over with the ball. Looked like Chris Sanders had a chance on that one as Gilbert was in coverage. Manning coming over, laying the shoulder at safety, and ball comes loose. Incompletion. We do have a flag, most likely a holding here as the Cashion Wildcats will bring in the heat.
Great defensive play by Mason Manning there.
Yeah, I think it was Camden Maroney just stunned it in and was just completely tackled. I mean, it was a form tackle taking him down. Cause if he would not have got tackled, he would have completely destroyed Joe Jackson back there. So
holding on Watonga.
So holding call there on the offensive line of Watonga. Again, holding, helping Joe Jackson not get demolished. So the mark-off will put it back in Watonga territory. It'll be 2nd and 17 from the 48-yard line. 5:51 here, 1st quarter. So, again, stay 2nd down. Cashion Wildcats can stay in their 4-2-5 look.
Interesting look by the Watonga offense here.
Definitely unbalanced line. The Eagles going back inside to the left. Yes, no chance. Maybe falls forward. Good effort there by Joe Jackson as Jackson Vandruff there with the tackle. And that'll bring up third down and long for the Eagles.
As we talked about in pregame, Watonga and Coach Watson like to line up to a lot of different formations, and they're capable of lining up to a lot of different things. And so that was definitely one thing Coach Shack said was a challenge this week, was practicing all the different little formations that they can get into on a short moment's notice.
Well, certainly the Cashion Wildcats read it on that one as a power left look was a keeper for Jackson. This time we have third down and 17 from the 49, actually the 49 on the Cashion side. Troops up top. Jackson back there with Kamen Verchorek. Back to pass. Looks like a little screen. Caught by Dunn. One-handed. Breaks one tackle. Looking to clear out a few more. Good athletic play there by Dunn as he's able to get the one-hand grab and break a few tackles and make it fourth and manageable for Coach Watson and the Eagles.
Yeah, that was a good play call right there by the Watonga Eagles, and just to get back into a fourth and manageable where they have a shot to try to get this.
Going to stick with that heavy balance on the right side there with that formation, which so far has served them pretty well the last couple of plays.
4th and 5 from the Cashion 35, and we do have an offside. Goodness gracious.
And that will give them a first down.
That will give them a first down. So aggressive play for the Cashion Wildcats. Good work there on the call. And that'll be enough as somehow the Watonga Eagles have maintained possession. 4:34 here in the first quarter. It's going to be very close. Let's see, they may have to measure. It'll be a first down. So a big shout out to our chain crew there. Looks like we've got Frazee and Waswo and I got Eric Williams as well as Castner. So appreciate all those guys out there doing that work. 1st and 10 from the 31. Little movement, no call. Back inside is running back. George ball is loose.
That is a fumble. If they don't call that a fumble.
As Nick Nababi on the hit on the inside. And the second fumble, ball is loose. Referee, back judge calls it down, or the umpire, I should say. And that'll be 2nd down and 8 for the Eagles, right around it's like the 28-yard line of Cashion.
Yeah, on the hit right there. The 13 went to scrambling.
Yeah, Kamen Verchorek went to scrambling there, and you could almost kind of see as the ball looked like it went loose, he was scrambling there towards the ground, but
they did call him down.
Yeah, it was unfortunate for the Cashion Wildcats. So 2nd and 8 from the 28. Joe Jackson again, 2x2 little motion set here with Dunn. Back to pass. Blitz is on. Jackson Vandruff. He's able to elude him. Burke in motion deep by himself is number 5. Woo! Cashion better lucky than good. Dakota Morris was wide open in the end zone. Through his hands. Credit to Dakota, apologize to Joe Jackson getting away from Jackson Vandruff. And that'll bring up 3rd down and long.
Yeah, Jackson went around the edge there and had a shot at him. Had a little bit of a help by the block. Kind of was on his back shoulder.
Very lucky for the Wildcat defense that Dakota Morris didn't make that catch.
So that's 3rd down and about 3rd down and 8 from the 28, 3:36. And if there's ever a good defense against Cashion, it's holding on to the ball.
Yep.
Cashion leading 7-0 here. First quarter action. Jackson in shotgun. Back to pass again. Pressure's on. Across the middle. Caught by number 1. Tackled by Lagasse on Chris Sanders. And that'll be a gain of about 4, and that'll bring up 4th down and about 3.
They're good at running those little, finding the spots, find the spot in that zone, and letting Joe Jackson really just step into throws, and he's been accurate today already.
Cashion not blitzing as of yet. We'll see if Coach Wood mixes that up a little bit. He's hanging tight with that outside pressure with Bryce Burke, the sophomore, and junior Jackson Vandruff on the inside. We've got Joey Wilson actually in the tackle, and we've got Juicy Martinez, Aiden Williams. So 4th and short. Jackson is going to keep it, going to cut up the middle. He's going to have enough for the first down. He's going to get all the way down to the inside the 10. I'm not sure what happened. A defensive bust by the Cashion Wildcats, but good individual effort by Jackson, and they're cooking inside the Cashion 10-yard line.
Yeah, that time they just, saw what the Cashion Wildcats have been doing and saw that they didn't really have that linebacker there ready and kind of, or maybe stunting into a different gap and had a perfect hold there to get up there and get that first down.
1st and 10 from the 6, 2:39. Jackson back to pass, pressure on by Nabati. Gets hit on the release. Ball is caught. Good coverage there by Cooper Frazee, and that'll bring up 2nd down and goal from the 2.
Another great catch by DeAndre Dunn. Definitely a key player for them this game and this drive so far on offense.
Gain of 4 on the play. 2nd down and goal.
Last time they handed off to Kamen Verchorek, he fumbled it. It was called down. Cashion being a little unlucky here on these last few plays here. Let's see if they might be able to create a turnover here on the short side.
Let's see if they don't go towards Dunn over there on matched up with Evans.
Jet sweep, keeper by Jackson. He's tackled for a loss. Nice work by the Cashion defense. Jackson Vandruff. It looks like Juicy Martinez and Aiden Williams on the tackle, and that'll be a loss of about 1, and I'll bring up 3rd down and goal.
Loss of 1 on the play, 3rd down and goal.
So Cashion Wildcat defense bone up here, short field. 3rd and 4 from the 4, 132 first quarter. Almost I want to say an 8-minute drive here by the Watonga Eagles. Dunn in motion to the right. Jackson back to pass. Pressure's on by Nabavi. He hits him. It's up top. Great hit, and we're going to have targeting.
Targeting.
There's no way. He's stepping into the throw, and he hits him.
I don't know if that's on camera, Roney. They're going to have roughing the passer on Cash, and that'll bring up 1st down and 10. Or 1st down and goal from the 1.
Personal foul. Roughing
As he's throwing it.
I don't think it was on Nick. I think it may have been on Cam.
Oh, he's calling it was went towards the helmet with his arm is what he's saying.
So Watonga living life right. They did have that touchdown pass falling through the hands of number 5, Dakota Morris, but they've been fortunate on a couple of fumble plays and now a huge, what would have been a huge 3rd down stop. Jackson, 1st down and 10 from the 2. Shotgun give to Watorek. He's tackled behind the line. Let's see if he gets in. He'll be short right around the 6-inch line. And that'll bring up 2nd down and goal here. Running clock, minute 5 here in the first quarter.
Yeah, definitely the best defense that you could ask for the Watonga Eagles is just they've taken this first quarter all the way down to under a minute left, 52 seconds left on the clock in this first quarter.
Like every other coach has said that we've talked to, the less time that Ben Harmon has the ball, the better that the other team is, and they're definitely taking advantage of that here.
Jackson from the 6-inch line in shotgun. Snap. He's going to have pass. He's going to keep. He's going to be tackled. He's going to be brought down. Ball is loose. He can't fall in.
Wow.
They're going to say touchdown. So this time without the fumble, they said his knee was not down, even though his knee was down before lunging forward. They'll give Watonga the touchdown, and it'll be 7-6 Cashion.
And I don't think I've seen them kick an extra point yet. I think they usually go for 2.
So from our vantage point up here, Joe Jackson, his knee went down before lunging forward.
Had some differences in opinions by the
Wildcat TV. We got, we're a little homer on our side. So out for the 2-point conversion will be Jackson. He's got a max protect. Dunn on the left. That'll be the guy to look up for. He'll be looking for Dunn. Pressure's on. Nice defense by it was that. Oh, goodness.
Another flag on the play.
Nice defense by Jay Evans, and we have a flag on Evans for unsportsmanlike.
Well, it's got to be after the play.
And it'll be assessed on the kickoff.
Jackson pass intended for number 2.
So credit Peter Abernathy and the crew. We just hope they stay consistent on the Cashion side. So it'll be assessed on the kickoff. It'll stay 6-7.
That's just one of those deals as a player. No matter what, even when the fans screaming and nobody's screaming, players yelling, the referee's never going to change their call. That was going to be called out anyway. So just a mistake by Jace Evans there with that flag.
So costly turnovers, or I say costly flags by the Cashion Wildcats. A huge roughing the passer call. I still don't know what happened. I don't think it was on the hit by Nick. I'm not sure even what happened. We don't have to go back and look, but that was what saved the bacon for Watonga. As they marched the field down, they started right around the 48 off the onside kick. Worked it all the way down, had a few penalties themselves, had a dropped pass in the end zone, had a couple of fumbles not called. They were down by, contact, and were able to convert on a short, first and short from actually a second and short from the goal as it was that Berchorek that was able to get in. No, actually it was Joe Jackson who stumbled into the end zone, and it was called a touchdown. So again, 7-6. Credit to Watonga on the play.
Yeah, definitely one of those drives where there was times where you thought, well, we have them here, and they're not going to be able to get out of a hole, and they either had a big penalty, maybe one that big screenplay was a big time for them to get out of that, 3rd and long there where it had a 4th and manageable. Then we had a defensive jump offsides, defensive offsides, gave them a first down. And then the
right.
big
about that one.
play after on the call on, I think it might have been on Camden is what that was, on hitting that quarterback.
Elijah Lomanek kick. This is definitely an onside opportunity. There's nothing hurt here to give it a try. I can't imagine not trying an onside here if I'm Coach Skylar Watson kicking from the Cashion 45-yard line. But let's see if Coach Watson trusts his defense to stop the Cashion defense. He'll kick it away. That's going to roll to the 10, and that will eventually go out of bounds. So nice work there. Very close with, I believe that was Mason Manning over there on the edge. And Cashion will take over right around the 35-yard line. So a 10-yard kick there for the Watonga Eagles. And Cashion will be taking over here with about 31 seconds in the first quarter, up 7-6.
Here, I want to see us get out there, establish that run, let them start bringing guys up, and then letting Ben really throw down the field. The run game, when I say run game, a lot of times our run game is a pass, right? A pass out to Mason out on the edge. But, man, I want to see Nick with some success running out of that backfield.
In hindsight, I'd rather have number 5 catch that touchdown. We have more time on the clock. But nonetheless, Ben Harmon in shotgun. Tight end set for the Cashion Wildcats here on the left side. Aced up is Gilbert. Looks like he's going to have a conversation on the coverage here. We got a little 3-4 look here for Coach Watson. Keeper by Harmon. He's got a lane, cuts it back up, spin move. Nice little 8.5-yard run there by Ben Harmon.
Yeah, and that's another part of our run game right there that we don't talk a whole lot about. But Ben Harmon is a big piece to that offense on the ground too. Whenever he can pull it down, and he's got some speed. If there's an opening, he can pull it down and get yards quick.
And something he's gotten a lot better at the last 2 weeks also.
2nd and 2, running clock almost at the half, and that'll be the end of the first quarter. As we have a flag. Are you kidding me, dude? Come on, bro. Lines judge. We appreciate you, Jeff Ghost. We can't do it without you. Certainly end of the half, end of the first quarter. And as we move to the second quarter action, it's the Cashion Wildcats up 6. The visiting Watonga Eagles here, district place, I apologize, Cashion 7, Watonga 6. We'll be right back in a sec.
Financial Services is proud to be on Main Street in Cashion, Oklahoma, supporting our Wildcats while riding business throughout Oklahoma and surrounding states. Legacy agents who share over 40 years of experience will shop many carriers to fulfill all of your insurance and investment needs. We welcome face-to-face meetings, but if your needs require an online virtual relationship, we are versed at those too. Let the team of Chris Gibson, Chris Cochran, Aaron Phoenix, and Christina Branson at Legacy Insurance and Financial Services help you build your own legacy, one you will be proud to live and to leave.
Team up with Pioneer iVideo and start streaming the most popular TV shows and movies from your favorite devices today. Download the iVideo app and start watching anywhere in your home using Pioneer Internet. Each package includes free high-definition and cloud DVR features like Video on Demand, Restart TV, and Replay TV, just in case you forget to record a program. Visit GoPioneer.com for more details and compatible devices. Some restrictions apply.
All right, welcome back to Cashion Wildcats TV live from Cashion, Oklahoma, Maxon Field, where your Cashion Wildcats are taking on the Watonga Eagles here. District opening game for both teams here in Class A3. Cashion Wildcats and the Watonga Eagles grappling it out, 7-6. Cashion up by 1. Nice 63-yard drive, capped off by a 1-yard dive by Nick Nabavi for the Cashion Wildcats in the opening drive, and it was the Watonga Eagles taking over at the 48 on an onside kick recovery, going the distance, going 52 yards. A couple of fortuitous plays for Cashion and a few for the Watonga Eagles, but eventually ended in a Joe Jackson dive after essentially a pass, roughing the passer call. Cashion Wildcats staring at a 2nd and 2 from the 43 here. Second quarter action, double back set. Lagasse in the backfield. He'll catch it. Catch behind the line. He's trying to look for a block. Gets out across the first down marker into Watonga territory, and that'll be first down and 10. A little new look there for the Cashion Wildcats.
Yep, and I think we'll see that as the season goes on.
Yeah,
I mean,
definitely.
Shaq always throws in different little wrinkles as the season progresses. He sees what he has, sees the tools that he can kind of put in different places, and I'm excited to see. I love seeing those little different wrinkles every week.
And a lot of times it's things he knows that he's probably going to have to use going forward later on in the season.
So 1st and 10 for the Wildcats on the 49 of Watonga. Single back set. Harmon with the screen out to Manning this time. He's got the block this time. Cuts back inside, 35, 30, 25, cuts back in, 20. And on the tackle is number 44, Wyatt Steve, but not after a huge game for Mason Manning from Ben Harmon.
Yeah, great job right there by Mason. He saw that he had the blocker, so we talked about it. Just getting downhill, and he caught the ball, turned on the Jets, had to make one guy miss to get that big yardage. He made him miss, got down there, and they made a good had some good angles to catch him, and got him down before he got into the end zone.
Great blocking there by the Cashion Wildcats. Harmon now staring at 1st and 10, back to pass, left side. He's going to curl back into his right. He's got a lane. He's going to tuck it to the 20, to the 15. Nice little move there, juke spin. And he'll go all the way down to about the 12-yard line. Nice work there. Tackled there by number 7, Trayton Cole. And we do have a holding call.
Holding call against Cashion.
Talking a little bit about Mason. Every week we talk about how Mason kind of gets us down the field and then allows Landon and Nick and some of the other guys to make some big plays, and that was no exception right there. Great run by Mason, getting us in the red zone, or I guess pay dirt territory.
Yeah, and then
we'll be out of pay dirt territory as the Cashion Wildcats with the flag. Another tough call there by referee Peter Abernathy. This one also going against the Cashion Wildcats. We'll move it all the way back.
Bring up first down at 23.
As you heard Silky Smooth there, bring it up Chad Tishner. 1st and 23, right around the 31, 32-yard line of Watonga. That would be definitely double sticks. A tough call there for the Cashion Wildcats. Nababian deep pistol. Armin. And we have another flag false start. You know, our boy out there, linesman Jeff Ghost, he's been wanting to call that. He finally got to call it. So this one, I don't know I didn't see any movement on that one.
5-yard penalty.
Now, Mason Manning kind of looked at him and was like, is that on me? And it looked like he said, yeah, I don't know. I didn't see him really take off until the ball was snapped, but that is sure the call there, and I think that's who he called it on was Mason Manning out there as a wideout.
So 1st and 28 for the Cashion Wildcats from the 36-yard line. It's been a tough go for the Wildcats, even though they lead 7-6. And no offsides there. We're going to have it there.
Get it there.
So good job by Harmon. We've been able to almost get them there, but Joe Jackson steps across the line into the neutral zone. And
if you're Watonga, you cannot have that happen. You got to capitalize on having Cashion in first with 30 yards to go. You can't allow that to happen if you're the Watonga defense.
So Cashion and Watonga trade penalties in 5 yards, so it goes back to right around the 31. It'll be 1st and 23 again. Cashion is empty back set now here as Nick Nababi moves out to the split on the right side on the Cashion side. Shotgun, screen to Lagasse. He's going to have to make one guy miss. He does. Nababi on the outside blows up his guy. Lagasse across the 15. We'll talk about a pancake. Nice job there by Lagasse making the first guy miss and gets it all the way down. Looks like close to the 15-yard line. Will bring up, looks like 3rd and manageable.
Yeah, I say it every time. And I would say it every time that Nick is out there blocking in front of somebody. If I was carrying the ball, I would want Nick Nababi out in front blocking for me because he just paves a way every single time he's out there, and that time was no exception.
I may do it again. I apologize. Second down and 7 from the 15 now. Cashion working back all the way from that tough holding call. Harmon looking to his left. He's going to step up in the pocket. Excellent job rolling to his left. He's looking for somebody. Manning's there. He'll go ahead and tuck and keep. Nice little juke move. Cuts it up. Hit out of bounds. Is that a late hit? Should be, but nonetheless, It'll be a first down. Cashion Wildcats feeling inside the 10 of Watonga.
Great job by Ben. That's something the last 3 weeks he's gotten a lot better at, is when there's an opportunity for him to run the ball, instead of just not wasting time but taking a lot more time looking, he just takes it and runs forward.
So Cashion, after a 1st and a gajillion, is able to come back. It's going to be 1st and 4, 1st and goal from the 4-yard line. Second quarter action, 10:23 here on the clock, second quarter. Shotgun, Harmon looking to his right, pumps, looks back across the middle, finds the open target, Landon Lagasse, touchdown! Cashion Wildcats, 4-yard toss, the Cats are on the board again.
Yeah, that time just a good job by Ben sitting back there and waiting for Landon to really find that open spot.
Great patience by Ben.
And then when he did, he drilled it in there in a pretty small window there for the Cashion Wildcat touchdown.
Talk about great patience by Ben. You got to give credit to the offensive line up front for giving him a little bit more time there to maybe wait on Landon to get where he needed to be, and it worked out great for the Cashion Wildcats.
So in true form, Cashion's been rotating kickers. We've got Ada
Lee,
Jerry. She's up for the kick. That one will be blocked. No roughing the kicker. I'm not sure what happened there. That one will fall short.
And here's the replay here. Ben does a good job of just sitting back there, finding Landon in that open spot for the Cashion Wildcat touchdown.
All right, so here live from Maxon Field, the Cashion Wildcats put another one. It was essentially let's say about a 3-minute drive, 2.5-minute drive, going 65 yards. A big, huge play. The Legas getting the first down on a second and first, actually a first and a gajillion. Cashion was able to get it in on a nice run by Ben Harmon down to the 4. Got close, and then it was Landon Legas on the search route across the middle as Legas gets the 4-yard touchdown reception, and the Cashion Wildcats go up 13-6. Can you guys feel that coolness? Or is it the air conditioning in here, or is it the cold weather from the outside? I can't tell.
Oh, I can't wait for the cold weather outside. The weather this week got me excited for fall all week.
Absolutely. So the Cashion Wildcats, any ideas on an onside kick again?
It wouldn't surprise me at all. I definitely think if you're the defense, you want to avoid what we had last time with Watonga taking up, what was it, 8 or 9 minutes on the on their possession. That's something you got to avoid here if you want to stray away with a lead a little bit.
So kickoff team out there for the Cashion Wildcats, heavy here on the field side. Most of the kicks, if you've watched Cashion Wildcat football or any of it, I know this is not a secret, this kick's going to come to this side. So Bryson Hogan out to kick deep. We've got number 2, DeAndre Dunn on the Cashion sideline, right around the 20. Kick is up. It's a high onsider. It's going to land right around the 25. Dunn will cut back to the middle. He's going to look for a lane or two. He's going to try to get the outside. Cooper Frazee cuts him back inside. Well done by the sophomore. And we've got freshman Max Higdon and senior Jace Evans on the tackle right around the 31-yard line, where the Watonga Eagles will take over 1st and 10, 10-11 here in the second quarter.
Yeah, good job always by the Cashion Wildcats getting down and covering.
On their own 31-yard
Turn on my microphone, might help a little bit. Good job by the Wildcats to get down there and cover that kick and really not let them have anything. We had that one return against Rejoice that we kind of had a breakdown, but from then on, it's been solid the entire time.
Deep pistol look for the Eagles, 2x2. Jackson with the snap. He's going to give underneath. The Watorix, he'll come back, and Jackson Vandruff cleans off of number 54, Cale Smith, comes up and makes a great tackle for loss, and I'll bring up second down and long.
And you know what happened last year at Watonga? What happened? The very first drive, what happened? They kind of had a methodical drive all the way down the field and scored, and then we shut them down the rest of the game.
I hope that comes true again.
Coach Wood is so good about making adjustments, and if we just don't shoot ourselves in the foot, that first drive wouldn't have ended in a touchdown either.
You're right. Second and long for Jackson, back to pass. Going to his right side deep. He's got number 1. Bobbles the ball. Ball's loose. Goodness gracious. Number 1, Chris Sanders, the intended receiver, was looking to run before catching it. That falls to the ground. I thought Jace Evans may have had a chance on that one.
Hey, that was a heck of a throw. I mean, that was, when you're on this far hash, to throw an out that accurately and put it on the money, your receiver has to, reward you with a catch right there.
Absolutely.
Great job by Joe Jackson.
No fault for Joe Jackson. They were talking about how last year at Watonga, or 2 years ago at Watonga, how they had a good methodical first drive, but then nothing after that. One of the things that Coach Watson wanted this entire game was just consistency. Consistent progress on offense, consistency on defense. Not a whole lot of that, make some big plays and then shut out.
So timeout Watonga. Coach Skylar Watson wants to talk about it. Big situation, 3rd and long, and really I don't think Watonga had a 3rd and long in that first drive.
No, they did. They had that 3rd and long, and they got that screen play,
yeah,
and then 4th down. But that was always on their side of the, the Cashion Wildcats side of the football field. They knew they had two downs.
A little bit easier of a choice when it was in our territory.
Hey, let's go to a quick timeout. Be right back here on Cashion Wildcats TV.
At Water Heater Man, we specialize in repairing and replacing all water heaters. We service the OKC Metro and surrounding towns with fast, reliable service. We keep our vans fully stocked with essential parts needed for basic repairs, and new tanks are always on the vans ready to go. We offer free estimates on all jobs with financing options available. We match manufacturer's warranty for all newly replaced water heaters. We'll get your water heater back up and running as fast as possible so you don't have to put your life on hold waiting for service. Give us a call today. 405-844-TANK. That's 405-844-8265. Go Wildcats!
All the excitement of the Big Top.
All right, welcome back to Cashion Wildcats TV. Cashion Wildcat Football 2021. Nima, Chris, and Drew up here live from Mountain Field in the press box. Cashion Wildcats up 13-6 here, second quarter action. Watonga Eagles with the ball, third and long in Watonga territory, right around the 29. Cashion needs to stop here, force a punt. Let's see if we can't get the ball back. Dunn in motion. He's been the man of the hour for the Eagles. Pressure from Maroney on the edge. Coming back to Dunn on the outside. Legas with a sure-handed tackle. Tries to get that ball loose. It's going to be very close to the first down marker, right around the 40, and this will be decision time for Coach Watson and the Eagles.
That's all. I did not know how that was not a holding on Camden Maroney. He was just streaking around the edge there and was just tackled to the ground. And there was no flag came out. I don't understand that. That's not a holding call when a guy is running straight towards the quarterback and then lines up on the ground like that.
Oh, we may have to ask him that after the game.
I'm gonna ask Cameron how he got hit and knocked to the ground that easy, but I'm gonna ask him.
4th and 1 from the 40. Jackson out there. I don't know if it's going to be a quick kick or not. Looks like Watson's going to try to use the entire clock, call timeout, use his second. He will. He'll unfortunately burn a second timeout. Timeouts are valuable, not so much in the first half of the second, but using that to try to see if he can draw the Cashion Wildcats offside doesn't work, and most likely either a scenario where he's going to try to check to see what our defense did or actually go back to punt. Tough call, tough situation. Cashion really hasn't been the beneficiary except for not from the officials tonight. We were very benefited of a drop in the end zone, but outside of that, it's been tough sledding.
I was talking about, watch Camden Maroney coming off this edge right here. He's got a wide open, run to the quarterback, and whenever you get taken down like that right there, that is a hold to me when you go down like that. But maybe not. I don't. Like I said, these officials are out there doing their job, doing the best they can, and they're calling like they said.
Hey, we love our officials, but it doesn't mean we have to agree with them all the time. It's all right. They know that too.
Coach Watson decides not to punt here, which I don't think he will. I think you're going to see the same thing they had in that first offensive possession there, where they're going to try to drain the clock as much as they can, get increments down the field, and keep the ball out of the Wildcats' hands as much as they possibly can in this first half.
Well, Drew, if you're wrong, you owe us a Chick-fil-A sandwich, so I'm just kidding. 4th and 1, 8:45 here, second quarter action as the cheerleaders are pelting the fans with rubber footballs. Jackson in shotgun, tight formation. It's going to be keep. He's going to roll. He's going to pass. Rolling out to his left. To his right. I apologize. Looking for something to Bobby in traction. Frazee in coverage. Ball incomplete, and the Cashion Wildcats will take over. First down and 10 at the 40-yard line of Watonga.
Good job by sophomore Cooper Frazee right there. Running deep with him. Not really letting anybody get behind him. Just running step for step, and Joe Jackson just tried to let it loose out there on the run, and it was short, and a big 4th down turnover for the Cashion Wildcats to get the ball back on their own 40-yard line.
Jackson's pass a little bit short after Kamen Vachorik let off his block a little bit early there. Didn't give Jackson as much time as he probably hoped for.
Nick Nabavi and pressure, Jackson Vandriff as well. So Cashion Wildcats first and 10 from the 40, 8:38. Best field position for the Cashion Wildcats as they start their third possession. Snap, keeper by Harmon. He'll look inside. He's got a lane. Got blocker there. Nice job by Cotter, Preston Cotter, giving him a lane. Harmon will fall forward for a solid gain of about 9 yards to about the 31.
Gain of 9 on the play, second down and 1.
You okay, Chris?
Oh, yeah, I'm good.
So second and short for Cashion Wildcats, 8:17. Jackson Vandruff in the H-back position now. You see him split out sometimes at tight end. I guess if you're a Stillwater guy, it'd be the cowboy back. Harmon back to pass. He's got the screen out all the way out there to Manning. Manning makes one guy miss. Actually, Legas cuts back inside. We're going to have a hold.
Yep, they're going to call Gilbert on the hold there.
Duck Dynasty out there doesn't like us. That's another tough call, but looks like that one was going to be on Gilbert.
If I'm Coach Shack or Coach Woodwhite now, I'm going to be emphasizing the fact that, hey, these officials are not afraid to throw flags right here. You just got to watch yourself. Be extra careful about that.
So Seth Gilbert with the hold. That'll march it back. That'll negate the first down there by Legas. And that'll be second down. It looks like about 7, maybe 6.
10 yards. We're going to second down and 7.
Second down and 7. And Silky Smooth will tell you Chad Tishner over the PA. Same formation for the Cashion Wildcats. Harmon back to pass. He's looking to his right. He's got the out to Manning. He's got the, oh my goodness. Number 4, Phoenix white shirt, breaks on the ball. Feast or famine. In and out of the hands of Mason Manning, what would have been a sure touchdown. And that'll bring up 3rd down and long for the Wildcats.
Yeah, and right there, I mean, number 4 did a good job of just getting out there. And, I mean, I don't know if he just maybe threw the timing off or just threw his hands right in front of that ball just for a second. And it just threw Mason off enough that he couldn't reel it in and run for that touchdown right there.
So 3rd and 7, I'd love a little screenplay here for the Wildcats. We've got Trips up top. Legas by himself down here on the bottom, the white long sleeve shirts. That's a keeper by Harmon, left side. He's looking for his blockers, cuts back inside. Nifty move by Harmon, he's free. Spin move all the way down to 5, and that'll be a 1st down. Cashion Wildcats, Ben Harmon. Silky, smooth, slippery, getting through the line, and that's enough for a Cashion 1st down.
He just fell right behind Critter.
That's
and
what I
Joey
was going to say.
Wilson.
Got to brag on Critter a little bit there. You see the big guy going through the hole, you're going to follow him. Ben did a fantastic job following Critter through there, and Critter, got to give huge props to him for
Just
the hole that he left open there.
Love it.
That would be Chase Ritter for you guys there at home. Critter Ritter. So Cashion 1st down and 10 right around the 15. Back to pass. Harmon looking to his right, out and up. Legas, intended receiver, goes up top. Touchdown! Cashion Wildcats! 15-yard out and up, and the Wildcats are at another 6 to the board.
What a catch right there by Landon Legas to go up top, grab that ball, and come down with it.
So the Cashion Wildcats capitalizing on that turnover of downs, march the ball 40 yards, capped off by a sweet climb the ladder catch by my man Legas. Christensen on with the kick, that's up, and it's good. The Cashion Wildcats back another 7, and they lead 20-6, 2nd quarter.
Yeah, just a good job right there by the Cashion Wildcats. They got backed up there, had a big penalty on the hold on that 2nd down, and then just to come out and just have Ben just run down the field behind his big boys on that was pulling through that hole. A lot of times we don't talk about Critter getting that pulling like that. He did a great job of getting through that and making that big touchdown.
Watch Chase Ritter here. Watch the hole.
No, this is the touchdown right here. So had to run out and up and watch Landon right there. Boom, go up top, catch the ball, and come down for the Cashion Wildcat touchdown.
The Cats again go 40 yards. Hit pay dirt, and they lead 20-6 here, 7:18. This is kind of critical time here for Watonga. Situation where you can't necessarily trade touchdowns, and it'll be a situation where they're going to have to figure out how to stop this Cashion offense. Tony Wood and his defense were able to bow up and get the stop there. And let's see if they can do that again here with 7:16 left on the clock and maybe get another one before the half. Out to kick is our man Bryson Hogan. Deep is number 2, DeAndre Dunn. We've called his name quite a bit. The up back will be number 5, Dakota Morris. Hogan high onside. That one will go again to Dunn right around the 20. He'll go back to the middle. He'll try to get it back out to the outside. He'll cut back inside. Jackson Vandriff's there, and that's our man Cooper Frazee with the initial hit. Great job by the sophomore. It'll be Watonga ball right around the 33-yard line. Actually, that was Nathan Ababi. My bad. That was Cooper Frazee. My bad. I saw Nathan Ababi siding out there as well. Those two sometimes are twinsies, 1 and 2 out there.
Got number 77 for the Cashion Wildcats come in and did some help cleaning up there. I was trying to find his number. Jaden Miller.
Jaden Miller, we've called his name quite a bit on special teams as well as defense. So 1st and 10 for the Watonga Eagles, right around the 30-yard line. We've got about 7 minutes to see if they can do something here.
Right here on defense, let's just buck up, get another big stop. 3 and out would help, and then get the ball back and go score. Get another couple of touchdowns on the board before halftime.
Love to see it. 4-2-5 look for the Wildcats. Jackson with the keeper, cuts back up middle, and the Bobby with the hit. He'll sling him back. He'll get some folks to help him. And that'll be a gain of about 3 yards there for Joe Jackson. I'll bring up 2nd down and 7.
Jackson.
Yeah, that time they're trying to maybe pull down they know that they were kind of bringing that pressure on the edges. They're going to try to make some hay right there in the middle, and that time with Nick Nabavi there in the middle, it's hard for anybody to kind of get rolling with him because he's such a smart football player and knows where to be to to find that hole, find that runner, and don't let them really get going downhill.
We fed him some extra pork chops that load him down a little bit.
There you go.
Yeah. 2nd and 6, gain of 4 from the 37. Jackson in shotgun, back to pass, pressure's on, comes up the middle, no hold call there. Nabavi with the chase down and the hit. Coming back, nice pressure, and good defense there by Cooper Frazee, and that will fall incomplete and bring up 3rd down and 6 for the Watonga Eagles.
Yeah, good job by Cooper just
Great
to
job.
Turn back up the field and get in between him and the ball. And the ball, actually, I think it hit him in the back of the helmet.
We've got a celebrity sighting. Ryan Baker coming by saying hi. We've got a wood sighting as well.
That dude has not grown one bit since 8th grade.
Oh, no, not at all.
3rd and 7 from the 37. 6:21. Clock is stopped on that incompletion. Joe Jackson empty backfield. He's going to empty it out. I expect significant pressure here from Coach Tony Wood's defense. Let's see what happens here as everyone mans up. You'll see Nabavi off the edge. Snap, Jackson. Pressure's on. Hit. Screenplay is not there. Nabavi in coverage, and that'll be incomplete. Stops the clock, and that'll be 4th down and 7. The Cashion Wildcats get another stop.
Now, right there, I can't believe the Watonga coaching staff didn't see. They had 3 receivers over here with only 2 guys covering, but they didn't, call anything off or change the play. They thought they had it there with that screen, and man, if they would have exploited that, they could have had a big play there.
Yeah,
Looks like Joe Jackson's going to be back to punt for him.
Do it all. Yeah, you got to watch out, got to play safe. But we're showing a stand-up rush here. I don't know if this is safe. Lagasse deep on the Cashion side of the 30. Pressure's on. That one, nice punt. Lagasse will catch. He'll turn back to the middle, come back to our side, try to beat his guy to the sideline, cuts back, makes another move. He's eventually tackled. Late hit, no call. Right around the 27-yard line where the Cashion Wildcats will take over. 6:07 on the clock.
While they're transitioning to offense, there are some scores from the old Class A. Morrison losing to Tonkawa 8-14, 5 to go in the second quarter. Pawnee winning against Hominy 16-8. See if I can get some of the other ones from our district in here.
Wait, Hominy's getting beat?
That's a nice bounce back for Tonkawa.
Hominy's getting beat by Pawnee, yeah.
Huh.
Thomas losing 0-16 to Moreland in the second quarter. Hooker beating Merritt 14-0 in the second quarter.
All right, 1st and 10 from the 26. Cashion 2-back set. Now I've got Lagasse back there. We've got that funky set that Coach Hardaway is showing. Lagasse in motion. They'll go ahead and give it to him in the backfield, trying to get some blocks. Lagasse or Vandrup with the block, and great tackle there. Nice work by 44. Wyatt Steed wearing that Boz number coming up with the initial slowdown with the tackle made eventually, and that'll be a short gain of 2 for Lagasse.
Yeah, that's a big play right there by number 44, like you were talking about. When you have Mason Manning out there blocking like that, and to kind of get off of that block and get up and make a tackle on Landon Lagasse, that's a huge play for the Watonga Eagles, because that could have gone for big yardage.
Wildcats again, running clock here, 5:27, second quarter action. Shotgun give to Nabavi. He's got a lane, cuts it back up, looking for something else, gets another block. Stiff arm spin move to midfield, got a chance to free one guy, throws another guy off him, he'll eventually go down. Nick Nabavi, quit trying to shove people down and go run for a touchdown, son.
Hey, Nick, you gotta love it. Nick just looking for somebody to just manhandle.
Hey, he's a little scrapper. He's ready to go.
Got to get some boxing gloves for the guy. So that'll be enough for a first down to the 42 of Watonga. 1st and 10, 5:15. Watonga territory. Harmon with the snap. Another give to Nabavi up the middle, left side. He'll bowl over, hits his own guy over. Takes Cameroni for the ride. That'll give him about 2 yards. And I'll bring up 2nd down at about 8.
Camden Maroney looked like, what's up, Nick? Just took me out there. But, man, that's when your running back's running hard, that stuff's going to happen. And Nick is when he gets the ball, he is going downhill. He's going hard. He's finding somebody to punish. And that time, the big run right before that, he was just trying to find somebody to punish.
He was looking for a photo.
He punished him, and he kept, he broke loose for the big long yardage.
He's watched too much NFL.
Got to get something for the highlight reels.
Nonetheless, good little run, patient run, showed a little bit of power and speed and some agility, some footwork. We have an injured player, number 44. Again, Wyatt Steed has been all over the place for the Watonga Eagles. Looks like he got matched up on that left side. He may have taken the hit there from the Bobby. He's going to take his way over the sideline. Kudos to him. Hopefully he's okay. Never want any player to be injured in competition. So the Cashion Wildcats staring at a 2nd and 7 from the 39. 5 minutes on the clock. This should be running as soon as the teams get to the ball. I don't know if Cashion has a chance for a score, a stop and a score, but certainly want to take advantage of this here before half. Clock running, 4:59, Harmon in shotgun. Got Vandruff in the slot out there up top. That's another keep. Slant to Lagasse, makes a spin move. Nice job there, and I got to give credit to number 4, Phoenix Whiteshirt. He is playing his pants off, his shirt and pants off. Makes a great tackle there on Lagasse. And is that enough for a first down?
It's going to be just a little short, I thought.
Ooh, looks like about a yard short, maybe.
No, it's
enough for a first. So we'll give him enough for a first down. So Lagasse there with a 7-yard reception. We'll bring up 1st and 10 from the 32. Running clock, 4:45, second quarter. Two-back set again. Lagasse joining Nabavi with Harmon. Let's see if they'll run him in motion again. They will. Let's see if they fake it this time. They do. Come back to Gilbert. Nice little catch. You don't get spin move. He's still in bounds. Keeps his feet to the 15, 10, 5, all the way down to 3. Great individual play by Gilbert. No give up in that kid.
I love it. I told y'all that kid's gonna have a breakout game. He had a touchdown against Thomas. That time right there, you know, the more he gets out there in big time minutes in games, he's going to get so good. A lot of times that's just nerve. You know, he hasn't been in big time minutes up to this year, and now you're seeing it.
Harmon gives it to Bobby. 4-yard scamper, touchdown. Cashion Wildcats, the second one of the night for Nabavi, and the Wildcats putting down a 6 on the board.
Oh, that's the landing play there. We'll get the big play by Gilbert here in just a minute, but good job by the Wildcats to get the ball back in their hands and just do what they do. Had the big play by Nick Nabavi.
Yep.
And then just Ben just methodically driving the ball down the field, putting it in the places that his team's going to be successful, and then his playmakers out there making plays.
Number 8, Bryson Hogan is up and good.
Bryson Hogan with the extra point. Beauty. The beauty for Mr. Freeze. The Cashion Wildcats go up 27-6. We got to get our scoreboard right over there. I don't know what's going on, but we got lots of.
Here's that play right here. Wow, I keep finding Landon Lagasse's play instead of. Hey, I'll get there. We'll get there.
But again, the Cashion Wildcats getting that ball right around. What was it? Right around the 30-yard line, I want to say.
One last score update. We got Hinton next week at Hinton, and they are up 14-12 against OCA right now.
Okay. A couple of future opponents for the Cashion Wildcats. Hinton, I believe they're undefeated on the season.
Yep.
Nice bounce back. I know they had a rough season last year. I think COVID was part
of that.
Here's that big play that Gilbert had. You see, they lined it up, landed, and gone to him a few times. That time, the throw was Gilbert, and he broke some tackles and just took it all the way down to that 3-yard line. And he broke the tackle of number 4 that we were talking about.
Yep.
Whiteshirt, he's been has done a great job tackling Landon, and that time Seth Gilbert just broke free, had that big set us up for that big touchdown.
Back to receive for the Eagles, number 1, Chris Sanders.
Bryson Hogan on the kick from the 40. DeAndre Dunn is deep. Gonna get another chance at this one right around the 23. He'll cut back to the middle, looking for something. We've got Burke. We've got Cooper Frazee with the slowdown. Nice job there by the sophomore with another special teams tackle. The sophomore coming through, and it'll be 1st down and 10.
Great job by Cooper the last 2 kickoffs.
Yeah, I love watching Cooper. The little time he got in last year, you always noticed how he would fly to the football and make big plays in that cleanup time. And I'm excited to see him out there again this year as a sophomore, getting some more minutes during meaningful game time, and that right there on the special teams, coming out there and making big plays.
Oh, absolutely.
So 1st and 10, Jackson back to pass. He's looking to his left, to his right. He's going deep for Dunn. He's bracketed, got a chance. Comes up, makes the catch. Cooper Frazee with the tackle. Amazing play there by Dunn.
Great play by Dunn.
Over Frazee and Evans, who are right there.
Yeah, both guys perfect position to go up and really high point the ball. But just like Landon Lagasse did in the end zone down here for the touchdown, that time Dunn went up top, high pointed the ball, came down with the big catch for the Watonga Eagles.
Speaking of celebrity sightings, we've got Alex Nabavi joining us up here. He's
Uh-oh.
smiling a little bit. He actually has a haircut. Meeting up with his homeboy, his Stillwater party man, Drew Baker. Jackson in shotgun, bunch more formation to the right. Jackson back to pass. We do have a flag. Screenplay up top had a chance as Nabavi was scoping in number 13. Cayman Chorick, but looks like this one will be coming back.
It's definitely a good thing that he did not catch that ball because I think Nick Nabavi would have destroyed him if he'd have caught that.
Now we know why Nick's been trying to stiff arm everybody. He saw his brother in the stands.
He's trying to
show off a little bit.
Show off the guns. So let's see if we get a call here. Did we get a call? Was it a false start, a legal procedure? Nonetheless, it'll be a 5-yard mark off. We'll work it back to about the 44. It'll be first down and 15 from the 44. Yeah, we do have false start. So our referee, Peter Abernathy, getting a call communicated. Again, we appreciate you guys joining us here on Cashion Wildcat TV, Homer Television for the Cashion Wildcats. As Wildcats are up 27-6 here in the second quarter, looking to get a stop and maybe another score. But Joe Jackson says, nuh-uh, not so fast, as DeAndre Dunn with a huge catch there on first down. Jackson back to pass again, pressure's on from the edge, outside play, tipped up, great job there by Evans, had a chance, had his hand on it, that would have been a pick six, but nonetheless it'll fall to the ground, it'll bring up third down, is that second down and 10?
It'll be third down.
Is it third down?
Third down and 10.
Third down and 10, my apologies.
Yeah, and the thing is, Jackson's having to throw the ball. He has about 2 seconds to throw the ball before Jackson Vandriff or Bryce Burke or Camden Maroney or Nick Nabavi, one of those guys are in his face every single time he drops back to pass. And, man, our boys on the edge are doing a good job of, not letting him have anything just wide open to hit.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you talked about in the pregame, the pressure on Jackson was going to be a key. And so far, anytime they've had pressure on him, it's worked out.
So Jackson is down. Great
Another
individual
fumble.
play, slipping through, eventually brought down. Was that Legaston on the tackle? May have been coming up out from the DB set. I'll bring up fourth down and about 4.
Nice job, Bryce.
I don't think this is decision time for Coach Watson.
No, he's got to go for it right here, yep.
No, Thomas Gaines was his first
So
game.
fourth and 4, 3:20 left on the clock. See you, son. Love you, Bubba. From the 45 of Cashion, Jackson
That's true.
in shotgun, looking for that free play. I think Watson may have to burn his last time out here. Let's see, 12 seconds on the play clock. 3:07 running clock. Looks like they'll walk it down. They'll take the snap, Jackson, and looks like we do have a flag. False start, and that is about as worst situation.
The worst scenario you can get.
False start for the Eagles. What was a fourth and manageable now will be a fourth and long, about 9. And now I don't know what Coach Watson will do as this ball gets right put at midfield.
I mean, the thing is, if you're Coach Watson or you're thinking, do we want to back them up where they have a long field to go in 3 minutes, or do we try to extend this drive where we don't give it right back to them? But you try to extend the drive right here at the 50-yard line, give them the ball on the 50. I mean, the Cashion Wildcats have been moving the ball so easy, that's almost giving them 7 points. Or 6, whatever.
4th and 9 for the 50. Jackson in shotgun, trips up top. Big play here for the Eagles. Back to pass, pressure's on. In his face, hit, coming up with the break.
What are you He was going to the ball. You have the right to the football just like the receiver.
So the
if you're on the
Eagles-
defensive side of the ball, you can go to the football just like the receiver, and that's what Mason Manning was doing, was trying to go to the ball to intercept it. And unfortunately, the Watonga Eagle was there and took the brunt of the hit, but
I think he timed it perfectly.
Yeah.
I thought
Coach
he timed-
Shackelford not too happy about the call there, still reaming the official there with the flag.
So the intended receiver was Chris Sanders. He's still on a knee. He's trying to figure out what county he's in right now after the big hit. And, Shaq is right. He has every chance, to your point, to have a chance of the ball.
And here's the play right here. We can see it. You see him come up, and I mean,
It
the
was a
ball.
well-timed hit.
Yes,
It was a well-timed
Great hit by Mason Manning. Unfortunately, that's going to move Watonga up. They're going to have a first down.
Another huge penalty in favor of the Watonga Eagles, keeping their drives alive. 2:56 here, first down and 10 from the 35. Jackson back to pass, blitzes on across the middle, caught loose. Any flag there? No flag there, and we will get
Oh
a
my
flag.
good Lord! What are we doing?
So Joey Wilson very excited about the hit there. Was that Joey or Mason?
So are they going to call it on the hit, or are they going to call it on just celebrating after
was
the
a
fact?
I believe that was on Cashion number 10, Creed Kastner out there. Or 8, maybe I'm seeing 18. No, I'm seeing number 10. A little bit of a chest bump there at the end after that pass was knocked down, and then the flag was thrown immediately behind him right afterwards.
Should we switch it?
What in the world?
Let's switch it.
And Shackelford's out there saying, hey, let's just talk about this real quick and see exactly what happened. He's going to find out what the official saw, see what he called it, and then, come over to the boys and just say, there's nothing we can do. They're going to call that. Let's clean it up. And let's go win this football
game. Talking about the
game.
nothing you can do. You can't not go back to your sidelines and say, hey, guys, this is what the officials have called. They've been consistent on what they're calling. You cannot allow them to give them an opportunity to call that. Same thing with the offsides penalties and the same penalties we've seen in this drive. You know what they're going to call if they get the opportunity to, so you just have to avoid that at all costs, or it's going to hurt.
You have to understand what's being called. You have to know that these guys are throwing their flag on every single moment they can. They want to control the game. They want to control the game. First district game of the year. They want to set the tone. They don't want to allow the players to set the tone. They want to set the tone, and we're seeing it right now.
Which is not uncommon in playoff games, district games. They set a tone for how things are going to be for the rest of the time.
Watched. Maybe there's maybe someone who's.
I heard in college there's and maybe in the NFL too is unsportsmanlike getting up and talking after the fact. They're trying to cut down on that. Maybe that's something that trickles down to the officials.
That's always been something they don't tolerate in high school kids.
That was not a in-your-face.
That was just celebration. That was a big hit.
Play. And those guys, he didn't see that. The referee who threw the flag, he was behind the play, didn't see what we saw, unfortunately.
Yeah. Talking about the unsportsmanlike, historically referees have never put up with high school kids with any kind of celebration.
All right, 1st and 10 from the 20. The Watonga Eagles getting bailed out by the officials. Left and right, we have a flag, and our homeboy Duck Dynasty's got another call over there. So false start there. We'll take the. I guess we have to trade 30 yards for 5, but eventually maybe we'll take it. But the dilemma here is that this is taking the ball out of Cashion's hands and trying to allow them to get another score before.
Well, we've only run about 10 seconds off the clock because of all the penalties. So.
All right, with the 5-yard markup, 1st and 15 from the 20, 2:51 second quarter. Appreciate you guys joining us here on Cashion Wildcats TV, Homer Television for the Cashion Wildcats. Joe Jackson's had a great day, working it with his arm and his feet. Blitz is on inside from Maroney on the stunt. Going deep outside in coverage. In and out of the hands of number 1, Chris Sanders. Jay Evans in coverage. Very fortunate there. And that'll bring up 2nd down and long for the Watonga Eagles.
Hey, we've had some success jumping those plays. He's been throwing them quick. That time they jumped a double move. And fortunately, like you said, for the Wildcats, just dropped it, hit his hands in stride in the end zone. It would have been a Watonga Eagle touchdown. And that right there, you got to, if you're a Cashion Wildcat, you got to know, let's be smart. Let's not jump too hard. Let's be there and make a knock down the ball. But we got to make sure that the guy doesn't turn up and go up the field.
2:45, 2nd down long. Blitz is on again, pressure in the face, in and out of the hands. Big hit. Great job there by Mason Manning. Please do not flex your muscles at the player. No. That time it was in the player behind him. And I got to give Mason credit. Makes a great play. Let him celebrate a little with his teammates, but ball is loose, and I'll bring up 3rd and 15.
I'm all about celebrating a little bit, but with what the referees have called this for, I don't know.
And he caught himself. Did you see?
Yeah, he caught himself.
He's like, never mind. I'm not happy. I just made a big stop.
So two big incompletions for the Cashion defense. And got to give credit to Cashion guys. When the ball's in play, they're making big hits. They're knocking the ball loose, making life hard for the Watonga Eagles. Timeout on the play. It looks like that was going to go with Coach Watson.
I imagine there'll be some conversation in the huddle there talking about, hey, do not be flexing your muscles. Don't be turning around. None of that.
Hey, we talked about it in the Rejoice game. I think we talked about it in the first half of that Perry game of, we want to see that physicality, that flying to the ball, hit, just slobber knocking hits that we saw last year on the defensive side of the football.
The last 2 plays by Mason have been fantastic.
That's what you're seeing right here. Joey Wilson coming up with that big hit. I mean, they called the flag, threw the flag on the celebration after, but those hits right there are what we're going to have on the defensive side of the ball to get to that point where we were last year in that state championship football game.
Just make sure you celebrate as a team.
There you go.
Celebrate as a team. So nonetheless, it's been a tough scenario. Cashion coming up with big hit after big hit. Penalties working the ball all the way down for the Watonga Eagles. Give credit to Coach Watson and the Watonga Eagles as they stayed poised, trying to get back up on the board. They've been held scoreless on the last couple of drives. 27-6 in favor of the Cashion Wildcats.
And do not count them out. They were down 28-6,
exactly
I think,
right.
last week.
That's exactly right. Different team, but yes, I understand that. So Jackson in shotgun, and they've had their chances. He's got Vachorik next to him, to the right of him in shotgun. Bunch formation keeper by Jackson. He's going to get about 2 yards, eventually tackled. Looks like up top will be Nick Nabavi, the senior, as well as Juicy Martinez, I apologize, Aiden Williams on the D-line, and that'll bring up 4th down and long. Interesting call by Coach Watson there.
Yeah, definitely.
I think what he was trying to do is just see if they were going to try to bring that pressure on the outside, maybe have something up the middle, but man,
hey, I'm just glad not to see a penalty flag on the play. I was getting a little dizzy there the last couple plays.
All right, 4th and 15, 2-12, 24-yard line as the Watonga Eagles from pay dirt. Let's see if the Cashion Wildcats can get a second turnover of downs. Blitz from the outside.
That's a
hold call. Eventually pulled down. And the catch is made
Jace Evans
by number 1, Chris Sanders, but well short of the first down. Great job, individual play there by Jace Evans. Senior coming through a corner, and it'll be a turnover of downs for the Cashion Wildcats as they take over at the 24-yard line.
Good job by Jace coming up there. Like I said, if you can go back and watch Camden Maroney on a bunch of these plays like that coming around that edge, when a guy grabs his arm and pulls him and swings him all the way around, that is the definition of a hold.
Absolutely.
And they have not been calling it on that. And at some point, they're going to see that, and we'll start calling those.
Keeper by Harmon, huge lane, drive a truck through it, son. Harmon keeping the ball, protects it, falls down to the 35. Nice individual play, great blocking by the O-line. Ritter and Juicy Martinez on that right side.
Great hold there made by Preston Cotter, number 57, for Ben to kind of follow through there.
Yeah, I love seeing Preston Cotter pulling through there. We talked about it, I think it was at the Perry game with that 57. Looked like Ryan Baker coming through there, blocking. Good job by the boys over on that right side, and then having Preston coming through, leading the way for Ben, get that big yardage.
1:50 on the clock. We have a flag, false start. Okay.
What are we calling?
So we have another penalty, this time from the umpire, which is really strange.
The umpire's even like, what did you call that?
So I guess maybe
false start on the offense
or something. Cashion was not set, but I guess they thought they were set. Again, extra yards for the offensive totals.
I keep thinking that every week we're going to have less penalties, and so far that has not been the case in every game.
That's okay. All right, so 1st and 15 now from the 30, minute 43. That one will come back now, so just like that.
And another one.
And gets it back.
The ball has moved 10 yards, and we have not lost 1 second off the clock. So
maybe the officials need to call timeouts so everybody can just take a breather real quick.
Well, they're in charge of the
some
rhythm.
nerves.
Hey, they're in charge of the rhythm of the game, so those are the things that happen. But when guys have infractions, you have to call it.
Yep.
So 1st and 10 from the 35 again. Deja vu. Harmon in shotgun, back to pass, looking to his left or right. He's going deep to Lagasse. He's matched up with Dunn. Lagasse going up top. Great coverage there by Dunn, timing that out. DeAndre Dunn, the senior. Lagasse matched up, and that'll fall incomplete. It'll bring up 2nd down and 10.
I think if you're Coach Watson, there's no better matchup than Dunn and Lagasse out there on the edge.
Yeah, that's the thing is, Ben's thinking, let's challenge him, see what he's got, and that's their best player on offense as far as going up and getting the ball or defending. And Ben put a challenge on him, and he did a good job that time of going up and knocking the ball down and not letting Landa get a big play.
That's one where maybe you just let Landon run under instead of throwing a jump ball maybe next time. So 2nd and 10 from the 35. Nabavi, fake, Harmon with the keep, cuts it back in. Out to the outside, he's got the edge with a block with Lagasse still on his feet. Ball's down around the 50. That'll be enough. 1st down. Ben Harmon has been salty.
Great run by Ben.
Yeah, more run plays. That's what I was talking about before the game. Run that ball. They're going to start coming up. They've got to start coming up because Ben is just completely gouging them for 10, 15, 20 yards every time he pulls the ball down. And if that continues, Shaq's just going to keep doing it until they stop him.
Harmon across the middle. Manning up top with the catch. That ball incomplete. He's able to hang on to it right around the 40. Tough catch by Manning right at the sticks. That'll be enough for another Cashion Wildcat 1st down.
Yeah, in traffic right there. Ben just steps into the throw, delivers a strike.
We have a flag on the play.
No way.
Duck Dynasty. Our man, our line judge. It's either Chris Park or Jeff Ghost. We appreciate them. It looks like this is going to go against Cashion.
Again, we've talked about, you know what these referees are going to look for, you know what they're going to call, so you got to adjust the way that you're, maybe you're holding on a guy, maybe the way that you grip your stance.
I don't know.
On
They called illegal motion right there, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, it'll be a 5-yard mark off. So we go back to the 45. That's another first and extra yardage for the Cashion Wildcats. That's all we've had all day today. Offense and defense not clean. From the 45, minute 15, Bobby now split out, empty backfield. Harmon with the screen. Lagasse catches out in front, little tunnel, cuts it back up, across the middle of the 50 to the 45 into Watonga territory, so makes up the 5 and then some. And that'll bring up second down and about a long 4 for the Cashion Wildcats.
Yeah, good job right there by Landon catching the ball, finding that crease there, and getting up the field for some big yardage.
Lagasse matched up again, done by himself out here. Nababi to the left of Harmon. Snap. It's a give to Nababi. He's got a truckload. Gets it outside, looking for somebody to hit, and that'll be enough for a first down as Nababi falls forward and out of bounds right around the 35 of Watonga.
Talk about Landon finding the seam and cutting up right there. One of the things Coach Watson said was, I'd rather meet Landon Lagasse in the hole with 2 yards to work with than have to meet him with 10 yards to work with.
Yeah, no doubt.
So timeout Cashion, well called timeout by Coach Shackelford, who has 3, now 2 remaining. Let's go to a timeout. Let's catch our breath, get a drink of water. Be right back on Cashion Wildcats TV.
Cashion Shape Up Fitness is locally owned and operated with no contracts or sign-up fees. Our rates start at only $30 per month, and we have tanning available. Everything you need to work on your health and fitness. So contact Amber Lee to sign up today, 405-538-8248. And don't forget to check us out on Facebook, Cashion Shape Up Fitness.
All right, welcome back to Cashion Wildcats TV, production of Cashion Wildcat Football 2021. Cashion Wildcats taking on the Watonga Eagles, up 27-6 here. 38 seconds left in the second quarter. It's Neiman Ababi, Chris Gibson, Drew Baker. We appreciate you guys joining us here tonight. It's been a fun one on homecoming. Ben Harmon, your homecoming king, in shotgun, takes the snap, back to pass, looking for that crossing route to Lagasse. He's actually going to pull it up. Going to get to the 35-30, stiff arm, out of bounds, stops the clock. A nice little healthy gain of about 6 or 7 yards, stops the clock, and the Cashion Wildcats keep the ball moving.
Great stiff arm by Ben against Dakota Morris there from Watonga.
Yeah, good job by Ben, too, taking it to that sideline and being able to just step out of bounds and stop that clock. You still got 30 seconds left, and I think we have 2 timeouts left, 1 timeout left in this first half to get 29 yards.
Nababi to the right, 2x2 for the Wildcats. Harmon in shotgun. Almost draws another offsides. Back to pass. Harmon looking deep. He's got to cross the middle. Lagasse to the 55. Touchdown, Cashion Wildcats. Landon Lagasse, 28-yard touchdown. Put another 6 on the board.
Yeah, right there. Good job by Ben just to let that play come alive and come to fruition. Landon came across open, and Ben, there was a very small window right there that he could deliver that ball to Landon, and he delivered it perfectly. And then Landon just made a kid miss right there at the end before he stepped into the for the touchdown, and the 2 Watonga Eagle players just smashed each other as Landon went over the end zone.
And that's something you can see that Ben has gotten so much better at just being his senior year, is just his patience, his ability to wait, let a play develop to where it needs to be.
Go for 2 now, Coach. So Adley Jerry out on the kick. We appreciate the Jerrys for their sponsorship here with Absolute Pool Landscaping and Lawn.
Yeah, and he is going to go for 2 here.
They're going to go for 2. They have to. I mean, you get half the distance there. You're going to have to go for 2. That's a no-brainer. So Adley's not going to have the chance to get the point, but
I mean, just give it to Nick. He's like a walking, 4-yard carry every time he touches the ball. It's 4 yards.
Hey, we appreciate our fine folks that are keeping up with the scoreboard for us live on the Squirtle app. Appreciate you guys out there. It might be the Watonga guys. We appreciate our Watonga.
Hey, Watonga showed out. I mean, there is a ton of people here
They've
from
always
Watonga.
historically traveled well.
Nabavi with the easy walk-in you had it, Chris, on the counter. And that'll be an easy 2 as the Cashion Wildcats go up 35-6 here just in the first half with 22 seconds left.
Here's that big touchdown right here by Landon Lagash. Just watch him work his way open, then step into the pocket and just deliver a strike. And then notice the 2 Watonga Eagles as Landon goes into the end zone. Whoop! Hello. Good job right there by the boys just to work their way down the field and get into the end zone right there before half and put up 35 in the first half, 35-6 against this Watonga Eagles that apparently I'd heard that Watonga Eagles had one of the best offenses in the state, so apparently we must have one of the best defenses.
I think so. That's the way I liked it.
Some scores coming out of the rest of Class A. Pawhuska beating Commerce big time, 68-0 at halftime. Hominy still down 16-22 against Pawnee. Thomas down 6-22 in the second quarter, right before they go into halftime.
Hey, Hooker, Merritt's hanging with Hooker.
Hooker up 14-0 at halftime against Merritt. Morrison down 8-14 at halftime against Tonkawa.
All right.
Minko up 59-0, and that's the final score for that game.
Wow.
Bryson Hogan a kick from the 40. Again, DeAndre Dunn right around the 25, most likely the intended receiver here on this kick. High onside. It's actually got a little bit of leg on it. That's going to roll in the gap. Right around the 15, scooped up by Dunn. He's going to have a lane to the outside. We better get out there. Coming back inside. Tackle's eventually made. Good work there by the Cashion Wildcats. Looked like that was Jace Evans on the tackle. And that'll be first down and 10 with 15 seconds right around the 35-yard line.
Props to Jace Evans and Cooper Frazee for what they've done on the kickoff so far. Hustling to the football, just flying down there.
Yeah, and right here, 15 seconds left. Just don't let anybody behind you. Ball goes up in the air. Go up, either knock it down or intercept it. Just don't tip it up in the air where somebody can kind of get that tip, go for a big play. So right here, just stay deep.
All right, first and 10 from the 36, 15 seconds. Jackson back to pass. Pressure's on. Aiden Williams in pressure, going deep. Goodness gracious, we cannot allow that to happen.
What did I say?
And that'll be a touchdown with 5 seconds left. The Cashion Wildcats giving up the only play that would have been possible. And Chris Sanders, give credit to him, the sophomore. He had beaten the 2 defensive backs, Gilbert, and I don't know if that was Cooper Frazee.
Unfortunately, they were just a little outmatched there, I think, by Chris Sanders there. And a great throw by Joe Jackson on the run.
Get deep. I mean, it's not that hard. Get deep. Don't let anybody by you. Turn and run when you see him coming because all he can do is throw it up.
Oh, with that much time left on the clock, you knew that was what was coming.
And I didn't understand why we didn't have 3 or 4 back there anyways.
Yeah.
It's, whew. So a free play, a great throw and catch by Joe Jackson to Chris Sanders on the essentially I think that was a 70-yard play. It's back to pass for the 2-point conversion underneath, broken up. And that was the intended receiver, DeAndre Dunn. Coverage there by Gilbert. The 2-point conversion is no good. And so with 4 seconds left here in the second quarter, it's Cashion 35, Watonga 12. Hey, make sure you stay with us. We're going to have a halftime performance by your cheerleading squad, your cheerleading team heading to state tomorrow at Tulsa Union, 10:15. They're going to be competing for a state title. We'll have their performance as well as an opportunity to have a little one-on-one time with senior Bailey Frazier, your homecoming queen. We'll have a chance to talk to her and get caught up in what's happening in her world and her life as a Cashion senior here. So make sure that you keep it here. And, of course, we'll have Lessons with Lane with Drew Baker as we always love the entertainment aspect of bringing our man Lane Broadbent in to talk a little football.
Our stats wizard.
Endless knowledge.
Endless knowledge.
Maybe useless facts.
No. I wouldn't
endless
go there.
knowledge.
I wouldn't go there. So with that, that's actually a great play for Coach Watson. As they say, chicken salad out of chicken poop, and they're going to get the ball at the half.
Well, here's the thing: is that's just momentum going into halves.
Yep.
He's sitting over there going and telling his guys, we dropped 2 touchdowns in this first half already.
Yep.
They had one, in the end zone going to the west. They had one going into the end zone over here, going to the east.
And I'm glad you said momentum into half, because you look at the score, 35-12. Okay, not that much there, but having the touchdown going into half, like, okay, we can do this.
And
this
they're
going to
get the ball.
and they get the ball back. That's huge momentum going on. They're going to be energized to come back out to use.
So 69, Elijah Lumenick, senior offensive lineman, also kicker. From the 40 deep for Cashion is Gilbert Lagasse and Manning. That one will go to Cooper Frazee. He's going to take the ball. He's going to run. Get out to right around the 45, and that'll be the end of the first half as the Cashion Wildcats take a halftime lead of 35-12 into the locker room. Hey, let's make sure that you guys stay here, watch a few commercials, hang tight, don't get too far, as we've got a cheerleader performance here, as well as a halftime interview with Bailey Frazier, and of course lessons with Lane and Drew. We'll leave it here, right here for the cheerleaders. We'll be right back. Cashion Wildcats TV.
So now you're here again, knocking at my door. A little too late for, I'm sorry for. The lights went out 'cause you kept cutting the cord, and I started to fade into your grave.
This is Grain and Grange Market, the coolest little boutique you've never heard of. Come see us.
Wiggins, Sewell, and Ogletree is dedicated to champion.
Cashion fans, for your halftime entertainment, please welcome on the field your Cashion Wildcat High School cheerleaders. They're coached by Amber Hopgood and Casey Williams. After a successful trip to regionals last Saturday, the ladies qualified to compete in the OSAA Competitive Cheer State Championships tomorrow at 10 a.m. in Tulsa at Tulsa Union High School. They would love to have your support as they represent Cashion. Tonight, for you, they will be performing their routine for their state competition. Let's hear it for your Cashion Wildcat cheerleaders.
Let's hear you yell! C-A-S-H!
Cashion fans, let's hear it one more time for your Cashion High School cheerleaders. Good luck tomorrow, ladies.
Here with Lessons with Lane. Great job by the Cashion High School cheerleaders going into state tomorrow. Lane, talking about the stats, obviously one of the biggest ones that we've seen so far has been the penalties.
And
just
the
out
penalties
the wazoo.
are outrageous. We've had 10 penalties for 87 yards. They've had 6 penalties for 38. Man, they're just calling a lot of extracurricular stuff that they usually don't call.
Yeah,
after
usually.
the play's over. I don't know. We look pretty good out there today. Watonga is not terrible. They're 4-0, and they've beat some pretty crappy teams, but really they're not that bad. They're probably the smallest team Watonga's had in a long time, 15 years probably. Their quarterback is elite. That number 1 and number 2 are elite players too.
Chris Sanders and Chris Sanders and DeAndre Dunn have both been crazy.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're really, really good.
What has their quarterback Joe Jackson passed for and rushed for
he's
so
got
far?
9. He's got 9 for 18 for 141, and he's got 9 carries for 34. You know, we had as far as stats go, we kind of had them down there. They had a total of 175 yards, but that 64 come on that one play. So we really held them for about 110 yards first half. We had 347. Ben Harmon has looked fantastic tonight. He's looked fantastic all year long.
Oh, I think you can tell an obvious difference week to week. He just gets better and better and better.
I don't know if we've had a quarterback that's made a leap from his junior to senior year like he has. And he was great last year, but he is on a whole nother level this year.
We talked about like the patience. Have you noticed so far, like on his passing game, the patience that he has compared to last year has been insane, just allowing those plays to develop right in front of him.
And, you know, he threw a couple in a tight area, and Landon Lagasse is a freak. He is just so good at catching that ball. Landon has had 11 catches for 114. Mason Manning has had 3 catches for 37. Both them kids look really, really good. Nick Nabavi, 9 carries for 79. So pretty good little first half for us. We looked pretty decent. We were getting better and better every game. Did you expect Watonga to be a little bit better than this or not?
I expected him to be a little bit better just from my interview with Coach Watson. He was pretty successful at Texoma with what he wanted to do offensively, and he told me, you know, that they like to run a lot of different things like that unbalanced look that they gave on the offense where they heavied on one side, heavied on the other side. That was pretty interesting to watch, which we reacted well to it. But their quarterback's really surprised me with how he's able to throw, you know, off of one foot, throw under pressure on the run, that kind of thing, along with, you know, Chris Sanders and DeAndre Dunn, just crazy
2 or 3 weeks ago,
kids.
I thought Watonga, I said on here that I thought Watonga was going to be probably one of our tougher games. And then we saw last week they had to come back against Minko and beat them. And Minko had them down maybe 28-7 at halftime.
Yeah, and then they come back and win.
And you can see the reason why they could come back with that number 8.
Oh yeah,
he's a bad man.
But as far as offensively, they took up 9 minutes, somewhere around 9 minutes with that one offensive possession.
Right. Well, it's been a pretty good little game. The weather's been tremendous. We talk about small town football all the time. The thing I love about small town football is I'm going to see them kids at church. I'm going to see them at the Quick Stop, and I get to, you know, pat them on the back and tell them how good of a job they did. So you get to see your heroes on Friday nights, on Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and so it's a lot of fun to see them kids kind of grow up. And you're seeing some kids grow up tonight. These sophomores kind of coming around and kind of making some plays. We're just, you know, with Shaq around, we don't think we're going to be better next year, and Shaq just keeps on pushing them kids to be better and better, and they just make players.
Absolutely. As far as defensively, what have you thought so far defensively? I mean, we've held them pretty well, but other than that drive, I mean, not 9 minutes, it's a long time for an offensive drive, which a lot of that, you know, you take into play because the defense can stop you for that long.
And it's a little bit of a not a great sign that our leading tackler is Cooper Frazee. He plays in the defensive back or safety, and so him making all the tackles or leading the team in tackles is not a great sign really. But we've held them to 170 yards. That 164 yarder really kind of hurt us, but I don't know if we've seen a kid like Landon Lagasse.
Oh no, not that I can remember.
I can't remember somebody like him.
I thought it was a perfect matchup between him and DeAndre Dunn out there. That was a great, obviously smart decision by Coach Watson to pair them up because their speed was almost similar. Landon maybe a little bit faster, but
that touchdown he caught over with that 28-yarder to the very last part of it was pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think we're going to take a quick commercial break, and then Bailey Frazier, senior and homecoming queen, is going to come up and talk with Neiman Abavi about kind of life at Cashion the last couple of years. So after that, we'll be right back.
Our clients through complicated and challenging litigations. We pride ourselves on a proven track record of success brought forth by fierce litigation skills. The lawyers and staff of our firm are dedicated to effective and personalized representation for every client who entrusts our service. Uncompromising integrity, unparalleled results. Call Wiggins, Sewell, and Ogletree, 405-232-1211. Absolute Pools, Lawns, and Landscape is not your ordinary pool builder. From traditional to exotic and anything in between, our staff offers paramount quality and service through the entire design and build process. We provide service to the entire OKC metro and surrounding towns. So relax, knowing our team is wholeheartedly committed to building a trusting and lasting relationship with you. Visit us on Facebook or give us a call today at 405-285-9729. Absolute Pools, Lawns, and Landscape.
Storm season is coming, people, and your first choice for roofing needs should be Rhino Roofing. Locally owned and operated, the Rhino specializes in all types of repair and replacement. Large scale, traditional, modern, unique roof lines, they can do it all. Protect your home and your family with the specialized services of Rhino Roofing. Visit our Facebook page today and make an appointment. Rhino Roofing is all the hype for any roof type.
Gateway Realty is a mother-daughter team that has a heart for small-town life. Both Anita and Kelly were born and raised in Cashion and are still raising their families here. Their family homesteaded in Cashion in 1908, and it's been home ever since. Anita and Kelly know this town, love this town, and would love to help make this your home too. For a friendly face and trustworthy knowledge, call these hometown girls at 405-641-7388. Go Wildcats!
All right, welcome back to Cashion Wildcat Television halftime presentation. We appreciate you guys joining us as the Cashion Wildcats are up 35-12 over 3A or A3 district foe Watonga Eagles. It's been the Cashion offense and a little bit of penalty sprinkled in as the story of the day. I know you guys got a nice dose of halftime stats from Lane Broadbent and Drew Baker with lessons for Lane. But we've certainly classed up the joint. The press box is definitely a little bit nicer now with our new homecoming queen, Bailey Frazier. Welcome to the press box. I know you may be a little bit nervous, but I know that you're used to performing in front of a ton of folks.
Yes,
but we're glad to have the senior here. Bailey, if you haven't been to Cashion, or if you don't know Bailey, then you haven't been to Cashion, as Bailey is extremely active and does a ton of stuff. I can't start. I've got a set of questions for Bailey, and we talked about them, but I didn't know whether or not you were going to win. Was that a surprise for you?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Now, I know we joked earlier, I don't think this has been a childhood dream, but you have to, let's be a little bit, you don't have to be humble. Are you happy? Is it fun?
Yes, definitely. Definitely so excited.
So what was more difficult, standing out there and waiting and walking in heels on the field, or doing a halftime routine?
I don't know. It's probably a close one, but definitely the halftime routine.
All right, I would imagine. Well, you guys look great, so congratulations on Homecoming Queen. You'll have some nice memories. I know Mom and Dad will be on Facebook making sure that posted. We love that. But you are definitely multi-talented. Let's start with cheerleading. So you're a captain on the team, is that correct?
Yeah. We don't really have, but the seniors.
You're the go-to. You're Coach Hopgood's go-to. I'll say it. You don't have to say it. I'll say it. But certainly we are super excited. The team has qualified for state. We'll be heading up to Tulsa. Tell me a little bit about kind of what to expect if you're wanting to follow the Cashion cheerleading team tomorrow heading up to Tulsa.
Well, basically we have 2 minutes to show off our hardest skills, so like jumps and tumbling and our stunts, and it's a lot, but we have pretty much just our hardest skills that we can get in 2 minutes.
2 minutes, and you get one try.
Yes, one try.
I find that absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like, you do all of this work, all
Mhm.
of this effort, you work through, you fight, you battle. I mean, these guys get penalties, they get do-overs.
Oh, yeah.
You guys get one shot.
Yeah.
So so the last couple of years we finished in the top 3 or 4. Is that correct?
Yeah, last year we got 5th, and then in game day we've gotten runner-up.
So we're still waiting for that gold trophy.
Yep, still waiting.
Okay, so this I think this is the year. I believe it's your
Fingers
turn.
crossed.
Who's the biggest competition for us when we go up there?
I would probably say Crescent.
Crescent. Okay, very good. Well, we don't like Crescent very much, so we hope that we wish you the best of luck. And in terms of the cheerleading piece, is there like if not all of us have cheerleaded. We've watched cheerleaders. But what would you say is probably the one thing that most folks don't know about cheerleading and competing at this level?
Honestly, it's just a lot more difficult than it looks. There's a lot of extra work that goes into it. There's work before softball that we've had.
Right.
We've been working almost every day this week in the past month, and there's a lot that goes into it, and some people don't really think that, but there is a lot.
The hidden work. Well, golly, if you have to get something right the first time and the only
Oh my
time,
gosh.
I gotta believe
Lot
there's
of practice.
and I know that to be the case. And kind of segueing into softball, how many softball players? I know you play softball. How many other softball players are on the cheer squad?
There's about 4 or 5 other ones.
Yeah. So with softball going on right now, that's probably making things pretty tough.
Yeah, pretty difficult to schedule practices, but we made it work.
Yeah.
So
I bet you did. I know Coach Hobgood and Coach Chambers and Coach Williams are all probably keeping their fingers
Oh,
crossed
yes.
as you guys go between the diamonds and the mat. So let's transition a little bit to softball. So you play a little softball as well. The team is was able to win and able to sweep merit this last Thursday and have qualified for regionals at AMPO. Tell us what it's like. What was it like in the locker room after you guys won those 2 games?
It was just awesome. The coaches walked in and sprayed water on everyone, and just the energy in there was so awesome, and everyone was so happy, and yeah.
So in terms of softball versus cheerleading, right, I'm not asking you to make a declaration which one is your favorite, but what would you say are some things that are like common between both sports and maybe a little bit unique?
I don't know. With softball, you kind of have to save up all your energy for the whole 7 innings, whereas in cheer, you use it all in the 2 minutes, obviously. But both definitely require just as much teamwork as the other. I would say, like, we all have to be in it 100% for us to be successful. So
do you feel like it's been able to help each other out in both ends?
Oh, yes,
Perfect.
yes.
Yeah, we're definitely big proponents here in Cashion. Everyone has to grab a hold of the rope. There's kids who play multiple sports, do multiple things. That's kind of the beauty of the school, that you have that opportunity,
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
Unless maybe you were to go to a big school like Edmond North, where you kind of would have to pick.
Yeah.
Here we all have to do it, but that is also the gift to each of
Yeah.
the students. Well, great. Well, we wish you the best of luck in cheer, and we wish you the best of luck in regionals next Thursday at AMPO.
Yes, thank you.
That's fantastic. Let's kind of pull it back a little bit. Let's get maybe a little personal with you. So I know that you've got a twin in Austin.
Yes.
And I call his name all the time on basketball.
Oh, yeah.
So at the house, who's the favorite child?
Me.
Is it,
obviously.
Of course. Who's the best athlete?
I would never tell him this, but it's definitely Austin.
Well, I wouldn't tell him, but we love Austin for
Yes.
sure. His game has certainly improved over the
Oh
last
my
couple
gosh,
of years
yes.
and really get that. Do you guys get along, or do you feel like you fight more often?
Oh, we get along very well, I would say. We share a lot of the same friends, so we hang out with the same people, and it's been a lot better since we used to argue when we were little, obviously. But yes, I would say that we're very close.
Well, twins are kind of a happening thing at Cashion. We've got the Gilberts and the Cotters and a few others. I don't know if there's something in the water going on. Do you guys have like your own twin meeting or anything?
Yeah.
The Club of the Twins?
Yeah, every Thursday night.
Yeah, special rings?
Yeah.
Very good. Well, in terms of kind of, as we wind down here, Bailey, you've done a fantastic job. I know you're a little nervous. You're doing great.
Yeah.
When we think about Cashion, I know we were listening at the homecoming and, the kind of the write-up for you, your bio, and you mentioned moving here as a freshman. For you, that's been the last 4 years. Tell us a little bit about what that transition was like coming to Cashion and what it's like been over the last 4 years for you.
Well, I was super nervous coming in, obviously going from a class of like 600 in my grade to 60. So I was a little nervous about that, but I tried out for the cheer team before school started, and everyone was just so welcoming. And the same for when I got to school. Everyone offered me a seat with them, and even in all my classes, everyone was just so nice and so friendly, and I felt very welcomed. For sure.
Yeah, certainly, you got that family environment. In terms of you think about the community itself, what stands out in terms of Cashion in your mind?
I just feel like since everyone's involved, like everyone has kids doing something and everyone just comes together, and obviously the football games and everyone just, the involvement with everything is awesome.
Yeah, you can't go to an event without there being a ton of Cashion
Yes,
folks.
exactly.
That's for sure. We love the maroon and gold, and heck, we'll be in Paris, France, and you'll run into somebody from Cashion.
Yeah.
So certainly love it. Bailey, fantastic job.
Thank you.
Super proud. I'm so glad that you're a part of the Cashion community and
Yes,
what's
me
happening
too.
here at the school. You're a fantastic ambassador to whatever's going on here in Cashion. You definitely represented yourself really well.
Thank you.
Austin should be very jealous. We wish you the best of luck in cheer and in softball, and we hope to have you back soon.
Thank you so much.
Bailey.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's Bailey Frazier, senior cheer and softball. We appreciate you guys joining us here on the halftime. We always like to work and make sure that we highlight all the great kids here in Cashion and do right, because they're working their tails off to represent us and do right for us here in the community. We're going to go a quick timeout. Be right back here on Cashion Wildcat TV with second half action.
Christy Perry is a Cashion-based attorney providing clients in Oklahoma with trusted, experienced legal counsel regarding wills and trusts, bankruptcy, and other areas of law. Flexible scheduling is available to discuss your options, and your first consultation is free. If you need assistance regarding a legal matter, call your local Oklahoma licensed attorney, Christy Perry, at 918-373-0882.
Support your school's booster club and get your business in front of thousands of potential customers. Talk about a win-win. Advertising packages start on this streaming station for less than $10 a game. Call 405-726-0835 or email adam@squirtle.com right now for more information.
For 31 years and counting, Community State Bank has taken great pride in being your hometown bank. With branches located in Cashion, Dover, and Hennessy, CSB strives to reflect the small-town hospitality these communities are known for. Our friendly staff is here to serve you and provide one of the best banking experiences around, equipping our customers with the latest in banking technology combined with a personal, down-home relationship. Come into one of our local branches or visit us at www.mycsb.com. Community State Bank, small-town banking, the way it should be. Member FDIC.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Woody, and I want to help you or a loved one navigate your way through understanding Medicare. It's hard getting questions answered when you don't know who to call or trust. I am local and appointed with all the insurance carriers in Oklahoma. You can trust me to help you apply for Medicare, make the right decisions based on your current financial and healthcare needs, and feel confident about your future. Act quickly. Annual enrollment period is October 15th to December 7th. Call Stephanie Woody, that's me, at 405-830-4966 to set up an appointment.
Kind of taking his job for a bit.
All right, welcome back to Cashion, Oklahoma. Cashion Wildcats TV production of Cashion Wildcat Football 2021, powered by Squirtle. Neiman Abavi, Chris Gibson, Drew Baker. We've got second half action as the Cashion Wildcats are up. District foe Watonga in town, 35-12. The Eagles basically scoring on their opening drive and on the final drive of the first half, giving Coach Skylar Watson and the crew there a little bit of momentum going into half. It was all Cashion, up 35-0 after a 70-yard bomb from Joe Jackson. Shoeless Joe Jackson. Actually, he had plenty of shoes on that one, out to number one, the sophomore, Chris Sanders, for the 70-yard touchdown pass. Watonga Eagles were able to kind of negate a handful of empty drives, a couple of 4 and outs, and put 6 on the board. They will be getting the ball here, second half. The Cashion Wildcats, I know, Drew, you guys talked about some of the stats. What was the one thing that stood out to you when discussing first half action?
Look at him right there.
Oh, I mean, just the penalties alone. I can't remember how many yards exactly Lane said was with penalties, but that many yards and penalties going back and forth is just something you never want to happen. But, I mean, the one stat that stood out to me was tackles-wise, Cooper Frazee has the most tackles so far.
Nice.
of the night.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing when your safety has tackles?
I think half his tackles.
I think
were
half
on,
and half, good and bad. I think you want to see more, some more tackles
We've had
from, your
5
linebackers
kickoffs,
and whatnot.
I think he's had 5 tackles.
Kickoffs have been 2 of those. Kickoffs have been 2 of those. But I mean, Cooper at least right now in tackles.
Cooper. That's just a beep on
No, I mean that was just
having the most tackles. You
exactly.
want your linemen and your DBs
You want those.
linebackers.
Yeah, I mean exactly. You want those plays stopped, before they have to get to the safety level. Not a knock on Cooper at all. He's been playing absolutely great.
So you talked about penalties, 10 for 87 for Cashion.
Yeah, I mean
that's almost the total yardage for Watonga.
Yeah, and we've talked about this every week. Penalties. Maybe not now, maybe not in these games early on in the season, but eventually you have that many penalties, it is going to come back and bite you at some point against somebody. So I mean, as a coach, that's one of those things. Every week, I know when I was in school, that's one thing Shaq harped on. First thing he would tell us in film, he'd be like, "Guys, we have this many yards in penalties. We need to limit that every single week and try and have it almost none."
Did y'all ever eliminate them?
No, not usually. But
all right, well, we've got second half action. Again, Cashion in their all blacks, Watonga, white tops, white helmets, white pants. Bryson Hogan will be kicking off from the 40. We saw this quite a bit in the second quarter. Well, DeAndre Dunn will be the man of the hour there for them at the 20. He's received all kickoffs except the initial kickoff, which was a onside to number 44, Wyatt Steed. Good to see Wyatt back on the field. He had gotten injured earlier.
Number 8, Bryson Hogan back to receive for Watonga. Number 1, Chris Sanders.
So with that, Bryson Hogan will start off the third quarter. Another high onside. He'll get to about the 20. DeAndre Dunn coming back in. He'll curl back out, looking to get a lane to the outside. He's got one. Cooper Frazee trying to run him down. It's going to be a big return. Let's see if we'll get a slowdown. And Frazee does eventually get him with Max Higdon, and it looked like it was Bryson Hogan out there playing safety. And good correction there by Watson. Again, we've Coach Watson, we've made that kick several times, and they got the blocking right for DeAndre Dunn to the outside.
And it's been close a few times. I mean, Cooper's done a good job of getting up there and sealing that edge on that return. And that time, he just got around that edge. Cooper, wasn't quite there. There was a blocker. I mean, like you said, Coach Watson had him set up perfect that time.
First and 10 in Cashion territory at the 35. Watonga keeping that momentum going. Jackson with a fake give underneath. Bryce Burke on the tackle from the DN spot. Great job there by the sophomore. Getting number 13, Kamen Vuchoric. And that'll be a short gain, if not anything. It'll remain, actually, it'll be right at the stick, second down and 10.
Not a lot of action out of Kamen Vuchoric in the first half. He didn't get the ball as much as I thought maybe they would hand it off to him.
I think he had a couple touches. He had that fumble that wasn't called. So second and 10 from the 35, 11:25 here, early third quarter. Jackson back to pass, little slant there. In the hands of Jace Evans. In and out of number 4, Phoenix White Shirt. And Jace Evans says, thank you, INT Cashion Wildcat Football.
Yeah, just a high throw to White Shirt there and went through his hands. And Jace Evans, the old tip drill, and just with that concentration comes down with it and gives the Cashion Wildcats a big interception and a chance to go down and score quick in the second half.
Watonga's been playing with fire on a lot of these tip balls and misses. So this time Cashion was able to get the turnover. So Cashion will take over right around the 28-yard line, 11-16.
Great job by Jace Evans there.
And we have a timeout. So Coach Watson doesn't like his defense and takes a quick early timeout.
Here's the replay right here. You'll see it. It was a little bit of a high throw to White Shirt and went through his hands, but Jace Evans, quick draw with the hands there to get him up there and get the interception for the Wildcats.
Stop that ball's momentum just enough for Jace to get a hold of it there.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll take it. Absolutely. Game is a game of momentum. So the Cashion Wildcats will be starting at the 28. If you're Coach Shaq, what adjustments on offense do you make?
Adjustments on offense, I think that we're going to have to run the ball a little bit more in this half. I guarantee you going into the halftime, I guarantee you Coach Watson, hit heavily on, hey, this is what we've seen so far in the first half. This is what we're going to have to do better. And I guarantee you we're going to see a lot more pressure on Mason and especially Landon.
I think for the Watonga Eagles, they're probably going to have somebody, Joe Jackson, somebody, you shadow wherever Ben Harmon goes, you go to. Don't let him have any of those big runs where he just pulls it down, gets behind one of those big linemen, and make a big play. You come up, you meet that lead blocker in the hole and stop him, and don't let Ben Harmon get big yardage on those run plays. Let's see if it's kind of easier said than done.
Yeah, absolutely.
But let's see if they don't do that. Try to get somebody on Ben to keep him from getting those big yards.
Well, Joe's lined up at DN right now. So first and 10, Harmon, pump and go, looking to go deep. He'll go ahead and pull it in. Looks like he eludes one tackle, gets the outside, tries to come back inside Joe Jackson, and eventually the tackle is made by number 54. Credits Cale Smith, the junior. Actually, was that 53? Yeah, it was 54, Cale Smith, the junior. So good. I guess we'd call that a coverage sack.
Yeah,
by
I
the
mean,
Watonga Eagles.
the Wildcats had like a double move kind of drawn up over there, and it just took a while for it to come together. And the Watonga Eagles had it covered well, and by the time Ben pulled it down, they were there.
Talking about Ben pulling it down and run, we were looking at the stats, and rushing yards, Ben has more rushing yards than his running back does right now in the game.
Shotgun give to Nabavi, working the left side, trying to find an angle. Blinks one tackle, runs over another, moves the pile about another yard. He'll get it back to the original line of scrimmage. A gain of about 5, and I'll bring up 3rd down and 10.
As per usual, it takes about 5 guys to take Nick Nabavi down.
Do we see a screen right here?
Yeah, I'd love to see. We haven't seen it all day today for the Cashion Wildcats, but Watonga's mixed up their alignment. Looks like they're going to stay with that 4 down lineman. And maybe if you can count Joe Jackson as an outside linebacker, so a little 3-5 look here, 3-4. But they haven't been bringing a whole lot of pressure.
Talk about kid that makes me nervous. Dakota Morris, I'd be nervous being lined up over Landon DeGlass with giving him about 10 yards to play with.
We'll see what happens here. Back to pass, and Harmon does look at him. Come back. Nice catch. Is that Gilbert? The ball's loose. He falls back on it. Nice work there by Gilbert with the catch for the 1st down on the comeback. Nice ball by Harmon. And that'll be enough for a Cashion Wildcat 1st down.
Yeah, a lot of times we see Landon DeGlass with that route right there. Just a good hard push off of about 10 yards, turn around, get that ball that's just delivered on the numbers by Ben
Talk about a
Harmon.
kid that's gotten to step up a lot. Seth Gilbert, the last 2 games, has been playing really great.
Definitely Chris has been talking about maybe working out a little bit of the nerves in the first few games, and it's coming up big here. So Harmon with 12 seconds on the play clock, 9:34 running clock, 2nd quarter.
There's only 2 guys over here. Let's see if they don't give it to Mason Manning, let him try to get on the edge. Nope.
There'll be a keeper from Harmon. Little skip pass jump. Mason Manning to the 45-40, makes a move, gets hit, will go down, and that'll be another Cashion Wildcat 1st down in Watonga territory.
Number 16, Mason Manning.
Yeah, just a little slip play right there. They were thinking the same thing I was of, may throw it out there to Mason Manning, and that time they had Jackson Vandroff kind of fall back like it was going to be a screen and let Mason Manning just kind of slip right by the defensive back, and just a good job right there by the Wildcats play
This
calling.
one will be
Another
a screen
one back
to Mason.
to Mason.
Great block by Vandroff. He'll cut back inside the 30, makes another move to the 25, 20, 15, head-on collision. And that will be a 1st down for Cashion Wildcats as Mason Manning takes it all the way down to 12. And we have a penalty flag all the way on the opposite side of the field.
Wow.
Duck Dynasty, our man over there.
Completely away from the play.
So I'm not sure. We hear some calls from the fans regarding targeting. I agree 100% regarding that.
But that
it should
would've
be
been
defensive holding, if anything, if that's way out there. Sideline warning by the Watonga Eagles.
Sideline warning, the call against Watonga.
That's usually something that we get a flag for in the 1st quarter.
Yeah, that's usually something our coaches are really good at getting sideline
The
flags
on that
for.
one would have been Cashion for sure.
Love Coach Wood to death, but Coach Wood has a tendency to every time he yells an order out, he takes about 2 more steps to the middle of the field.
Hey, that play that we just saw where they slipped Mason Manning out, that kind of had Ben like he was going to run? Tishner showed me that exact play. I think the Cowboys ran it the other day, and yeah, so Tishner wants the credit for that.
Harmon back to pass, looking for the drag to Vandroff. Legasse across the middle. Does he fall in? He does. Touchdown. Cashion Wildcats. 12-yard hook up on the drag across the middle. Landon Legasse does it again.
That's another one of those plays where Ben just does a good job of staying alive back there in the pocket, and then, as the play develops, finds an open Landon Legasse streaking across right in front of the end zone, delivers another strike, and Landon's just a good enough athlete and has good enough hands to catch that ball, even taking that hit to get it over the line for the touchdown.
Amen on that one. So with that, the Cashion Wildcats put another up. It's 41-12. Atlee Jerry didn't get the chance to kick it last time because of the penalty and then going for 2. She'll have her chance here. Nick Nabavi, the senior, on the hold. Kick is up. It's a beaut. It's good. Jerry, extra point. Cashion Wildcats 42 with Watonga 12.
Jerry is up and good.
And here's the play again right here. You can watch Landon Lagasse just work his way down the end zone line, and watch Ben right here. He just steps up in that pocket, watches the play develop, and then just delivers a strike. And, man, Landon is so good about getting that ball in traffic and then just reaching it over for the big Cashion Wildcat touchdown.
Great recovery by him to get it across the goal line there after getting hit like he did.
And great kudos to the line. Big shout-out to our guys, Preston Cotter, Camden Maroney, Joey Wilson, Juicy Martinez, and Chase Ritter, giving Harmon plenty of time to do his magic and check down and work through his read progression to find Lagasse, dragging across the middle. So the Cashion Wildcats, again, a 72-yard drive, 6 plays, capped off by a 12-yard touchdown from Harmon to Lagasse. That's Lagasse's 3rd or 4th touchdown. Is that his 4th?
I think 4.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 touchdowns on the night, and Bobby's got the other 2, and the Cashion Wildcats are up 42-12.
And that all started by a big play on the defense by Jay Sevens right there to, with those quick hands to get that interception and give the Wildcats a chance to score first in the second half.
Hey, dollar bet right here. Is this one go to Dunn, or is this one going to come right around the 40-yard line?
Let's see if it doesn't land in the stance.
I'm guessing this one's going to drop right around the 34-yard line. We'll see what happens.
Talking about Jay Sevens, obviously we wish Max Brown was healthy and back out there, but props to Jay Sevens, Seth Gilbert, and a couple of other guys that have really stepped up to play and kind of carry the load.
Great call, Drew.
The Eagles, number 16, Ivan Pomona.
Hogan with the kick. That's going to be a high hanger. That's going to go back to Dunn at the 20. Let's see if they clean it up. They're going to work back. Jackson Vandruff in pursuit. He'll cut him off. Cuts back. Has a chance. Trying to break free. Switches hands. Good work there by Dunn. And it's another tackle by special teams man Cooper Frazee. So nice work by Dunn. Trading it up. Jackson Vandruff in great coverage and pursuit, but give credit to Dunn on the move and the shake, and it will be 1st and 10 right around the 40-yard line.
Obviously, Coach Watson saw some things in the first half that he saw he could take advantage of, in the second half here on special teams, and made that known.
Well, they've had plenty of opportunities.
Absolutely.
They've had plenty of opportunities. So the Watonga offense back outside of their first drive of the first quarter and their last drive of the second quarter, which was a 70-yard Hail Mary bomb with 5 seconds left. Back out there, 42-yard line, Cashion territory, 1st and 10, 8:47, 3rd quarter. That's the give to the running back. Coming up is Nabavi. Hand tackle doesn't work. Trying to break down and give credit to Kamen. He's still moving the pile. Kamen Verchorik. And looks like it'll be enough for a 1st down. So credit to number 13, the sophomore. I apologize, the junior for Watonga.
Yeah, right here, that just shows you this Watonga team isn't going to roll over and die. This coach has got them fired up, got them believing in themselves. You saw it last week against Minko. If they think they have a chance to come back and win this game, and you see it right there. They're still giving it everything they've got.
Coach Watson talked about when he came to Watonga how the community was super fast and the kids were super fast to rally around him and his kind of game plan for this new era of Watonga football since he's coming up here.
So the give to Kamen Verchorik again. Tackle behind, looks like about a 2-yard gain. Chasing him from the backside, looked like it was Jackson Vandruff.
13, Kamen, source they call him McCary, brought down by number 88, Jackson
Yep, was Jackson Vandruff on the tackle, the junior. And so that'll be 2nd down and 8 from the 28. Clock running, 7:59, 3rd quarter. In Cashion territory. Eagles 2-by-2. Jackson shotgun, he'll go ahead and keep. He'll pull up the middle. He'll be stopped right around the line of scrimmage. Bryce Berg, among others, on the tackle. Give credit to Joey Wilson and Camden Maroney. A short gain, and it'll bring up 3rd down. About 4 or 5.
Seems to me like they're playing a little bit of that. Let's run the ball. Let's run some clock, and we see a little bit of success. Try to get just a drive together that gets in the end zone, and maybe from there, then you start trying to really do some quick strikes. But they just want to see some success and get into the end zone against this Wildcat defense right now.
Yeah, agreed, Chris. And they've gotten behind our DBs, so it's going to be there.
Just watch out for double moves and stuff like that, because we saw that a couple times where that's when they had their success.
Jackson with the keeper looking for the hole. Patient run. He's going to be stopped short of the line. It'll be 4th down and about 1 here. So good tackle there, good stop there. Looks like we had Jackson Vandruff, Bryce Burke on the stop. Actually, that was Joey Wilson.
Gain of 4 yards. 4th down and 1.
So big 4th down here for the Watonga Eagles. Let's see what Coach Skylar Watson draws up. Looks like he's going to have a double tight end set, so he's replacing 2 receivers with 2 tight ends, going a little jumbo here.
The thing is, I don't mind. Run the clock. We're winning 42-12. Run that clock. Make this a quick second half, and let's go to the house.
6:23 running clock. 4th and 1. Jackson in shotgun. Back to pass. He'll go ahead and keep. He'll roll to his right. Nothing there. Throws it back across. It's picked off. Is it dropped? Please drop it. Yes, he dropped it. So Cooper Frazee wisely. Was that Frazee?
That's Gilbert.
That's Gilbert. So Gilbert wisely drops it. And that will be a turnover, another turnover of downs as the Cashion Wildcats will take over 1st and 10 from the 19.
I mean, we've given them just great field position both times they've had the ball this second half. And for our defense to come out there and stop a high-powered offense like the Watonga Eagles.
One of the top offenses in Class A, as we've been told.
Yep, and to not let them get in that end zone, big time for the Cashion Wildcats defense.
6-13, 1st down and 10 from the 19. Little offsides there as Joe Jackson says, dang it. So our man Duck Dynasty over on the edge, we like him now. Jeff goes. You know, I can't tell the difference between a line judge and a lineman, but nonetheless, it's our buddy over there on the far sideline. So it'll be 1st down and 5 from the 19. Actually, I apologize, from the 24. Snap, screen, Manning getting the block out there by Jackson Vandruff to the 30, to the 40.
He's faster than everybody
Jets
else.
are on. Is anyone going to catch Mason Manning? 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Cashion Wildcats, and we have a flag.
Of course we do.
Huh. I mean, that was the same blocking that they've had every single play of the that we've had.
Two flags on the
I can go
play.
back and see if I can pull that up real quick and see what that
Actually, I
looked
think they're
like.
going to both be on Watonga as coach is just figuring out there's a flag on the play.
Nope, it's on Cashion. Coach Wood saying, come
That
on
was a
back.
sideline warning, Cashion, holding Cashion. So that one's coming back. Great pass. Actually, an unbelievable effort by Manning on
Great
that
effort.
pitch and catch. Was that Manning or
Here's the
Gilbert?
play right here. Let's see what happened out here. See if oh, I'm sorry. One more play after that, but we will get that there and see who was it out there on the edge that
It was Vandruff who had the initial block. I don't think, and that's where the spot where they threw it is where Vandruff was at. It was the same block. It's clean as ever.
Obviously, you want to play to the whistle, but once you see the plays past you by 10, 15 yards, you kind of got to let off on your blocking so to make sure that you don't have a play like that by Mason called back.
we'll try to get that replay later on. We'll go back to live action right here and see.
So 10-yard penalty will march it back. And it'll be a 1st and it looks like about 14 or 15 for the Cashion Wildcats. Yeah, it'll be 1st and 15 from the 14. So what would have been a 76-yard touchdown pass now will be 1st down and 15 for the Wildcats. 6:01 here, third quarter. Appreciate you guys joining us here on Cashion Wildcat TV. Harmon with the give to Nabavi, left side. He's got a couple blockers, keeping his feet moving. And looks like he'll get it back. He's still moving. Looks like he'll get it across the original first line stick. The gain of about 7. And that's where Nick needs to see his blockers, but once it gets past second level, he just needs to get it out. He just needs to get after it. He can't continue to wait for his blockers to find somebody.
Unfortunately, on those blockers there, this Chase, and I couldn't see the other one. I believe it was Cotter in front of him. Just after they got right past him, two guys seeped in behind them where Nick was kind of running the ball right there. Nonetheless, though, great run by Nick. Absolutely.
Still got 10 yards. So second, well, 2nd and 7 here from the 21. Two-back set again. Lagasse joining Nabavi in the backfield with Harmon. That's like we had a timeout for Cashion. And was trying to get the as the play clock was running down.
Timeout.
Do you have an instant replay? If not, we'll go to
here's that
timeout.
instant replay right here. Let's see who out there on the block. I mean, all that is a block where the kid falls down.
That's a tough call. That's a call where,
Only thing I could think is where the official was if he saw him grab that shoulder pad and bring him down. But other than that, I mean, it looked like a good block to me by Jackson Vandruff.
We do have Hawk Vision. We probably should be sponsored by some sort of eye surgery LASIK guy because we can't see it all.
That's right.
We
everything.
We can. Honestly, I'm telling you. Nonetheless, the Cashion Wildcats do get that play called back. Nice little run there by Nabavi on 1st and about 15, bringing up 2nd and 7. 5:11 here, third quarter. It's not been a great third quarter.
No, not necessarily.
Poopy. I mean, Cashion did put up a score.
We've had an interception and a touchdown, and it's been a poopy quarter. Is that what you said?
Just a little disjointed. basically what I'm saying is I want that touchdown.
Yeah, I got you.
I would have liked that.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I would have liked that touchdown
I'm
too.
greedy. All right. There's a lot of pressure on who's going to be the top offense in the Class A. I want us to continue to figure out how to get some yards and points. All right, so 5-11, third quarter. Double back set again for the Cashion Wildcats. This time we have Jake Branson back there with Legas giving Nababi a spell. Legas in motion. It'll go to him on the swing pass. Getting blocking. Jackson Vandroff showing technique. Legas just needs to run. Stays patient. Hops and hurdles a guy. And looks like he'll be close to a first down. He'll bring up third down and short.
I think you got to watch out hurdling people in high school. I think we saw Brexton do that a few times last year and get penalties called on that, didn't we?
Yeah, I just would want to protect the business, too, at the same time. Third down and short, about 3rd and 1 from the 20, looks like the 28-29.
I'd say with this crew, any play that you think, that could maybe result in a penalty, I'd just go ahead and avoid it.
Jake Branson in at running back for the Cashion Wildcats, a junior. Good to see him out there, number 22. Snap, keeper by Harmon. He's got Cotter pulling for him, trying to find that 1 yard, gets it and more. And that'll be a first down and 10 right around the 44-yard. I know extracurricular activity there by number 62, but that's okay. We know Ernesto Duenas. I don't know. Getting on the tackle there. So Cashion will move the chains to the 36, 4:58 running clock. And I guess this is where your line can really certainly kind of close this game up for you, even though we're still in the third quarter.
You have Vandroff out here with Seth on this near side with Mason Manning behind him. Let's see if they don't try to slip something by again. Maybe fake it over here to Mason and let Seth sneak by.
So Mason there with the fake, going deep to Legas, one-on-one with Dunn, going up, and Dunn with the interception. So great job, it's been there the whole time. Dunn finally gets it that time. So Cashion with their first turnover of the game, and it'll be Watonga ball, first down and 10 from the 31.
We've said it a couple times, the perfect matchup for Landon Legas in this game is Dwayne Dunn, or DeAndre Dunn, I apologize. DeAndre Dunn matches Landon's athleticism almost better than anybody else, and height and length. So, that's just a perfect match right there by Coach Watson, and obviously it paid off on that play.
Well, here's the thing is, Ben, we talked about it last week against Thomas. There was an interception that Ben, challenged their defensive back. They came down with the ball. When you have a receiver like Landon Legas, you're going to take some chances every once in a while, and you'll get burned every so often. But majority of the time, Landon Legas is coming down with that.
Jackson with a swing pass out to number 5, Dakota Morris. He stays in bounds. Will get tackled eventually by number 18, Seth Gilbert. That'll be a first down for number 5. First reception of the day for Dakota Morris.
He's tackled by number 18, Seth Gilbert.
And this is where I'm telling you, to your point, Drew, this is where you probably don't throw jump balls to Legas, where you can with other teams. This is where you throw goes, and they're actual goes, where you try to throw it and say, hey, first guy there wins.
Yeah, absolutely. This is definitely not one of those plays you want to have a jumping contest between DeAndre Dunn and Landon Legas.
So first down and 10 from the 45, 4:26, running clock, Dunn in motion. Jackson will roll to his right, looking for the comeback screen. Oh, in and out of the hands of Mason Manning. He read that one. And the receiver, we always talk about DBs while they're DBs. No excuses for Manning on that one, but great break and great stop there as the ball falls incomplete, brings up second down and 10.
For a second, I thought we were going to trade off interceptions there.
I thought, Manning would have had a chance to take that one.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. He read that perfectly. If he would have came down with that interception, he could have hit that sideline and gone for some yards after the interception, but got to catch it first.
So a quad look here. We've seen this a few times. Cashion's been bringing the heat when they've seen this look. Jackson Vandroff on the cut, Nababi inside. He'll get the first touch and tackle. Try to strip the ball. Jackson with a gain of about 4 or 5. Looks like about almost 6, actually, with the spot. And they'll bring up third down and about a long 4 or 5 here for the Watonga Eagles.
Brought down by number 4, Nick Nababi, gain of 6.
And they've tried to do a few little plays where they show a little play action and try to slip something over the top. Let's see if we don't see that again, since they've tried to run the ball a little bit this second half.
3rd and 5 from the 49 on Cashion side. Third quarter, 3:47. Jackson in shotgun. Cashion showing the blitz again. Jackson back to pass, going deep, in coverage. Cooper Frazee, or actually Jace Evans, in coverage on number 1, Chris Sanders, who had that big 70-yard catch. I don't know if that was a drop or a tip, but thank God it's on the floor.
Whatever it was, I'm glad it was.
Yeah, Jace was right there, and I mean, he had the white shirt had a step on him. I think that's white shirt. No, Sanders had a step on him, and but Jace just timed that little swipe perfectly at the ball, and I don't know if he tipped it or not, but
it was
nonetheless, it was enough to make him drop the ball.
So with that, the clock stops. 3:40, third quarter. Fourth down, another fourth down for the Watonga Eagles. Jackson back to pass. Pressure's on. Maroney going for that out to Dunn. Intended receiver tries to OPJ it. Is not good. And another turnover of downs as the Cashion Wildcats will take over at the 49-yard line.
The two different types of throws right there. Right there, that throw was a little bit, a little bit over his head right there, and versus the last throw that Jace Thompson intercepted was streamlined. Had you reversed that right there and maybe thrown it a little bit higher so that Jace couldn't have got it, that's probably a touchdown by Watonga versus the play just there where they tried to hit him directly in the chest.
Yep.
Ends up not working out.
Big Tommy Branson coming in, spelling Camden Maroney, looks like.
Love seeing the sophomore out there. Yeah, definitely from an injury perspective, we had Kai Gilbert. He's got a foot situation. Nathan Ababi had to sit out this week with a rolled ankle in JV play. He was a starting safety, so he's been spelled by Mason Manning. Harmon in shotgun, back to pass. Looking to his right, will roll out to his right, back into Gilbert, shorts it. And that'll be incompletion and second down and 10 for the Wildcats.
Ernesto Duanez with the pressure right there on Ben Harmon.
And usually Ben, even though he's on the move like that and getting a little pressure, he usually puts a little zip on the ball. That time just short-armed it, threw it into the grass. And, I don't know, maybe there was a little coverage there. He saw that just to be safe, don't throw it in there and get it intercepted and go to the next play.
Totally agree. So second and 10 from the 49, 3:31. Clock is stopped here, third quarter. Nick Nababi and deep pistol having a little talk with his BFF. Snap. Harmon, quick slap. Manning the outside. Breaks the first tackle down the sideline. They're going to call him out of bounds.
Good stiff arm by Mason, though.
That'll be enough for a first down, so Manning doing great work.
Yeah, it's funny watching, these Watonga kids. They, the last 4 weeks in a row, they've had a lot of success, and they haven't had really been challenged out there on the edge as far as athleticism. And now that tonight, seeing Landon Lagasse and Mason Manning and Seth Gilbert, Jackson Vandriff, all these athletes, Nick DeBobby, one after the other coming at them. You start to see them put their hands on their hips, kind of a little bit slower getting up, but they're still out there fighting and trying to give it all they got.
1 second on the play off. Harmon gets it off. He's looking deep. Plenty of time. Steps up in the pocket. Still got time. Crossing route Lagasse, and that's short arms. Sanders in coverage on Lagasse, and that'll fall incomplete.
Number 1, Chris Sanders in coverage for the Eagles.
Yeah, those guys up front, man, they are doing work right there. They're giving Ben just a lot of time to kind of work up into that pocket, try to find somebody deep. That time, Landon did kind of streak open just for a second, threw it a little bit behind him on that one. But, man, the boys up front are really doing work, giving Ben enough time to find those receivers.
Absolutely.
Second and 10, giving to Bobby right side. Finds a hole, dips under. Still on his feet, moving forward. And that'll be a solid 6-yard gain there for Nick Nababi, the senior. The Cashion Wildcats will have third and manageable here, right around the 26-yard line.
You said third and manageable right there. It seems like every time that they get a stop, Watonga gets a stop on first down, something. Well, then we just hand it off to Nick. We have Ben run behind those big boys and get just big, 7-8 yards on that second down, where third down and fourth down are where you really make hay. And then, but that second down play, running game behind the big boys up front has paid off tonight.
Harmon with a hitch to Manning to the 15, spins out, still on his feet, runs backwards, and it'll look like he'll go down right around the 18, but that should be enough for a Cashion Wildcat first down.
Manning's like, what do I have to do to get in the end zone? I don't think he scored a touchdown last 3 weeks, but
he had 193 yards receiving and no touchdowns.
I know.
But and now, I'm totally with you on that.
I love it, though, that a kid, we saw it against Perry. They were kind of bracketing him, not letting him get anything, to come out here the last 2 weeks and just really get a lot of yards, never get in the end zone, but just keep doing hard work and making things happen.
With the fumble, keeps it, spins out, gets all the way to the 10, to the 9. And as we say, chicken salad out of chicken poop. And Ben Harmon showing his athleticism here. He says, hey, let me put on that homecoming crown, and I'll show it to you again. And so that'll bring up second and about 2. So a nice little 8-yard gain to about the 10-yard line.
From a fumble going to the pay dirt area, that's as good as an outcome as you can hope for with that.
And that's that senior, experience right there. A lot of times a young kid would just fall on that. Ben knew he had a little time, got it, and made something happen.
Harmon Fake, underneath, looking for the slant. Legas, touchdown number 5. Cashion Wildcats put another 6 on the board. My man 19 getting that hookup, 10-yard hookup from Ben Harmon, and the Cashion Wildcats are dealing here in the third quarter.
And I apologize. I think we were on field view on that touchdown, but I hope maybe you got to see it as good as we did up here.
Hey, no problem. We got other scores you can take a look at. We love our guys, Andy Campbell and the bunch there with Squirtle. Obviously, Adam Dieselhorst. We can't do it without them. So Legas with the 10-yard catch and TD. I think that is TD number 5 for him. And I believe we have Paul Robles, our Spanish.
Robles, they told me.
Robles.
Looks like we have an offside.
Are we going to go for 2 again?
No, let him kick it. I say let the Spaniard kick it. They're going to. Nick is on it. He's trying to move forward. And this kid has absolutely loved being in Cashion.
Hey, I saw him out here at halftime. He had the ball set up on the 30-yard line, so which would be a 40-yard field goal, and knocking it through.
He's not even using a tee, or he is. Kick is up. It's a beaut. Yes, sir. Ay, ay, ay.
Hey, I like it.
My man Robles with the kick. The Cashion Wildcats had another 49-12 beat down. Watonga.
And I was on the replay. I am slacking on my duties. I will leave it here on the replay so you can see that. Goodness. I'm sorry, everybody at home.
Just watching him, he's absolutely loved being here in Cashion. They let him. He doesn't know how to drive. They kind of let him kind of handle a little bit of driving in a truck. You know, they don't get to drive till they're 18, I think, in Spain.
Oh, nice.
He's living the dream.
While we're looking at the replay, Morrison down 16-27 with a minute to go in the fourth quarter. Presumptively, Tonkawa will beat Morrison.
That's a great bounce-back game
after
losing a tough one to Perry. I know talking to the radio guy there, Ben, with the Tonkawa radio station. He does their play-by-play. He was pretty peeved that they basically gave away that game to Perry. So a nice bounce-back for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Hominy down 16-36 with 12 to go in the fourth quarter to Pawnee.
Is that a Pahuska hangover?
Yeah, I guess so. Thomas 19 losing 19-44 against Moreland.
Okay,
Hooker
Moreland will be one to watch out for.
Yeah, absolutely. 20-6 at Hooker at Merritt.
Hooker is up.
That'll
be another one, another good team to look out for.
Yeah, I mean they were a good team last year when they came to town.
And then Hinton and OCA we play next week. Hinton and OCA, and I think Watonga has them next week. They're in a close game, fourth quarter, 18-16 OCA.
Right. So Robles on the kick. Little slapper down. That one will go to Sanders right around the 15, right down the middle. We got a lane there, eventually brought down as the JV boys are coming in. I love seeing my man, was that number 55? That's our guy, Dagan Lloyd. Had a couple big tackles.
Big tackles last week against.
He did. Tonight.
Yep.
So the Cashion Wildcats, with a few substitutions, looks like Nathan Ababi will get a chance to check in. He didn't get to practice much this week because of his injury. That'll give Mason Manning a rest. But we have the usual crew out there doing good work tonight on this high-potent, high-powered Watonga offense. 128, Jackson with a give outside. No hold call. There it is, the first hold call. Got a tackle out there on the edge.
Penalty flag on the play.
Who do we have out there? We had Nathan Ababi and Cooper Frazee, a couple sophomore names that we'll be calling for a few more years.
Cooper Frazee's name we've been calling a lot tonight.
Yeah.
Holding's the call against the Eagles.
So Jackson Vander finally gets the call. He's been draped all night. Came to the room. He says, well, at least somebody got one.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. If you can go back and watch, you see what they called there. There's been a couple times tonight, and I told you, if that keeps happening, they will see it. They're going to call it, and it happened right there.
Yep. You wonder with a 49-12 lead, still in the third quarter, what the mindset of the officials are. But I sure am glad they called it. And so with that, we have first and 18 from the 33. Oh, yeah, I got to back it up a little bit more. Yes, sir. That's right.
Well, I was going to say, they only backed it up 5. Usually Holding's a 10.
At least 10 from the spot.
Yep.
10-yard penalty will bring us first down and 23.
First and 23. Clock rolling, 122. Cameron Maroney with a blitz up the middle. Jackson coming back to the curl. to Dunn. Got Lagasse. Looks like Nabavi will be there for the tackle. The safety comes up as Dunn didn't want any part of Gilbert, didn't want any part of Gibson, or Lagasse. And so Nabavi's there. The sophomore, Nathan Nabavi, with the cleanup. His second tackle of the night.
Yeah, Dunn's a shifty kid. He moves around and is quick, trying to get around there. And that's the good thing about the Cashion Wildcats. You got a lot of kids flying to the football, and he got around Gilbert, but Nathan was there to clean it up.
Looks like we got it motion.
Yep.
My man's been busy over there.
Oh, yeah, he has. Give that guy a drink after this game for as many flags as he's been. Yeah, there you go. Give him something after the game. He's been putting the work in.
Against the Eagles, 5-yard penalty will bring us second down and 15.
So we love our officials. So 5-yard mark off. That'll bring it up to second and 15 from the 40 on the Watonga side. Cashion was showing blitz, but you could see if Cam Maroney may have been faking, maybe dropping in a little zone. Try to mix it up and give Jackson a different look. 2-by-2 for the Watonga Eagles. Jackson back to pass. Pressure on Jackson, in pursuit on Jackson. Deep ball is done. He'll catch it. Beats Gilbert, and that'll be a touchdown. 60-yard pass. And another Watonga receiver getting behind the Cashion DBs.
That right there, you saw Jackson as Joe Jackson throws the ball, Jackson Vandriff takes him down. It was just that quick. He got the ball in the air and over the heads of the Wildcats into Dunn's hands for the touchdown.
So a 60-yard strike that will be matched with the 70-yard strike right before halftime. This one goes to Dunn, his first touchdown of the game. The Watonga Eagles got something to cheer about here in the second half. The winding clock, 42 seconds left in the third quarter. They're going to go for two. Got Berchorek next to Jackson. In motion is number 4, Phoenix Whiteshirt, the sophomore. Jackson back to pass to his left. He keeps it, rolls up, throws it up over the top, and that will be out of play. And another 2-point conversion is stopped by the Cashion Wildcats as they hold on, and the score moves to 49-18.
Score 42 seconds remaining in the third quarter. Cashion 49.
We'll be right back.
Our world is changing, but one thing is the same. We're here for you. In these uncertain times, take comfort in knowing that Modern Women of America is built for this. We are built to handle uncertainties, and we've weathered many in the past 137 years, including world wars, disease outbreaks, depressions, and recessions. You may have concerns about your financial plan, but you can also have peace of mind. You got this, because you have us.
Kyle and Gina Van Druff have the answers to all your real estate and insurance needs. These guys will have you covered in a one-stop shopping experience. They are local agents, local supporters, and active in the Cashion community. They are also proud parents of past and present Cashion students. Kyle and Gina help their clients make the right choice. Don't wait till it's too late. Call 405-607-4300. Go Wildcats and number 88. Let's have a great year.
Walk it up. Get you some.
All right, welcome back to Cashion, Oklahoma, Maxon Field, where the Cashion Wildcats taking on the Watonga Eagles here live on CWTV, powered by Squirtle. It's Nima, Chris, and Drew bringing you tonight's action as the Cashion Wildcats are up 49-18. It's been all Cashion all night. Give credit, though, to the Watonga Eagles, led by Skylar Watson, not giving up, scoring on the opening drive, on a 70-yard bomb on the last play of the second quarter, and just now on a 60-yard bomb. Joe Jackson hits DeAndre Dunn, his favorite, the senior, on a big play. Actually, yes, it was a 60-yard play to move the score to 49-18. Cashion deep in kickoff formation. Number 69, Elijah Lomenick, kicking off for the Eagles.
Elijah Lomenick back to receive for Cashion, number 18, Seth Gilbert.
Kick out will go to Seth Gilbert. He'll take it. He'll scoop. He'll get to the 35, staying patient. Cuts back to the outside, has a lane. Still on his feet, trying to strip the ball. He'll go down right around the 37, and it'll be Cashion football, first down and 10.
Yeah, and that's one thing that's what won the game for Watonga last week was, you get up there and get in a group. They were really good at just knocking that ball until it came out against Miko, and that's what got them the ball to give them a chance to go win the game last week. That right there, these boys, the coaches on this sideline, on the Wildcat sideline, has got to tell them, make sure when you're running the ball, you keep the ball in a safe spot. And if you're in a big crowd, go ahead and go down before they get the ball out.
First and 10, Cashion. Deep pistol, Nick Nabavi behind Harmon. It'll be a give to Nabavi. He'll work right side. He's got a couple lane with Ritter. Takes on the
Great
left
hit.
Number 58. Poor choice on your part, Ethan Wagner, as Nick Nabavi brings the house.
Yeah, and
It'll be a nice gain of about 5 yards.
He will definitely feel that one in the morning. He is feeling it right now.
Notice how Nick Nabavi didn't even get dissuaded by that. I didn't even see him falter backwards a little bit.
I'd like to take credit for that, but there's a lot of Hammond's DNA running through the Nick Nabavi blood over there. Give credit to a couple of all-state linemen for the Hammonds family. Looks like we're going to have a stoppage of play. I'm not sure what the story is. Oh, it's in the fourth quarter, duh. So with that, the Cashion Wildcats watch the numbers tick down to 0 here as the end of the third quarter ends. We'll be moving to fourth quarter action. I don't know if you want to show a replay or not, but we can.
Yeah, you see this
I gotta
play
see
right
this
here?
replay.
I messed it up. God, I'm not very good at this. Anybody else want to come do
man,
this?
Hey, this is wonderful. This is a one-man crew when it comes to the instant replay.
I am trying. I had it dialed
That's
up.
all right. But the Cashion Wildcats, again, with a couple of scores here in the second half, in the third quarter. Kudos to the Eagles not giving up. You mentioned that, and that's a credit to culture and coaching.
Absolutely.
When a team doesn't give up, and Cashion has not been as disciplined as they need to be or could be, but that's been kind of a scenario for Cashion the last few years.
Yeah.
You kind of have to live with it a little bit because, again, that kind of attitude also lends itself to be for Cashion to have a little bit of success as well.
Absolutely. Huge props, though, to Coach Watson at Watonga. I mean, you go from a team that the last couple of years have not had very much success at all and, have kind of faltered, and then you see them in the last couple of years, they've kind of give up once team gets up on them. I mean, they're still playing all the way to the end of this game here, and I give a lot of that credit to Coach Watson's ability to let kids buy in and everything else.
A big shout out to our man Colton Niemeyer, our field cam guy. Gage Beddick as well. Mark Perry up top. We can't do it without our great students. And go ahead and check out the Cashion Wildcats news on Cashion Wildcats TV. They have their update for today. They do a great job, led by Teresa Carnes. So Cashion Wildcats take over fourth quarter here, 2nd and 3 from the 46 of Cashion. Nabavi now to the right of Harmon. Provide that devastating blow on that 7-yard run. He'll fake it. Harmon back to pass. He's got Lagasse streaking down the middle. Little break off on the route. He was bracketed by the two best players they got, Dunn and Chris Sanders.
3rd down and 3.
Looked like Lagasse had his own idea on what that route
Yeah.
should be.
Yeah. About the time that Ben let go, Landon had a little different idea there, but I think Ben was just throwing it out there, seeing if Landon could get loose and get out there, but he put it out there where he couldn't, wasn't going to get caught by anybody but
Which not
Landon.
for nothing. I mean, there's been a lot of times we've seen him just throw it out there, and Landon's gone up there and gotten it.
Harmon, 3rd and short, give to Nabavi. He's got a huge hole, cuts it back over, and that'll be a first down. Nick Nabavi Sr. gets it across the 50. First down and 10, Cashion Wildcats.
Joe Jackson gained good for a Cashion first down and 10.
So Lagasse checks back in. Jace Evans, who checked back in, will be heading to the sideline. So we've got Manning, Gilbert, Lagasse split out. Jackson Vandruff at tight end. Make sure you know what's going on out there with all those Cashion boys. Watonga staying in that 3-4 look. Actually, looks like a 3-3-5 look, actually. 1st and 10, running clock, 11:38, fourth quarter. Harmon gives to Nabavi, stays patient, makes a move, keeps the pile moving. They're going to try to strip it. He'll fall down after maybe a gain of about 4. Clock running, brings up 2nd down at about 6.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Shackelford run every single play until he gets in the end zone, just to show that we can run the clock out and finish this game on the ground and with power and get in the end zone just to kind of seal it off.
Not as glamorous as some of the plays that we're used to, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with going and getting 4 and 5 yards every single play.
2nd and 6 from the 46. Cashion side of the ball. Actually, the Watonga side of the ball. I apologize, of the field. Harmon give to Nabavi left side. This time he cuts it back up. Nice little move there. Falls forward. Will it be enough for the first? It'll be just short. He's almost there. The line judge on our side, I think, has got it more correct.
Yeah, that's the thing is Nick, when he went down, fell over the line, and the line judge on that far side, I mean, he put it a yard short of where the ball came down, but the line judge on this side had it about right.
We needed him on that Joe Jackson touchdown where we thought his knee was down before we crossed the goal line. So that's 3rd and short. Either a keeper or a give here by Harmon, most likely. And we do have a false start. What do we have here? What's going on?
I didn't see anybody move.
So we do have a flag. I don't know if Lane Lagasse has equipment issues. I don't even know what the call is.
Yeah,
5-yard penalty on Cashion. We'll bring
I have no idea what the 5-yard penalty was. The referee, Peter Abernathy, just threw his hand up. Not sure. It was called by the line judge on the far side. Lagasse was running off the field. I was thinking that maybe he didn't have his knee pads over his knees, right, in terms of the appropriate attire. So what was going to be a 3rd and 2 inches now is a 3rd and about 6. Harmon gives to Nabavi. He's got a nice little lane there. He'll cut it back up. He'll fall forward, and that'll be enough for a first down. So extra yards for Nabavi. And that'll be a 1st down and 10 for the Cashion Wildcats.
Number 5, Dakota Morris gained good for a Cashion 1st down and 10.
No words from you guys? Nothing?
No, sorry. I was trying to look at that play and see what was called because I'm just confused.
I think we're just flabbergasted.
Yes.
I didn't even see it. He just marked it back 5. And
yeah, I was kind of peeking over Chris's shoulder trying to see what I could see there. But no, on that last play, same subject as always. Nick Nabavi, every time he runs the ball, it takes 3 guys to bring him down, and that's just awesome.
1st and 10 from the 39. 10-10 on the clock. 4th quarter. Snap. Harmon back to pass this time. He's got Lagasse on the out. He'll catch right around the 35. Makes a move.
Great catch by Lagasse.
Landon Lagasse. Put some grease on the axle. 1st down and 10. Cashion Wildcats.
Yeah, just a great route right there by Landon, and then just Ben stepping up and throwing a missile to Landon, and then Landon just puts on the brakes and then just turns it upfield to get the 1st down.
10 minutes on the clock left here in the game. 4th quarter, Cashion up 49-18. Jake Branson checking in. He'll get the first carry of the game. He'll call back up. Nice little speed.
Great job.
Forward. Nice little gain there for Jake Branson for about 8 yards.
Yeah, Jake's a good hard runner and a downhill runner, and he will hit that hole hard. There's been some big holes for Nick tonight. It's an exciting opportunity for Jake to get a chance to run behind those big boys that have been blowing holes open for Nick all night. Let's see what he can do now.
And, Drew, you've talked about this in the past. This is where Cashion gets its depth, right, and the chance where we get up big against quality opponents who still have their varsity in. And you got
absolutely.
Experience.
I think that's a lot of the reason Cashion's had a lot of success over the last couple of years because you've had younger kids who maybe wouldn't get to play, had they been competitive games, and they've gotten to play against quality opponents for, 2 years before they have to actually start.
Ooh, Harmon with the hit by Jackson hanging on to the ball. Looked like a little helmet-to-helmet to me.
Man, I was watching Jake Branson. I thought he had the ball, and it was just pulled down. I guess they were going to try to do a little play action there, and it was just blown up by Joe Jackson.
So give credit to Joe Jackson trying to do it all for his team. Comes up, hits Ben Harmon. It looked like it was helmet-to-helmet to me. I don't know why they didn't call it. He literally was standing straight up when he tackled him, but fortunately Harmon was able to hang on to the ball, and they call him down. Forward progress stopping. So 3rd and 8 from the 27 now. Cashion Wildcats running clock here. 8:36, 4th quarter up big over Watonga Eagles here in district play. Homecoming. Harmon swing pass to Lagasse, getting great block from Vandruff. Curls it back, staying patient. Little stiff arm. And he's going to be brought down right around the 21-yard line. And I'll bring up 4th down and about 3 for the Cashion Wildcats.
Shout out to Chris. Neiman and I just talk up here the whole time. Chris is the running our technological.
Chris is fantastic. I handed over the laptop, said, son, you got it. Chris does a great job for us, and again, this is all volunteer. We try our best, and certainly we appreciate we get a lot of kind words. Let's not act like we're out here under a rock. We have a ton of great folks who reach out to us, let us know, their appreciation, and we're grateful for that. We're just doing this for the community.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, I've got thick skin. If you think I'm not doing a good job, you can rib me. My brothers rib me all the time, my dad, so it's all good.
Nabavi with pulling Maroney, and And Connor, nice little cutback, and that'll be definitely enough for the first down as Nick Nabavi hanging on, moving forward. First down, Cashion Wildcat.
Chris, just use your same line we use with the officials. If you think you can do better, come on and do it.
Come on up. Oh, yeah. And that's how much time's on the clock right here? 7:31. You know, when we got this, I think there was 9-10 minutes left on the clock, and so just running the ball down the field, keep just churning away at that clock, and go down there and score a touchdown just on the legs of Nick Nabavi and Jake Branson.
And Jake Branson, speaking of the devil, cuts outside, looks for the
They're
block.
call
Does he get
holding.
in?
They called a holding.
If it stands, it's a touchdown, but we do have another flag. Duck Dynasty, our man over there on the edge with the call. Let's see what happened here. We do have holding.
Jeez.
Holding is a call against Cashion.
I want to get an updated tally at the end of this game on penalties.
So that had to have been on the wide receiver on the outside. Not sure what happened there, but great read and run there by Jake Branson. I think he would have gotten in anyway.
Yeah, they called it a touchdown, but with the penalty, it's going to bring it back.
10-yard penalty will bring up first down and 17.
So it looks like we've got a little bit of substitution. We have Manning, Vandruff, and Gilbert out left. Up top is Lagasse by himself. To the right of Harmon is Jake Branson. Branson, the junior, will get it. He'll cut back, makes a move, makes another miss, falls forward, gets back to the first stick, and it'll be second down and 10. Nice run there by the junior, Jake Branson.
Absolutely. Props to Jake Branson. Every time he's come in the last couple of games, he's hit the holes hard, and he's run really hard, and usually every play he gets, 5 or 6 yards on that play. And so, I mean, just huge props for him being a younger guy that gets to come in and really, really shows off.
Second and 9 for the Wildcats from the 11. Harmon looking for the slant, not there. Staying patient. Hit the out. Manning! Yes, sir!
There we
Mason Manning finds pay dirt. Touchdown, School.TV. Cashion Wildcats 55, Watonga 18.
Great play.
Finally, that's what Mason Manning's probably thinking. Finally get in the end zone after the last 3 weeks of just big numbers receiving, and finally got into the end zone for the big Wildcat touchdown. And I think I was on the field camera view again. I'm batting 1,000 tonight. Sorry, guys. Oh, maybe it was a good view right here, right where the touchdown was. Looks like we have Robles back out there again.
Kick is up, and it's good.
Nice.
Ay, ay, ay. I got to get myself better than that for our Spanish. Yeah, that's bad too.
And here's the touchdown, I believe, right here. You see Mason Manning come over and just make a good catch. Didn't have the best angle because the director is not very good, but great route run by Manning and just a good pass, strong pass by Ben.
I'm glad he got a touchdown. I'm glad he got a touchdown.
No, I am too.
Golly.
So Cashion puts another one up here in the fourth quarter, go up 56-18. Outside of 2 huge plays by Watonga, this would be an absolute beatdown.
Chris, what was your predicted score? 53-19? God, on the money again.
Hey.
Why would you even doubt? Like, I don't even look at it anymore. I just know that's what it's going to be.
He's setting the line.
That's what it's going to be.
Hey, I'm just saying.
Bookies all around the country for high school football looking at you.
The JV defense may be coming in right here. They need to step up, make a big stop for me.
Hey, big shout out to Randy Heights and the Pay Dirt crew and the sports the franchise 107 KRXO. They had their post game show. We'll be jumping on at 11:20 to talk about tonight's game. So we got to think about our player of the game tonight.
Sending the golf for Cashion, number 8, Bryson.
It'll be either Rogers State or I don't know who sponsors the player of the game, but we'll have to think about that. Maybe we'll have Coach Shack kind of get that. Hey,
lend a helping hand
on the field for us for a second. I think it's that one right there.
This one?
That one down, all the way down. All the way down.
How's that?
No, all the way down. We don't want to hear Gage and Colton. I guess there's a lot of stuff going on the sideline. So kick off there. So we're doing a little talkie-talkie as the Watonga Eagles get the return back. And of course, your man DeAndre Dunn with the return. That'll get all the way to the 40-yard line as they will start over first down and 10. What's that? But said turn down the. So if you guys have been hearing stuff we don't hear, we apologize. Hopefully it was clean and family type material, but a lot of times we've got that sideline camera. Crazy things can happen. So the Watonga Eagles are taking over right on the 40. Judge Jackson with a little fake toss sweep. It does go out to number 5, Dakota Morris. He catches it, comes back across. Strong run there by the junior Dakota Morris, number 5 slot. That'll be enough for about an 8-yard gain. We'll bring up second down and about 2. Looks like we've got a Tommy Branson side, and Aiden Williams is still out there. We've got number 54, Ryan Yandel. We still have Burke out there, number 9 for the Cashion Wildcats. Nathan Abavi at corner. We've got Max Higdon at safety along with Seth Gilbert and Cooper Frazee. Jake Branson at linebacker along with Caleb Duran as well. Love seeing lots of new faces out there for the Cashion Wildcat D. Jackson with a little pump fake and run. Nobody's fooled on that, but give Jackson a little credit as he tries to get the outside. Nabavi's there, tries to cut back, gets a lane, and we'll get the tackle. Good job there by the sophomore Nathan Nabavi with the shoestring tackle in help with Branson and Gilbert.
Been good for an Eagle first down and 10.
Props to Nathan Nabavi right there. I mean, look at the size difference between pardon me.
Between
Joe Jackson.
We're trying to feed the kid. He just can't keep it on.
It happens. But props to him for going down and hitting a guy that's a lot bigger than him.
First and 10 for the Eagles.
And we'll get an offside by Cashion.
Offside to the Cashion Wildcats. Again, got some fresh faces in there. Got to give credit to Aiden Williams. He's been working his heart out at defensive tackle. Absolutely love seeing him out there, making his name as Tony Woods move to a 4-3 look here. The 5-yard mark off will make it 1st and 5, right around the 41. Actually, I apologize, the 36. So a little quad look out here for the Watonga Eagles. Like maybe a pass here to Chris Sanders. We'll see now. It'll be a screen all the way out to number 4. Phoenix White shirt. Great tackle. Open field by Jace Evans. Nice work there. Actually, Cooper Frazee with the tackle.
Phoenix White shirt.
No, I think that's Seth Gilbert out there.
Seth? No.
Yeah, I think it was 18.
Hey, these numbers are hard to see.
Dude, I know, man. These people, we complain about other teams that do this, and fortunately, at least we know the body style of some of our kids.
Yeah.
So you're right. 2nd and 2 from the 33. Again, running clock, 4th quarter, 5:02. Motion done. Little option right, little good look here. Jackson will keep. Will finally pitch out to Dunn.
Nice,
Jake Branson, not fooled.
Great play by Jake.
Yeah, he pretty much just ran right at the quarterback, made him pitch, but it had that great angle to be able to just go straight by and go ahead and get the big tackle on 3rd down there.
Not afraid to go hit somebody.
That's the best play that we've had on that option play tonight.
Yep.
Right there, Jake Branson. Good job. That is a very short gain. I'll bring up 3rd and 1. Obviously, 4-down territory here for Coach Skylar Watson. Empty set here for Jackson. He'll get the call here from Coach. 8 seconds on the play clock. 4:12 on the game clock. Another flip out to Dakota Morris. He'll get that catch. He'll move forward, and that'll be enough for the 1st down. So that's been a pretty popular and positive play for Watson and the group. That'll be a 1st down for the Eagles right around the 25 of Cashion.
Yeah, with this group out there, Coach Wood has them kind of backed off a little bit. And so Jackson, as he kind of gets out of that pocket, you have some kids kind of keeping an eye on him. He just flicks it out there to Dakota and lets him just get what he can make. And it's usually been about 4 or 5 yards about every time he touches the ball out there on that play.
Empty set for Jackson. Back to pass, looking to his right, looking for number 1. It comes back inside. Good coverage by the Cashion defense. Coming up, Jake Branson says, no, sir.
Another great play.
Great open field tackle by Jake Branson. Love seeing the junior making plays there at outside linebacker. And it'll be a short gain of about 1 or 2. Brings up 2nd down and 8.
Yeah, good job, because he could have bailed out and came to get that quarterback there, and he did a good job staying and playing his responsibility. And whenever Dunn kind of snuck out of that little group there, Jake was there to make a great tackle and a short gain.
Jaden Miller checking in for Tommy Branson. Cashion DB's doing their work. Second and long. Motion in, number 13, running back. Jackson back to pass. Pressure's on, looking for the screen. Going deep, wide open. And that'll be a touchdown to DeAndre Dunn, as Cooper Frazee, not sure how he lost him, but he did. I don't know how you lose DeAndre Dunn.
Yeah, I don't know either. You kind of know that's probably where the ball's going if it goes in the air.
So that'll be a touchdown to Dunn.
I mean, there was a route combination over there that just kind of got, I think, the white shirt caught Cooper's eye, and just Dunn went streaking by, and Jackson's good enough at recognizing that and getting the ball
I don't know how you lose
out
Dunn,
quick
though.
and for the touchdown.
Number 2 and number 1, I got my spidey senses, my eyeballs, and my ears open. But good job. Jackson off his back foot puts it on the money, and that's a touchdown. Going for 2, back to pass, pressure's on, across the middle. Nice little snag there by Dunn again.
Wow. One-handed snag at that.
I think Dunn's been trying just to make all of his catches one-handed. So that'll be the first 2-point conversion completed by the Watonga Eagles. And that'll move the score to 56-25.
Well, they're getting lined up for the extra point. I'll see if I can't bring some updated scores from around the district. Hominy and Pawnee tied 36-36 in the fourth quarter. OCA and Hinton, 18-16 is the final of that. Hinton will lose to OCA.
Yeah, the OCA is definitely a team to look out for. They've got some new coaching. They've gotten a lot of transfers in on that new coach, I believe. And so, yeah, certainly a team to look out for moving forward, as I believe they're undefeated now.
Thomas will lose to Moreland, 44-19, the final for that game. Pawhuska will beat Commerce, 75-14.
Oh, my goodness.
Morrison will lose to Tonkawa, 16-27, the final for that.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at that, as Tonkawa is in our district. So the Watonga Eagles coming out, Cashion in their standard kickoff return set. I got to believe this would think an onside, don't you think?
Yeah, I would think so.
I mean, well, Shaq is going to be putting in the JV offense. Nothing to fear here. Or maybe there is.
Set to kick off.
So again,
for Watonga, number 64.
So 64, Braxton Johnson now in to kick, the freshman.
For Cashion, number 22, Jake Branson.
Little toe punch here. He will. Nice little air under it. Looks like Gilbert will catch that right around the 20. Look for Lane's got some speed. Cuts up. Fall forward right around the 44-yard line. Good return there by the junior, Seth Gilbert.
18. Seth Gilbert on the return.
So,
16.
JV offense coming out. I see a Titus Davis sighting, number 84, Travis Loveholz. We've got Nick Jolliffe. Love seeing that. Caleb Duran most likely will be either a quarterback.
42-yard line.
He will. We've got Timmy Jones, Ryan Yandel. We've got Bryson Beitler.
Any quarterback for Cashion, number 13, Caleb Duran.
Cashion taking over 1st and 10 from the 43. Snap, give underneath the Jones. He'll be tackled behind the line of scrimmage. Number 53 on the tackle.
Timmy Jones on the carry.
Landon Wagner.
Wagner loss of 1 on the play. 2nd down, 11.
A little call out there for our man Dagan Lloyd, number 55.
He had some pretty good plays last week against Thomas when the JV came in.
Yep. Titus Davis will come out. Make sure to call Gavin Crow's checked in for the Cashion Wildcats as well. We've got Caden Seeley as well, number 63 at center. Working that clock all the way down. Snap, give to Timmy, a little bobble there. He'll keep it, bust forward. Nice strong run by Timmy. Get it almost to the 44, 45-yard line. 2 minutes running clock here.
Gaining 3 yards on the play, cut it down at 8.
Yeah, the boys up front, younger group, and you want to see them really just fire off the ball, hit somebody with the other colored jersey on, and see what you can see what happens. You're in there on a varsity night, get out there against these starters and see what happens.
I think there's a Ryan Yadell sighting out there possibly. Duran working all the way on the 3. Give to Jones. He's got a small little hole. Line doing a little better job there. Get it around to about the 47-yard line, and I'll bring up 4th down, decision time. I don't know if Coach Shack will go for it. Looks like he will. So 4th and 6 with a minute left here.
Run the clock all the way down to about 30 seconds, I think.
Yeah, most likely maybe take a timeout.
Yep.
Yeah, I'd say if you were a betting man, people are going to think we might have a problem. We talk about betting and sports lines and all kinds of stuff up here quite a bit.
That's all right. Hey, this is high-quality entertainment here. Play clock to 9, 8. Game clock down to 45. We're going to work this win all the way down and going to call timeout.
Or just take the penalty.
No, I don't think they're going to take the penalty. They're going to definitely take the timeout.
Yep.
Might as well take the penalty.
add to the already mounting score of those for the night.
All right, so with that timeout for the Cashion Wildcats, up 56-26. A strange score. I know the 26 on the side of Watonga just doesn't feel right based on how Cashion has absolutely dominated this game from first quarter to fourth quarter. But Cashion Wildcats will look to try to hold here with about 39 seconds left. Not sure if they'll be able to run much off the clock here. Maybe get a few. And let's see what I got to believe Skylar Watson's going to be going for it. I can't believe that they would sit back and not try to put a couple of points up.
Oh, they'll definitely be throwing it deep again to having done, or they've got those big receivers, and when he sees those younger kids out there, he's going to try to get points on the board just to save face a little bit.
Yep.
Even if it is against JV.
Yep. Duran with the snap. He'll keep it. He'll run up. Looks like he'll move the pile forward, get about 2 yards. But that'll be a turnover of downs for the Cashion Wildcats. No negative play, so give credit to the JV squad. And that'll give the ball back to Watonga and Joe Jackson. 32 seconds. Cashion will roll out with their younger squad out there with a little mixture of a few older boys. So definitely I see a ton of freshmen and sophomores out there.
A lot of those younger guys last week, they had Thomas had an opportunity to score on some of the younger guys last week, and those younger guys buckled down and shut them out.
Great call. Jackson back to pass, looking for that deep play.
Don't let him behind you.
Dump down to Dakota Morris. And looks like Nick Jolliffe with the tackle. Nice job there by Jolliffe. We had number 10, Creed Kastner, in coverage as well at corner. Stop the clock with the first down. Ryan Chamberlain is checked in as well for the Cashion Wildcats. Jackson back to pass again. Looking for something deep. He's going to roll to his right. Going deep in coverage. Nice breakup. Great job. Is that Cooper Frazee? He said that time, no sir. So Cooper Frazee was not going to let that happen again.
Cooper Frazee has had a great night tonight.
Second down and 10.
You could kind of tell. You could kind of tell that DeAndre Dunn was expecting that ball to go there as he kind of stopped right before the end zone.
Give credit to the other DBs out there, Max Higdon, Nathan Ababi, and the crew as again trying to get coverage here as the last few seconds as Jackson comes in. Duran with the pressure, going back up to Dunn. Cooper in coverage, and somehow that ball is caught.
He's a good athlete. He's a good receiver. He's made some really good catches the last 3 weeks, and he's made a couple here tonight. But, in cleanup time, when the JV's out there, he's going to make big plays against kids that aren't on that starting group that are a little bit younger than he is. He's on that different level. And but you have a kid out there like Landon Lagasse or Mason Manning or somebody over there coming over there to clean that up. A lot of times that's not happening.
So put another 6 up for Watonga, 56-32. Going for 2. Pump fake, Moulin out. Jackson will look to try to get in, and he'll jumper in. So that'll be a 56-34 score. Cashion Wildcats up 22. And with 6 seconds left on the clock, the Cashion Wildcats will try to receive this kick and end the game.
Cashion 56, Watonga 34.
Hey, you know that situation? I mean, it's tough. I probably would have just pass interfered in that situation.
Probably.
Take the
Well, I mean,
15.
he was in.
You're not scoring on me. I'm not going to let you score.
He was in a great position and just didn't get his head around in time to knock that ball down, and it just fell right in between him and the receiver, and the receiver just put his hands out there, caught it for the touchdown.
With Coach Sack probably going to take any. What are your thoughts? What have you see differently from Watonga coming that you thought before the game versus what you've seen now?
Well, I thought that they would, give the Cashion Wildcats a little more competition on the offensive side of the ball. Listening to their broadcast the last few days.
Well, hey, listen. Yeah, I'm with you, but I mean, they're pumped up, they're excited, but yeah, they claim to have the best offense in Class A.
Yep, and
I didn't see that tonight.
Our defense, we talked about being physical and coming up with some big hits. There were some big hits on the football field today.
Absolutely.
And it's just a physicality that Watonga hasn't seen yet, and they couldn't move the ball. Well, until the JV got out there, and then they had a little bit of success.
Crazy with the kickoff. Should probably just take a knee here, and he does. Yeah. So that will
1 second.
1 second. Run that clock. Run it. Yeah, there we go. And so that will be the end as the Cashion Wildcats victorious, moving to 4-1 on the season, and most importantly, 1-0 in district play.
Next week at OCA next Friday.
With the victory, 56-34 over the visiting Watonga Eagles. It was a good one. Good parts of the game. A little disheveled here and there, but give credit to Coach Skylar Watson and his revamped Watonga Eagles behind the arm and legs of Joe Jackson and the hands of DeAndre Dunn, who tried their best to come in here to Maxon Field to ruin homecoming, but fall short. As again, the Cashion Wildcats moved to 4-1, and the Eagles moved to 4-1, but most importantly, 1-0 in district play. We'll go to a quick timeout. Be right back. We'll have Lane and the group break down stats, and most likely Coach Shackelford will be up here with a few comments. I'm going to be heading down for some pictures. You guys enjoy it. We'll be right back here on Cashion Wildcats TV.
At Maples Nixon Diesel Horse, we've helped a lot of people, and our goal was to treat each and every person like a friend. And as a friend, we've got your back always. We understand what you're going through. Being lawyers is what we do, but it's not all that we are. We care. We'll stand beside you throughout the entire legal process, not just as lawyers, but as your friends. We are Maples Nixon Diesel Horse, and we are here to help.
Founded by Jesse and Amy McCracken, Rural Pest Solutions is a Cashion-based, family-owned and operated company. Our focus is on providing the highest level of customer service while effectively treating many common invaders, including spiders, ants, roaches, mice, mosquitoes, fleas, ticks, and termites. Flexible scheduling and superior customer service are our top priority. Call us today to schedule your appointment. 405-283-6565.
Cashion FBC is a church seeking to grow in Christ and our love for the body of Christ. With ministries from children to youth to adults, we strive to present the gospel in an engaging and meaningful way. Sunday school meets at 9:45 a.m. and worship starts at 11 a.m. Children and youth meet on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. Please check our website at cashionfbc.org for more information, and we hope to see you this Sunday, located a half-mile east of Cashion.
Dr. Matt Dieselhorst at Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics can help you get game day ready. Dr. Dieselhorst works with athletes of all ages, taking a coordinated approach to accelerate return to play and maximize athletic performance. His work with pros in sports training, injury prevention, bracing, functional rehabilitation, and imaging works seamlessly with his medical and surgical expertise. Get started by going to Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics. Let Dr. Matt Dieselhorst get you back on the field, backing all Oklahoma athletes on the field and off.
Stream with
Oklahoma's #1 high school streaming service, Squirtle.tv. Find out more at Squirtle.com/stream.
Legacy Insurance.
I'll do it after this. And we're back, guys. Man, that was a game that, I thought would be, might see a little bit of competition on the offense, give our defense a little bit of competition.
Yeah.
And our defense really stepped up and played well tonight, and just did a great job. There was a few breakdowns where they had a couple guys get behind, but they didn't capitalize. Watonga didn't capitalize and didn't score on us. But overall, the defense, man, they played well against probably the best offense we've seen so far.
Yeah, definitely best offense, maybe other than Rejoice that we've seen so far. But as far as teams that we have to play for district games and teams in our class, definitely by far. Like I said, I'll give huge props to Coach Watson from Watonga, coming from Texoma, then coming to Watonga, a team that hasn't had success the last couple of years, and kind of restoring some pride and some tradition back to a team that's been historically a little bit better and competitive. So, it was nice to see them be able to come out and compete for four quarters.
Yep. And, I talk about the defense. So that's the first thing I talked about. But it's easy to talk about the defense or try to prop them up a little bit because we prop up the offense because they're really good every single week. And this week was a week just like the ones before where the offense has come out and just completely clicked on all cylinders and made big plays happen one after the other.
I'm sorry, but I lost my wallet. And I don't know
Okay, it's not in here, babe. I'm sorry.
Okay.
As far as penalties go, did he send you how many penalties were there were?
I don't know. I was going to go over kind of some of the stats real quick. We had somebody from Watonga, I think, looking for a wallet up here asking us. But Ben Harmon was 26 for 32 tonight with 324 yards, just another 300-plus passing game for Ben Harmon. Receiving, we had Landon Lagasse with 15 catches, 154 yards, and 5 touchdowns. Another just a huge receiving yard game for Landon Lagasse. Didn't get over 200 yards like he has in the past, but 154 yards is nothing to yawn about. And the 5 touchdowns is just, I think Landon Lagasse scores 4 touchdowns in his sleep,
Yeah.
And tonight, with the 5 touchdowns, Mason Manning had 10 catches for 142 yards. And the 1 touchdown finally got in the end zone.
Finally, I've been waiting. The last 2 weeks, he's had tons and tons of great runs that get us so close. And, Landon or Nick or Max, when he was in, would get those touchdowns. So I was glad tonight to see, him to get to see some of those fruits of his labor as far as, helping us get down the field and then, actually getting to score those touchdowns. He would have had that 70-yard touchdown had that not been called back.
Exactly what I was about to say. He had the big 70-yard touchdown run where he just outran everybody to the end zone and had the holding call that was a little questionable, bring it back. So you're just thinking, and he's probably thinking, what do I have to do to get in the end zone? But he finally got one in the end zone. But he's been a big team player the last few weeks and just, really doing some of the hard, heavy lifting to get the Wildcats down the field and then have his teammates get in the end zone and really not complaining much about it, just go out there and play the next play.
Just part of it, part of being on the team.
So let's look and see. Defensive-wise, we had Cooper Frazee was leading the team in tackles.
Great game by Cooper.
Beginning of the half, and Cooper Frazee wound up leading the team in tackles with 8 tackles for the night. Jace Evans came up big tonight and had 6 tackles. Like Nima, to Nima's point a little bit, a lot of times you don't want to see your defensive backs, your safeties having the most tackles on the team just because that means you're getting people are getting down the field on you. But they have a good offense that can throw the ball a little bit, and when the teams are throwing the ball, you're going to have those guys in the defensive backfield and your secondary have some tackles.
A good offense with 2 really standout skill kids.
Yeah, really, really good receivers. Nick Nabavi had 4 tackles. Bryce Burke had 4 tackles. Seth Gilbert had 4 tackles. Camden Maroney with 4. Joey Wilson with 4. And so, a lot of kids getting in on the tackles, a lot of kids flying to the football. And what I like to see tonight was a lot of sure tackling. I think we saw one play, where there was a missed tackle, but right after that, there was a kid coming flying in and making a big tackle. So there wasn't many missed opportunities to get a tackle, and didn't really give the Watonga Eagles much opportunity after they caught those balls, or had those running backs and quarterbacks. Joe Jackson's a really good running back, quarterback that can run the ball.
He could run the ball. He could throw while he was on the run. Oftentimes tonight, off of 1 foot. So I mean, he played really well as far as what he could do. Coach Shaq, I just saw him walking up here. He's about to come up here and join us for his post game interview.
Yeah, I want to look at where are those. Yeah, let's get him ready to come on here. But yeah, the interceptions. We did have a turnover tonight. Interception, but I think it was 1-1. I think they had an interception. We had an interception. J7 had that big interception coming out of
that was huge
out of halftime, and stopped them and didn't let them get in the end zone to begin that second half. And then we just took the ball and went down and scored. Coach Shackelford's coming in here. We'll get him on the mic, get some quality entertainment for everybody. Coach Shackelford, thanks for coming up again tonight. And man, a little better opponent than we've seen the last 3-4 weeks. Yeah. And Rejoice was a quality opponent, but it was nice to see a team that could come out, give us a little bit of competition, and see how the boys would respond to that. How do you think the boys responded tonight?
I thought we played pretty well. It was kind of an ugly game as far as penalties and things like that. It's kind of hard to get in a rhythm, but I thought defensively we played, we kind of played well enough. We let them get behind us way too many times. They're 2 drop balls away from it probably being a little bit more interesting at halftime than what it was. But, we haven't seen, other than Rejoice, we haven't really seen somebody that has those kinds of athletes that can stress our secondary the way that they could. So from that standpoint, it was good. I thought offensively we played, as well as we played in a long time. I think we had 1 possession we didn't score, and we, threw the interception. But, I thought overall, just kind of the first glance without watching the film and seeing what we, could have done better, I thought we competed well.
I mean, there wasn't that many penalties tonight, was there?
It's weird. We had this crew, and I had told them this at one point during the game. The white hat used to be a different white hat, and these guys have called games at Cashion forever. And the white hat that they used to have called games even longer than that. He called games whenever I was in high school. And
nice.
Anyway, long story short, when we played Talahina in 14 in the semifinals, this crew called the game, and we didn't have 1 penalty. I think Talahina had 2 or maybe 3. And that's what I told one of them. I said, man, you guys remember those glory days when just kind of
let them play,
and we didn't have a 3-hour football game like we had tonight. And, I'm not here to pick on officials. I mean, they can throw a flag on every play if they want to. But the things that bother me, are things that don't have an impact on the play. Even the sideline warning that they gave them. I mean, the ball's going out of bounds on the 30 on this side, and there's a flag gets dropped on on the 40 on that side. Just things like that.
We talk about it up here. We're Homer TV up here, and we always talk about before the game. It's we appreciate the heck of these guys getting out here and taking the time.
I don't want their job. I don't want their job.
No doubt.
How about the unsportsmanlike? I know those are your favorite penalties to have called.
That's just flying to the ball and hitting.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. It's high school football, and you shouldn't flex over a guy or whatever it is that we did. But I mean, it is what it is. We tell our kids all the time, don't do stuff like that. But some of the plays that like the hit that Mason has down here. I mean, I'm not sure that I wouldn't have wanted to celebrate that.
Yeah.
I don't know how you don't. But it's like I told our kids at halftime. I mean, it's kind of like a basketball game. If referees are letting you get away with certain stuff, then you do it. And it's no different out here. If you've got a crew that is not going to allow you to do anything outside of the rule book, then don't do that.
Yeah, and it's a great thing that Drew Baker is up here in the box with us now, because he said I know what Shaq's telling him. Shaq's telling him, see how they're calling the game. They're going to call that stuff. let's quit. You got to
Yeah.
quit doing it, and don't be mad at the officials. They're going to call the game as they see it, and go out here and change what you're doing to fit their style and how they play. How they call
more
the game.
importantly, and we talked about this at halftime, and we talked about it a lot. I'm sure Drew certainly say this a whole bunch of times. I mean, it doesn't matter what all of those things happen. They mark off a 15-yard penalty or a 5-yard penalty or whatever, and coaches are going crazy, and fans are going nuts. And after all of that, there's going to be a play that's going to be ran, and we're going to have to execute either on the offensive side or the defensive side. So you got to put all that stuff out of here. Whether it's a 70-yard touchdown run that gets called back, we still have to play again. We have to try to get a first down. We have to try to put the drive together and go score. So, and that's really hard for a 16 or 17-year-old to do, but that's what we have to do, and that's one of the things that we talk about a lot. Is just play the next play, regardless of what happens. Just play the next play.
Kind of switching pace a little bit. We saw tonight a few different looks on the offensive side of the ball. We saw Jackson Bender kind of split out. We saw Landon Lagasse in the backfield. As the season always goes on, we always see a few little wrinkles that you throw in. Is that something that we're going to continue to see as the season progresses?
Well,
just kind of see what happens.
Anybody that watches us play, you got to find ways to get 16 and 19 the ball.
Right.
So we're gonna continue to try to be a little bit creative on how we do that. And Jackson can block. He's a big kid, and we can put him out on the edge and do some stuff with him out there, and he can catch and run. So we can build off of some of this stuff, as the season goes along. But we're always trying to figure out, it's if Landon just stands out there by himself, on the left side of the field the whole time,
bracketing.
There's a lot of things. It's a lot easier to deal with him. Your game plan's pretty simple if. He's at wide out with some, and he's at running back some, and he's in the slot some, or we moving, in motion or whatever. Same way with Mason. It's just more things that somebody has to prepare. I've said this for years and years and years. Offensively, part of the reason we do the stuff that we do is I know what a headache it is when we play people like that. For Coach Wood to have to deal with, and I know how much time we have to spend on defense to prepare. And unless you want to practice 3 hours a day, there's only so much time you have, and if your defensive practice is 20 minutes longer than it normally is, that means your offensive practice is 20 minutes shorter than it is. So there's something's got to give. So that's another reason why we do it.
And I have to ask this because Chad Tishner would be mad at me if I didn't. So the little play where Ben comes up and then throws it to Mason Manning, was that the play that he sent you the other day? He said he sent you a play.
It was real similar.
He sent me. He said, "That's my play right there."
We thought a little Team Tebow.
Yeah, it was. It worked out great. I don't know why he held it so long, but it worked out really, really well.
You talked about stuff you hated to line up to. There was 2 plays on when Watonga was on offense where they heavy loaded one side of their offense, just center all the way down on one side. Was that something that you had to practice for this week? Did you know they would do?
We hadn't seen them do it. Thomas did some stuff like that, not against us. They had some stuff like that on film, so we'd seen it before. But our kids, it's hard for us to communicate that. It's hard for them to recognize that. That's why people do that. But they did a few different things tonight offensively that we hadn't seen, and then defensively, that was nothing that we'd seen. They hadn't been in a 3-4 playing zone all year. They were in a 5-2 and bringing 7.
You're bringing Joe Jackson in from all different angles too.
Yeah, so I'm out. Hats off to Coach Watson. He at least. I say this all the time. When people play us, is I would at least come into it with more than one bullet in the gun. And he did that tonight. He had a lot of different options and a lot of things that he tried, and some of it worked, some of it didn't. But at least he didn't just say, hey, you got 19, good luck, or you got 16, good luck. So you could tell they worked on us. A lot of our run game stuff, where we throw RPOs off of, their linebackers didn't really fit. They just kind of stood there, which is probably part of the reason why we could run the ball as well as we did. But at least they were willing to take away something, which is good.
And I saw it in the film kind of before, just watching, kind of trying to prepare for the broadcast, that some teams had some success running the ball against them. Is that something you saw and you wanted to try to explore a little bit?
Our thing is always we're going to kind of see what they give us, how are they going to play some of the stuff. 80% of what we do, there's options for, it's a run play with a pass play
Right.
somewhere into it.
See how they line up.
And then Ben's got to kind of decide which one he wants to do, or I can help him decide. But I mean, it's so a lot of it is, we try to have answers for whatever they're gonna do to us, and tonight it was a lot of the answers were handed off.
Or Ben, keep it run.
Yeah, or Ben, keep it run.
What?
Yeah.
Give it up to. What? Tell us about the front line and what they did tonight. There was a lot of success with we saw Chase Ritter pulling.
Yeah.
We saw. Which I haven't. Have y'all had him pull a lot before tonight or before this week?
And Drew can tell you this. Coach Robertson's got a lot of rules with those guys, and sometimes depending on the play, if he's not covered, he's got the option to pull, and so those guys will communicate that. Juicy and him and Jackson, if he's in it tight end, they'll communicate, and if it's an easier block for him to pull around than it would be for him to try to take an angle, then that's what he'll do. But we ran a whole bunch of counter tonight. Camden's really good at pulling and kicking out.
Yeah.
Cotter's really athletic. And
is it just a rule, like if you have a tall, athletic kid that can pull, he has to be number 57?
I guess they can do whatever numbers they want.
I just kept telling them, I said, that reminds me of Baker
Ryan.
Baker just coming through there and blowing people up, and as he grows, he's gonna kind of be that same body type.
Yeah,
so
it'd be awesome. He's as good.
Drew, you got anything else you want to add?
Nope. As far as there were some other games, Hinton had a close game with OCA. They ended up losing by 2.
Oh, really?
Yeah, 16-18. And then Pawhuska beat someone, I think, upper 60s to like 14. Commerce. Maybe he was even 70. I'm not sure. Morrison lost to Tonkawa.
Yeah, Coach Bills told me today they had some kids out, so he was concerned about.
Who was that? Tonkawa or
Morrison?
Morrison had some kids out.
Yeah.
Well, that was a bounce back game for Tonkawa.
And then Pawhuska won against Hominy.
Who won against Hominy?
Who was it that won against Hominy?
Yeah,
I guess it doesn't matter. But Pawnee, not Pawhuska. Pawnee.
Yeah.
But
So and we play Hinton next week.
Yep.
We play OCA next week.
OCA next
At
week.
OCA.
OCA is undefeated, right? Going into this game.
Is that going to be at Edmond North?
Edmond North.
And you said it, at I think one of the first games you were up here, that OCA was going to be a team that's going to kind of surprise people or be better in the district this year.
They're better. They played a Saturday afternoon game a couple of weeks ago, and I went and watched the half. Just because I knew they had some new coaches. Still same head coach, but they had some new coaches just to see what they were doing. And, they at least have a scheme now. They run an offense that looks like what you would normally see on a Friday night.
Yeah.
They play a defense. They play a 4-3, and they're try to be sound and try to do things right. They've got some athletes. You guys will see. The quarterback's good. They got a tight end that is massive. They got a left tackle that
Seems like they always have a big tight end at OCA.
Yeah.
Are these the new guys that they have, or are they transfers?
Sure. Yeah. I know they're. The rumor is that their coach won't be there on Friday because he's got a little trouble with the OSSA. So. I'll let you guys connect the dots.
Okay.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'll definitely do that on the air.
Yeah.
Well,
But
good night for the Wildcats, and Coach, good job getting them
Appreciate
prepared, and it's always fun to watch. You get out there and call that offense, and Coach Wood out there with the construction that defense to stop a high-powered offense like you got on with
Watonga's going to win a lot of games. I don't.
Yep.
I wouldn't be shocked if they won out and finished second in our district.
Yeah. Well, we appreciate you coming up, and we'll go ahead and wrap it up right now unless Nima has anything. And so Chris Gibson here for Drew Baker, Nima Davavi, Coach Shackelford, thanks for coming up.
Yeah, you bet.
And go Cats and God bless, as Nima would say.